The main character of this story is called Liu Feng, and his adventure began with the fact that the guy got into an accident while riding a motorcycle. He worked as a food delivery guy, and during the next day of work, he was talking on the phone with his little sister named Liu Xintong, when suddenly he was hit by a truck. After being injured, Liu Feng fell to the ground. He was in so much pain that he thought he was dying, but he couldn't afford to give up because of his sister. His younger sister was suffering from the black blood disease, and all the while he was working hard to raise money for her surgery. Suddenly, the system was activated. Commoner Liu Feng was granted doomsday refugee status, and a large-scale spread of the virus began in the city. When Liu Feng started to recover, he opened his eyes and was dumbfounded because he realized that he was lying on someone's feet. He saw in front of him a beauty who was talking to someone on the phone, reporting to someone that our hero had just woken up after the incident. Liu Feng thanked her for saving her, and introduced himself, saying that he was a courier for the company, and the girl replied that she also worked for that company. Pretty Kelly Fox introduced herself and asked the guy not to worry, saying that she had already called an ambulance. He crawled to his phone to call his sister urgently, and was at a loss when he saw his health percentage on the phone. An unfamiliar voice sounded in his head, announcing that he was going to die in 3 minutes and needed to find the nearest power source. The main character decided that you should not give up. You need to listen to this voice. He leaned his palm against the car, considering it a suitable source of energy. He immediately cheered up, grabbed his motorcycle and ran away, shouting to a stranger that he didn't have the money to ride an ambulance. He was still at a loss as to whether he really had just absorbed the energy of the machine and healed. Liu Feng began to suspect that his life was now digitized. He remembered that this app was already installed on his phone when he bought it at a flea market. He decided not to waste time on reasoning, when suddenly a girl called him and shouted into the phone, asking if he really died there, since he forgot about his beloved. The guy started making excuses to Shen Qing that he didn't have time for her because of his sister, and the girl said that they were breaking up. Liu Feng explained that he needed to visit his sister, who was just recovering from surgery, and the girl replied that he should have bought her an expensive bag instead of spending money on her sister's treatment. The young man begged her to give him a chance because now he has a system, but the girl decided that he was crazy and hung up. The guy was desperate. The bike broke down, he got into debt because of his sister, the girl left him, and now he dreamed of the end of the world. He pulled himself together and said that this would not work. Now he has a system, and he must become a great man to pay off his debts. Suddenly, his sister called him and started begging for help. She said that there were a lot of strange people biting each other in the hospital. Xintong was hiding around the corner at this time. Her brother told her to sit still and wait for him. The hospital was really chaotic. Liu Feng clutched his head. Today he was very unlucky. The moped broke down, and now he didn't know how to get to the hospital. Suddenly, the guy received a notification from the system that an energy block was found 500 meters away, which can be converted into glasses. The van radioed the news that a series of brutal attacks on people had just taken place, but there was no need to panic. Liu Feng's ex-girlfriend was sitting in it with an elderly man, and she said that she left the beggar who spent money on her sister's health. In the new era, over the past 120 years, there has been a major breakthrough in the development of science and technology. The development of the A gene is underway, and the rich and middle class are fully implanting AI chips. Shenxing also wanted to get such a chip. The old man told her to look after him properly so that he would buy her the desired chip. Suddenly, an elderly man yelled at the entire van when he saw a ghost smiling ominously outside the window, a dark silhouette of a man. It turned out that it was only Liu Feng who had startled the old man, and he had rushed past on the upgraded motorcycle. He concluded that he had received an incredibly cool system that so easily gave him points and allowed him to significantly upgrade his transport. The main character was determined to get to his little sister Xintong as quickly as possible to save her. When Liu Feng finally arrived at the city hospital, stopping by on his motorcycle, it was already dark outside. He didn't understand what had happened here. Guard Liu couldn't be seen on the horizon either. There were bloodstains all around, and the windows were broken. The guy was scared, thinking that there was a terrorist attack. He grabbed a flashlight and went inside to find his little sister. He was horrified, not understanding what had happened here. He saw the injured man, recognizing him as a customer to whom he constantly delivers dog food. Liu Feng was in a stupor when the man got up, shouting, "Where is his dog?" And it turned out that his client had already turned into a scary monster. The snarling zombie tried to pounce on our hero. The guy dodged it in time and ran away from it, shouting that he should not approach. He slipped and fell to the floor, and when he looked up, he saw his sister's attending physician surnamed Li. The guy asked Dr. Li to check on the man's condition, but the woman also growled and turned out to be a zombie. Then our hero was really scared. He started shouting loudly and backing up to the wall, trying to shield himself from the zombies with his foot. Sitting against the wall, the guy demanded that no one approach him, but later he found a whole crowd of the same zombies, which scared him even more. He started to look around, not understanding why there were so many monsters here, and then slipped away to the study. But the zombies ran after him. The guy tried to close the door, but a whole crowd of bloodthirsty monsters tried to break into the office to grab him. Liu Feng saw that he was in the surveillance room, and in the video, he saw his sister who was already in the mutation stage. In this era, humanity has truly stepped into the future, and power in the world has been divided between the Enlightenment Alliance, the European and American alliances. The misuse of genetic engineering has led to the development of diseases, and the most terrible of them is black blood. Only a very expensive chip can cure it. Our hero's parents died a long time ago, and one day he found his sad sister and asked why she was so upset. The guy asked what was wrong and promised that he would solve any of her problems. Shin Tong replied that she had heard that her brother got into debt because of her. He sat down next to me and said it was nothing. But my sister asked me not to lie because she knows that the chip is very expensive, and because of this, her brother gave up his dream of studying. She began to cry, saying that it was all her fault, and her brother calmed her down, saying that thanks to her, she had at least one relative in this world. But the girl couldn't stop crying. She blamed herself for ruining her brother's life, and at that moment, Liu Feng swore to himself, the main character swore to himself that his younger sister Shin Tong will definitely live, even though the treatment of her illness is very expensive. Now in the hospital, the guy was frantically shouting his sister's name. Zombies were breaking into the room. He knew that he would not last long. He remembered that he had a system, and it would certainly help him. The guy understood that monsters are like zombies from movies, and you can't let them bite him. But Liu Feng only became indignant when he saw the help the system was offering him. Either hide or survive and find his sister. The guy barricaded himself with furniture and blocked the door with a mop. He remembered that he got the ability and wanted to use it. He sat down on the floor and surrounded himself with improvised items to create a weapon, hoping that the reconstruction would work now. The barricade in front of the door didn't work, and the mutated Dr. Li burst into the office and attacked our hero. But Liu Feng hit her just in time with a flame weapon, which he spent 100 points on, obtaining a primitive fire spear. He also spent 100 points to turn a food box into plastic armor that would protect him from the zombies' teeth. Once outside, he shouted that anyone who prevented him from rescuing his sister would die, and attacked another monster with a flaming spear. He felt uncomfortable after dealing with a whole bunch of zombies, but he told himself not to think of them as humans. He shouted that no matter who it was, the most important thing right now was to save his little sister, and no one would be able to stop Liu Feng from doing so. 2 minutes later, he started swearing at the system again for leading him to a dirty laundry hole, but the system said it was a tunnel. Covering his nose, he still decided to use the tunnel for Shin Tong's sake. Slipping, the guy fell down, landing in a pile of dirty clothes. He raised his head and shouted out his sister's name because he saw the girl walking down the corridor, followed by 2 soldiers. Military personnel from the death squad reported to the headquarters that the task was easy, the target did not resist, and the evacuation had already begun. The soldiers didn't even expect that the legendary mutant would be an ordinary teenage girl. Shin Tong was really calm. Their lieutenant approached the soldiers and ordered them to contact headquarters immediately. She was sure that something was wrong here. The purple-haired girl became alert when she heard the main character loudly calling out her sister's name. Liu Feng was startled when a formidable man walked up to him in the darkness and grabbed him by the shoulders. He still didn't know who was holding him. The military, hearing the guy's shout, began to search the premises on the lieutenant's orders, and Shin Tong, hearing her name, began to mutate. The girl realized that it was her brother who came to her aid, so she decided to eliminate one of the soldiers with one blow of her hand. Everyone was horrified when they saw their colleague Chiang Sen suddenly die, and the lieutenant gave the order to open fire on the mutant girl. The girl ran down the air duct at the same time, and the shots attracted a whole crowd of zombies who were already ready to pounce on the military. The lieutenant could not help her subordinates. All the soldiers were killed by zombies, and our hero realized that he would also die here. Liu Feng was shocked to see that it was Old Man Chang who was holding his shoulders. He was laughing. The man was crying with laughter after seeing his reaction. Chang revealed that the Heavenly Blessing Alliance is at war. Now, all the people outside have become zombies because of those who wear chips. He said that he took Shin Tong to the basement, but then the military captured her. Liu Feng suggested that the old man leave here, because the zombies smelled them. The main character was shocked when the man showed his wound and said that the zombies had already bitten him. Liu Feng really wanted to help the man, but Chang replied that he knew that he was already doomed, so the guy should leave him and find a way out of here. The guy was forced to apologize to Old Chang and still decide to run away. Old Chang stayed in the hospital. Chang was attacked by zombies, and Liu Feng swore at the system, which suggested that he either run down the stairs from the hospital or find the serum and save his sister. He yelled at the system to shut up because he was the one making the choice here, and leaped forward with his weapon to fight the zombies. The first monster he knocked down with his foot. Seeing several more, the guy himself collapsed on the floor and backed away, startled. But then Liu Feng got back on his feet and swung his flame spear at one of the monsters, demanding that they get out of here. The guy had reached the ultimate strength of the weapon. Now it was useless. But Liu Feng had reached the laboratory. The system helped him detect the black blood inhibitory serum. But suddenly, Xintong jumped from the ceiling in front of him. The girl was in the process of mutating. She looked hostile and bloodthirsty, but Liu Feng was still overjoyed and hugged her tightly. The main character asked the younger sister to wake up. Clarity of mind began to return to the girl. She recognized her brother. However, this did not stop the mutation. Xintong collapsed to her knees and began to yell loudly. An invisible wave pushed her brother away from her. Liu Feng asked the system what was going on with his sister, who suggested that he use the suppression serum. When the guy grabbed the serum, he heard a notification that the hospital would self-destruct in 10 minutes due to the theft of the medicine. Xintong started to recover when she attacked her brother, who injected a suppression serum into her neck. The mission was completed, the sister's mutation was suspended, and Liu Feng received a full 1,000 points from the system for completing the mission. Now that he had to choose a new quest, he shouted to the dumb system that he was choosing a second task to reconstruct an explosion-proof escape shelter. He grabbed his sister in his arms and ran. The institute would explode in 9 minutes. But he stopped when he saw the silhouette of a man on the threshold. The commander of those soldiers, barely standing on her feet, told the guy to stop. Liu Feng politely suggested that she stop the feud, because the laboratory is about to explode. The lieutenant began to tear at her suit, and the guy received a notification that there was an evolved mutant zombie nearby. He grabbed the lieutenant by the shoulders and shouted that it was very dangerous here. There were only zombies around, so it was better to get out of here together. When Liu Feng opened his eyes, what he saw in front of him was not a girl, but a creature that had turned into a terrifying mutant with sharp claws and teeth. He excused himself and closed the door for her, but the zombie broke it down in an instant and aimed at the guy again, startling him greatly. The guy wanted to immediately use the points, but there was no synthesis material found nearby. The zombie grabbed him by the shoulders. Liu Feng had already closed his eyes, resigned to the fact that it was over. But then his sister stood up for him and hit the zombie. Enraged, Xintong yelled at the monster, demanding that it stay out of her brother's way. The institute should explode in 3 minutes. The guy was at a loss, not understanding where his sister's strength came from. The monster was still alive. It was necessary to urgently get out of there. With 2 minutes left before the explosion, our hero grabbed Xintong in his arms and ran away, looking back at the monster. When the young man reached the utility room, the explosion was only 13 seconds away. He ran into the back room with his sister and closed the door with his back. The zombie was breaking in there. He activated the system in a panic. The guy hit the floor with his fist, holding the fusion material in his hand to create a shelter a couple of seconds before the explosion. With 500 points spent, he managed to create an explosion-proof shelter in the back room that would protect him from the explosion. A second later, the institute exploded, destroying the entire building, and a huge flame cloud rose over the city. There was also a commotion near the hospital entrance, with city residents turned into zombies roaming the street. The thick, acrid smoke began to dissipate, and when our hero came to, he realized that he had survived a strong explosion. He received a first-level shelter from the system, a post-apocalyptic shelter equipped with equipment, supplies, and metal walls. The system suggested that he expand the shelter by increasing its level when he complained about the neglect of the bunker. He was startled when he saw his little sister slide down the wall and lose consciousness, and he shouted her name loudly. 10 minutes later, the guy had to spend 50 points to repair the broken computer monitor in the shelter. Liu Feng was impressed because the computer modification allowed him to optimize the network and restore the signal. The new serum slowed down the hybridization of the black blood virus. The system reported to the guy that the medicine would not prevent Xintong from turning into a mutant. He was wondering if the woman was also a mutant, so he decided to tell the police so that the state could solve the problem with the virus. Turning on the computer, Liu Feng read the news about the virus war unleashed and how it would lead to the extinction of humanity. The guy wondered if he would witness the end of the world. The city streets were already in chaos. Only zombies were roaming there. He didn't know what to do, so he asked the system how to save his little sister, because he didn't want to just sit there and watch her turn into a mutant. The only way to cure my sister was to upgrade the shelter to the 5th level. The system didn't even want to show the construction plans due to the low level. The guy complained that the system was teasing him when it told him to improve all the elements of the institute to modernize the shelter. The system reported that the explosion destroyed the ventilation ducts, and they urgently need to be repaired. A new system could be purchased at the store. Liu Feng didn't want to spend a lot of points on the new system, so he decided to just fix it with just 30 points. He had successfully repaired the ventilation system and even gained 2 reputation points. And now, he had a plan to complete all the quests quickly. In order to quickly upgrade the shelter to the 5th level, he began to modify everything that comes to hand, such as toilet paper, lubricants, and more. After learning from the system that his sister's intelligence had dropped to the level of a 7-year-old child, Liu Feng declared that as long as he was alive, he would find a way to turn Xintong back into that wonderful girl. When Xintong finally woke up and opened her eyes when she heard the commotion, she saw her brother in front of her and called him a pervert. He tried to explain everything to her, but she wouldn't listen, and the next day Li's team reported to the lieutenant that the signal was lost at the hospital. The death squad, despite yesterday's loss of personnel, was going to land on the hospital grounds to complete the mission. Just a minute later, Xintong lost all her strength again and fell asleep on the floor. The guy was surprised to see this. He deduced that she was still a child, no matter how old she was, and covered her with a blanket, and the system gave him the opportunity to play the lottery. The guy received a new task from the system to find the blueprint of the energy room and build it. The reward was 100 points. First, he wanted to use the lottery. Liu Feng won an expensive vaccine, and it turned out that it suppresses the microchip virus, but does not cure zombies. Liu Feng first decided to inject himself, and then asked the system if it was possible to repair the generator to provide the shelter with power. The system replied that it could, but the generator's energy core was destroyed, and the spare one was in the dean's office on the 16th floor. The guy was happy when the system offered him to complete this task for 900 points, but then abruptly froze. He realized that if he took people to the shelter, he could call himself a director and recruit a bunch of surviving beauties. Liu Feng said that first you need to solve the food problem to become a great creator of the new world. The guy went pale again and started stuttering, trying to explain something to his sister when she called him a pervert. The next day arrived. The action was still taking place in the hospital, and the streets were still filled with bloodthirsty zombies. But Liu Feng was determined to get out, so he carefully peeked out of the hatch and checked the surroundings. The task was to find the power unit of the hospital's inpatient research department. The door was blocked by rocks, so he chose an emergency road. He saw that the zombies had gone the other way, which was a great opportunity to get out and help his sister do it. At first, the guy wanted to complete the task alone, but the day before, his little sister grabbed him by the jacket and asked him not to be afraid. Our hero decided that they should face reality together, and no matter how much Xintong changed, he believed that she was still the same as before. When the guy went outside, he heard a loud cry for help. Some guy was captured by zombies. Dumbfounded, Liu Feng realized that the apocalypse had already arrived, but decided that he needed to save his sister first, so he didn't help the guy. Leading Xintong by the hand down the street, Liu Feng thought that the only people they could rely on in times like this were themselves. He thought that no matter what, he would protect the people he loved. And then he saw old Chang, who had already turned into a zombie. Liu Feng realized that he had come down on his own, and finally thanked Chang for saving his life. The main character grabbed a gun and said that he would not allow the virus to continue to desecrate the body of old Chang. Meanwhile, on the other side, on the roof of the hospital building, there were also snarling zombies roaming around. But someone was getting rid of them with bullets. It was a group of military personnel, and at the instructions of the commander, they opened fire from machine guns on the zombies. Li Xin, a captain from the government's Special Forces unit, saw the shooting and ordered a ceasefire. The girl decided to deal with the crowd of zombies on her own. She easily hit one of them with a sword, neutralizing it forever. After the captain had already armed herself with a submachine gun, the soldiers stopped, considering that if the captain herself took up the task, they did not need to do anything. Lady Death stepped in, brandishing her weapons and shouting for the soldiers to enjoy the battle, because her crushing dance was beautiful. 5 minutes were enough for the red-haired girl to get rid of all the zombies that filled the roof of the hospital building. The soldiers were delighted with the skills of the indestructible goddess of death. But Li Xin told the lazy soldiers to hurry up. Li Xin ordered the team to finish this mission faster and destroy the target. This girl was with them. With her in the team, anyone can die in peace. Earlier, our hero in the pantry found a box of noodles, a couple of bottles of water and canned food, so he had to make the decision to go outside. Then he said that today he should rest, and tomorrow he should think of something. But he saw his little sister drinking all the water in one gulp. He tried to stop her, and then the system showed him a talent chart. He had 2 talent points and 1 stat point. First, he decided to spend points by pumping power, and then decided to remake the knife and choose the skill of a Kung Fu Master and superpowers. The Kung Fu Master's chip was loaded, the Fireblade's rank increased, and the igniting device was now attached to it. He spent 10 points on improving the sharpness of the Fireblade, and finally thanked old Lao Zhang for his concern. Swinging the flame blade, he swore in front of the old lady that he would protect his sister and destroyed the mutated Zhang. After that, the guy said that with the Kung Fu Master's chip, he could improve all his melee skills. And because of the superpowers skill, his physical strength also increased slightly. It was impossible to stay on the street for long. The hero said that their goal was to get to the heart of the research institute on the 16th floor. There was a shout in the 7th floor corridor of the hospital. Lixiang and Xiaotuang were quickly rushing towards the stairs, escaping from the zombies. Xiao Tuang was distracted, turned around and told the girl that he didn't expect the most beautiful Lixiang girl to ask for his help, and it was his mistake. When he was captured by the zombie, the guy begged for help, but Lixiang broke free and shouted to the vile loser that she wouldn't even look at him. Company President Li Jun, his subordinate Xiaowan, and a crowd of survivors were hiding nearby, and the fat man wanted to send one of the guys to investigate in the right wing of the building. Zhaojia stood up for her brother. Li Jun replied that they didn't need useless people, and then another lady appeared to stand up for the child. Sarah, the institute's secretary, said that there were also a lot of zombies on the right side of the corridor, and the scoundrel Li Jun suggested that the girl go there herself. His assistant said that this was the majority's decision, and the woman also sided with the director, saying that the minority should obey. Sarah was trembling with fear and did not know what to do. The director told his assistant to throw the boy out into the corridor. Xiao Wang grabbed the boy and threw him to the right side of the corridor. The frightened boy was crying and calling for his sister, and then the zombie noticed him. The zombie attacked the guy. His sister started screaming loudly. The director covered her mouth so that the dumbass would not attract the attention of the monsters. Fortunately, the effective appearance of our hero saved the boy. He hit the zombie in time and asked the child if he was all right. Sarah fell to her knees and wondered if God had heard her pleas and sent a warrior to save her life. The zombies were on their way. Everyone ran away. Only our hero stayed and prepared a knife. He decided that he needed to believe in himself and that he would definitely cope with the whole crowd. The kung fu skill was loaded. The guy exhaled one last time and started swinging his weapon, hitting the zombies. After the guy hit another monster with his weapon in one deft move, Sarah watched him with admiration. Suddenly, the guy's knife burst into flames and his weapon became even stronger. The secretary of the institute continued to watch from around the corner, wondering at the strength of our hero. The stunned girl wondered if he was even human. His zombie fighting technique was very skillful. Sarah thought that the main character was like a dancer performing a number, and Liu Feng had already destroyed another monster. Shaking with excitement, the girl collapsed on the floor, and Liu Feng once again eliminated the zombies in a spectacular single move. One of the women pointed out to the director the guys who were following our hero, and when she saw everything firsthand, she screamed, "The main character managed to deal with the last monster." Sarah was stunned by its murderous aura. Liu Feng reminded her of a brutal warrior. Mr. Li's assistant was rushing down the hall, shouting that he still wanted to live. He didn't even notice that the zombies were already defeated. When he stopped, he realized that he was completely alone in the corridor. Suddenly there was a fog. An unknown blonde came out of it. Xiaowen was delighted when he saw such a beauty in front of him. She asked the man if he really came to play with her. The man asked her not to be afraid, promising that he would protect the girl. But a moment later she took his life, turning out to be a mutant. Liu Feng apologized to the guys and introduced himself. The woman was happy and thought that the government came to the rescue, but the guy upset her. He asked the guys where the 16th floor was because he needed to go up there, and Sarah was shocked that the warrior spoke to her. The director intervened and shouted at them not to listen to the guy because their army is incredibly strong, and the end of the world has not come. Liu Feng couldn't get through to the director, so he left him alone and asked the terrified siblings if they were okay. The girl thanked him for saving her brother, and Director Li got angry and called out to our hero because the conversation wasn't over. This angered Liu Feng, and he punched the director in the face so that he collapsed on the floor and began to stutter in shock, holding his face. Our hero looked at him with contempt and said that he saw what Li did to people. Suddenly, the assistant director turned into a zombie appeared and grabbed him. Liu Feng was scared himself when he saw the zombie-turned assistant bite the director for treating him like a dog when he was alive. The system warned about the danger due to mutants. Liu Feng rushed away, calling for the guys to follow him. But then he was overtaken by a zombie. The guy fell to the ground. He knew that it was dangerous to go against a mutant zombie, and he didn't understand where this fog came from. He noticed a girl walking in heels behind him, and he immediately rushed forward because the zombie had startled him. Our hero tried to hit her with a weapon, but the sharp blade of the mutant was nothing. The monster went berserk and began to growl at the guy. Liu Feng shouted that he shouldn't be underestimated and tried to stab her again. Then he realized that this was a zombie girl. When the guy saw that it was also a mutant and not a normal zombie, he was afraid. The monster stuck out its long purple tongue. The younger sister of our hero came to his aid. She grabbed the mutant's tongue without fear and twisted it on her hand. Liu Feng was wondering who else was here when the window shattered and a red-haired girl with a submachine gun appeared. Li Xin immediately opened fire with her submachine gun, first hitting the two mutated zombies with well-aimed shots. Xiaowan, who had turned into a mutant, collapsed on the floor. Li Xin picked up her sharp knife to continue fighting. She hit the mutant once more to make sure to get rid of the zombie. Liu Feng and his sister stood with their mouths agape. The guy was scared when he saw the military again. They pointed their guns at him and shouted at him not to move. Li Xin introduced herself and said that girl, Xin Tong, was their target. She told them to go with the military without resistance. The military personnel and their captains surrounded our heroes. Director Lee stood on the sidelines and trembled violently, begging for rescue. Director Lee told the military that he was bitten, and Liu Feng hit him and wanted to force him to go out to the zombies to eat him. He shouted that scum Liu Feng dared to contact a level 2 VIP person and told the soldiers to grab the guy, but the gun was pointed at him. Li Xin didn't side with the mayor's friend. She said that she would take his life if he said another word. The man was terrified. The military reported to the captain that the zombies had started moving again. Li Xin was wondering why they didn't die from being shot in the head. The girl shouted to the military to be careful, but it was too late. The blonde mutant hit them from a distance. Liu Feng realized that this was a great opportunity to escape, so he shouted at Sarah to show him the way to the 16th floor. Li Xin, left alone with the mutated zombies, wondered if these were the monsters from the institute that she had been told about. Sarah successfully helped the children escape. She asked Liu Feng if it was really the government troops. He confessed that they wanted to take his sister. Both girls said that they believed in our hero, and Liu Feng thought that they seemed like good people, and it might be worth letting them into the shelter. The protagonist was startled when he looked at the boy's hand and realized that Zhaohua had been bitten by a zombie. He wondered what the bite might lead to, what he should say to the boy's sister, and when it happened. The guy became alert, noticing the fog again. The system reported that a mutant zombie was detected and the danger level was high. The monster stared terrifyingly at everyone. It was hanging directly from the ceiling, and a long purple tongue was hanging down. Liu Feng grabbed Sarah's hand to save her, but the girl in love thought that the guy liked her too. When the monster tried to grab her with its tongue, Liu Feng pulled her towards him in time, and Sarah screamed loudly in fright. The main character told the guys to go to where his sister is standing, and he took a flaming knife to fight the mutant. The guy managed to deprive the mutant monster of its tongue. But suddenly the wall broke, and 2 more zombies appeared from there. Liu Feng shouted to the guys to get out of here faster, and he stabbed the monster, but it didn't affect him. Panicking, he screamed when he saw 2 more mutant monsters. Sarah was trying to protect Shintong when a zombie approached them. Sarah hugged the girl, seeing how Shintong was scared. She didn't want to run. The girl wanted to save the frightened child. Li Xin came to the rescue, startling everyone with her appearance because she was using a battle invisibility cloak. Sister Zhao screamed that the zombies were coming again. The mutants were still alive. They were running to catch up with the victims. Liu Feng found a room to hide in. He shouted to the guys to run to the door, and he and Li Xin went to fight the monsters. The guy asked Li Xin where her people were. The girl replied that they were all dead. The invisibility cloak allowed only her to survive. Our hero did not understand why 5 mutant zombies had already appeared in the building, because the system said that only 1 mutant appeared in 100,000 people. Liu Feng saw the mutant burst through the door, smashing it, and grabbed Zhaohua. The boy shouted to his sister to save him, but it was too late. The girl was terrified as she screamed at her brother who was being taken away in front of her. But Liu Feng grabbed her arm to stop her from going there. The guy told the girl that her brother could not be saved. Crying, she asked what he would do if his sister was in the boy's place. Zhao Ka broke free and ran to save her brother, for which she paid with her life. And for the first time, Liu Feng felt helpless. The boy had an idea, and he told Li Xin about it. But she told him not to worry, but to think about how to save the others. Liu Feng activated the knife flame and said that if he wasn't mistaken, what he was looking for was where he had stuck the knife. The guy understood everything and told the girl that this zombie on the ceiling is like a deep-sea anglerfish that controls other zombies. The mutant was still alive, even though it had no tongue, and the monsters it controlled had collapsed to the floor and were writhing in pain. Li Xin was determined to get rid of the mutants, but she and Sarah were scared when Shintong beat her to it by attacking the zombies. The fragile girl managed to make the mutant crash into the wall with a single wave of her hand, thereby breaking it. Her brother helped her sister completely take the mutant's life, and for the first murder of Sharkin, the guy was awarded 100 points. The main character thanked Li Xin for her help and became alert when the red-haired girl silently pointed a submachine gun at him. Li Xin made it clear that she knew that his sister was a mutant, apologized, and said that her task was to take Shintong away. The girl warned our hero not to even think about doing anything, otherwise she would immediately take his life. The lieutenant was embarrassed when, due to her poor eyesight, she didn't aim at Liu Feng, but at the terrified Sarah. Our hero realized that this was a chance. He activated the chip of the Kung Fu master and pounced on the red-haired girl to snatch the weapon from her. Li Xin reacted in time. She swung her leg, holding the submachine gun tightly to push the guy away from her. The guy still managed to snatch the gun from her hands. He immobilized Li Xin. The lieutenant admitted that she was just following orders. Liu Feng shouted that the government was already finished, so she shouldn't follow the order, and both of them lost their balance and fell. Angry, Li Xin swung her hand and wanted to hit the guy. Liu Feng decided to kiss her to avoid being hit. Shintong grabbed the girl's head and pulled her away from her brother, and Sarah yelled at them to stop fighting. because it was completely out of place right now. Sarah led them further through the hospital, and in one of the rooms they met the hospital director who turned into a zombie. Liu Feng got rid of him. When she got to the computer, Sarah explained that hundreds of people had died in the Son of God experiment that was being conducted here. Li Xin was angry at the Minister of Health who started this experiment, and Sarah said that Xin Tong, who was also involved in it, mutated into a special monster, so she survived. The main character recalled that he had previously seen his little sister approach a dead monster and pull out a mutant chip from it. Xin Tong ate that chip back then, and he wondered if the girl could be considered an ordinary person after what she did. He decided that he needed to put it out of his mind and found the energy core of the system, for which he received 900 bonus points. The guy, holding the cube in his hand, told the curious Sarah that it was an energy core. He decided that she was trustworthy. Liu Feng said that he had a safe haven so that Sarah could join them, and the girl agreed. He was just thinking that everyone would start praying to him as a god soon, when suddenly Li Xin refused to join his team. Li Xin said that first she needed to make sure that the guy's words were true, and even if the government collapsed, she would survive in this world alone. The main character tensed up. He decided to use his brain to figure out what to do in this situation. He immediately regretted it when he said that he had enough reasons to make Li Xin, the goddess of death, join him. Li Xin smirked and replied that the guy had 5 seconds to try to convince her to join him. Otherwise, he was a dead man. After seeing the magazine in the safe, Liu Feng remembered that the system would be able to help him get National Controller Li Xin to join him. He secretly decided to spend the points to buy bullion and turn it into an identity card. The guy claimed that he was actually a special government agent who was responsible for building the Doomsday Shelter. Li Xin thought that Liu Feng was making fun of her. Even the ID card didn't make her believe it. Liu Feng shouted that as a soldier, Li Xin should boldly stand up and go forward, saving humanity in this time of troubles. Furrowing his brows, the enraged guy shouted, asking if Li Xin was really worthy of being a soldier with her evasive behavior. Li Xin was angry at first and slapped the jerk, but then she admitted that he just said some good words. She recognized that the truth had to do something for humanity, and the fact that Liu Feng had invited her had moved the goddess of death. Our hero was shocked that Li Xin was now happy to join him, and the system awarded him 200 points and 10 authority points. 2 teammates appeared on his team, and he looked at their files. Sarah was just a secretary, and Li Xin had 3 useful skills. The children went to the hospital cafeteria, and Sarah decided to repay Liu Feng's kindness by picking up groceries for all of them. Looking through the files of allies in the system, the guy realized that it can help him identify spies and detractors in the team. He was surprised to see Xin Tong drinking milk. He thought that habits don't just go away. Liu Feng remembers that she liked her neighbor's milk the most because she often brought it to her, and then asked the system to show him the Xin Tong panel. The guy saw that the system believed that Xin Tong was stronger than him. The girl's skills were unknown, as was her attitude. After reviewing his file, Liu Feng realized that the quests really did give him a lot of experience, because he had already reached the 4th level. He asked the system if it could provide free food, and found out that he would have to buy groceries at the mall. Sarah told the guy that she found rebar and plastic wrap, and suggested that Liu Feng wants to build a greenhouse for vegetables out of it. Li Xin came over, interjected, and said that the plan wasn't bad, and our hero still had a brain. As soon as she heard that the guy was going to build a greenhouse, she immediately went around and found some vegetable seeds. She decided to go and see the guy's hideout. Liu Feng was almost crying with happiness after getting such smart guys to join his team. The girls were perplexed when they saw the guy's hideout. Liu Feng explained that it was just an emergency entrance, and the main one was blocked by a rock. Li Xin, making her way through the narrow ventilation system, asked if it was by any chance that the guy called the tool cellar a shelter. When they reached the shelter, Li Xin's doubts disappeared and she exclaimed that the place was quite good. Sarah also thought that the shelter was huge. She was surprised because she expected to see a large basement here. The main character was also dumbfounded because he saw that his shelter had doubled in size, as well as 2 new doors. Proud Liu Feng introduced the girls to the shelter, showed them where the pump room is, the kitchen, the AI manager, the high-tech cafeteria, and the computer that contains all the recipes in the world. He led them to the pump room where the water is stored, a restroom with hot water, which pleased Sarah especially. The guy also led them to the main entrance building, which was currently littered with rocks due to the lieutenant's self-destruct launch. Li Xin asked Liu Feng to provide it to her and took out an unknown device, saying that she would explain what it was later. The girl attached it to a pile of rocks. A second later, there was an explosion. Now access to the main entrance was cleared. They walked past the dead shufflers, and Liu Feng told Li Xin to guard the entrance while he upgraded. Liu Feng was overjoyed when the system reported that all the elements of the shelter had reached the final stage, and it could now be upgraded to the 2nd level. Sarah and Li Xin went to the bathroom after a hard day. They were happy to enjoy the hot water, and they were grateful to the boss for the opportunity. In the meantime, Liu Feng upgraded the shelter to the second level. It will take 6 days, but he unlocked 4 new blueprints to build new rooms. The girls took a bath and wrapped themselves in towels, and Li Xin suggested that Sarah go back to her boss because he would probably be waiting for them. Li Xin was shocked when she saw that this shelter even had its own uniform, and everything here was thought out to the last detail. The red-haired girl complained to Liu Feng because this uniform, in his opinion, is specially designed to emphasize the figure. Shamed, Liu Feng asked the system why the uniform was like this, and the system replied that the clothes were created by his brain's imagination. Sarah informed the guy that the vegetables she brought would last for a month, as well as the rest of the food. The water supply was in order, so first of all, we need to look for food. Li Xin said that food and energy can be found a couple of kilometers away, and medicines can be collected at the hospital. A thoughtful Liu Feng concluded that the girls' report wasn't bad, but they couldn't go on forever collecting food. He took the girls with him to tell them that he was going to install a greenhouse in the water pumping room. The system reported to the guy that to build a greenhouse, you need a hydroponic plant, a nutrient solution, and you need to spend 100 points on everything. Construction has begun, and it will be completed in 2 days, so Li Xin deduced that this AI matches Liu Feng's personality. In an alley outside the hospital, an unknown girl was chasing after the mutated Director Li, and she asked him if he had seen the girl in the photo. Caught in a fright, Director Li replied to the stranger that he hadn't seen the girl in the photo she was holding in her hand. The man begged the girl to save him. He promised that he would give her all the money if she did, and this interested her. She got even angrier, snatched the bat from her partner, and started beating up the rich man who doesn't know how poor people survive. The girl screamed that the poor who were oppressed and exploited by the rich could only survive by hiding in the subway. So Director Li deserved to die. After taking his life, Zheng Tianshang declared that times have changed, and now their quarreling clan will exterminate all the rich dogs. At midnight, our hero was already lying in his bed. The guy was very nervous. It was his first night spent here. It was because this was the first time he'd ever shared a room with a girl, even though he'd had a girlfriend before. To distract himself, he asked the system to show him the blueprints for a new level of shelter, and concluded that he would have to find another team member to gain authority and create a weapon. The main character was perplexed. He blushed when Sarah suddenly got out of her bed and crawled under the covers with him. When he turned around, he saw that the girl was snoring, and he was even more shocked because he was counting on something else. The guy concluded that Sarah is just a sleepwalker and walks in her sleep, so he decided not to wake the girl up. Otherwise, Li Xin will also get angry. The next day, Liu Feng didn't look refreshed, but he got to work and decided to try out some new magical transformation abilities. The guy started converting the ammunition Li Xin found in the ruins after the explosion. 2 points were spent. Our hero received a bullet with an explosive effect, but he did not have a weapon to use it. So the guy asked the system to increase the sensation talent by 1 point, the Kung Fu Master by 3 points, and the rest to increase strength. Liu Feng wasn't so lucky because he came across purple-colored Kung Fu Master's gloves, which turned out to be very rare. The main character clenched his teeth tightly. He didn't understand what was going on because there was a great pain in his arm. The young man started shouting at the entire shelter, his clenched fist turning into a bright purple flash. A metal glove appeared on his hand, sweating as he looked at the new attribute and admitted that it was quite powerful. Suddenly, someone called him. It turned out to be Kelly. She asked the guy to come because she needed his help. Li Xin and our hero went outside. The girl was impressed to see that there were still eagles in the apocalyptic city. Before Liu Feng left for the mission, his sister got worse. The system said that Xin Tong's mutation was progressing, and it was necessary to improve the shelter to the 5th level as soon as possible. Sarah said that Kelly is the president of Red Sky Corporation, and she was previously engaged to Zheng Tianxun. The girl reported that Kelly is in a big shopping center a couple of kilometers away, so it's worth finding and saving her, at the same time collecting the substances they need. After getting out, Li Xin immediately ran off somewhere, and Liu Feng asked her to wait for him while he found Kelly. The front was full of zombies. Liu Feng suggested that they move quietly. Li Xin couldn't use the invisibility cloak because it had a government tracking chip on it. Our hero said that he modified the bullets for the girl, and now they have a bursting effect. Li Xin thanked him. In addition to the magnetic gloves, the guy created explosive darts and an explosive flying knife in addition to the fire blade. Li Xin offered to move out in 2 minutes, and then made him feel embarrassed by saying that she noticed that he was looking at her feet. The main character blushed and stared at her dumbfounded as she smiled and asked if Liu Feng was into silk stockings. The guy asked her to stop messing with him and offered to steal that military vehicle to get to Kelly. Li Xin didn't like the idea because breaking the car window would attract zombies, but Liu Feng had a good idea. The girl suggested to choose another car, but Liu Feng activated the magnetic glove chip so that Li Xin could see how it was done. The car keys that were in the pocket of the mutant driver rose into the air and flew out through the sunroof of the car. With the help of magnetic gloves, the guy easily took the keys and then got rid of the mutant sitting in the car. The guys got into a military car and raced down the city street, simultaneously knocking down all the zombies and mutants on their way. Lee Sin was having a lot of fun driving and getting rid of monsters this way, and Liu Feng was asking her to drive more calmly. The guy noticed that in the shelter she became more cheerful. The girl explained that it was in the special unit that she had to be cruel. Liu Feng turned his head and looked out the window. He noticed a mutant loitering on the street. This zombie didn't look like the ones he had met before. Its arms were like sharp claws. It was bigger than a normal mutant. The terrified young man concluded that the zombies began to evolve, and therefore become stronger and stronger. Kelly was still sitting in the mall, waiting to be rescued, surrounded by zombies, some already trying to break through to her. Now the girl's life was in danger because a whole crowd of monsters broke the window, and she would either have to run or fight. The girl had already decided that this was the end. She closed her eyes, resigned to death, but a moment later, someone attacked the zombie. It turned out that some armed guys came running to help her, who started beating up the monsters and shooting at them with a pistol. The man who beat the zombie with a bat asked Miss if she was okay, and suggested that we get out of here together. The company managed to get to a safe room and close the door. Kelly thanked them for saving her and asked who they were. They introduced themselves as Kyung, San, a college student, and police officer Roy, who were hiding together in this supermarket. The girl introduced herself as Kelly, thanked her again for saving her, and said that she knew someone would be in the supermarket. According to her, she saw that in each section of the building there are protective doors. Someone clearly fought with zombies, so she hid here. They all returned to the gathering area, where Xiao Yiyi, Xiao Zhao, the pregnant woman Li Hua, and the grandmother were waiting for them. The survivors were shocked that Kelly, who tops the list of the 10 richest women, is now sitting with them in the shelter. Schoolgirl. Xiao Yi was not happy with the appearance of this sly fox. Someone came up and asked if they were all still alive. It was Zhang San who had escaped from prison, and he was stunned when he saw that the new beauty Kelly was now sitting here. The man came up, put his arm around the waist of the beauty, and said that he wanted to make a deal with her, taking out a can of canned food from his backpack. He handed her food and offered to exchange it for a night together, but was promptly slapped in the face. Kelly stood up for herself, telling the scoundrel to get his paws off her and warning him that she would break something if he touched her again. Zhang San wanted to fight with her, but police officer Roy pointed a gun at him and warned him that he knew that he had escaped from prison. Kelly realized that she couldn't rely on anyone here, but she decided to stay and even offered to help take care of the food. Zhang San stood on the sidelines and smiled slyly as he looked at the company and thought that they would all still answer for his humiliation. Not far from the shopping center, the survivors fled, fleeing from the zombies. The man thought that he would really die here, although he was predicted a different fate. The man remembered the sage's words that, at a critical moment, the noble guy with red hair would save him, and he was right. The guy with the red hair told him to duck, and he swung the bat to save him from the bloodthirsty mutant. The bat had no effect on the zombies, but a moment later the monster was destroyed by the main character, who came to the rescue in time. It turned out that the true savior of Ob was not a red-haired guy, but a dark-haired man who appeared completely unexpectedly. He fell to his knees and started hugging our hero's legs, calling him his savior. Liu Feng was dumbfounded. It was too early to relax. Another female zombie attacked the guys, and Liu Feng reacted in time and threw an explosive dart at her. It was not possible to save all the survivors. The monster attacked the guy with blue hair and then took the life of another team member. Ab was horrified to see how brutally the zombie had dealt with his comrade Li, and several more zombies ran at them. Liu Feng thought that the zombies were now actively developing, so he attacked one of them with a fireblade and called out to his partner Li Xin. Li Xin came to the rescue at the right moment. She put her arms around our hero's neck and fired at the zombies with a machine gun. A brave girl kicked one of the monsters with her foot, telling him to fuck off, and our hero faced another mutant. When Liu Feng hit another zombie with the fireblade, the monster was so hard that the guy's knife broke. The guy didn't lose his head. He used his magnetic glove to finish off the monster to the end. The main character was outraged that these zombies were evolving at such a rapid pace, and Ab was delighted with the guy's abilities. The shooting attracted even more zombies here, and Liu Feng saw an auto repair shop and suggested that everyone hide there as soon as possible. The girl suggested to check if there were any zombies here. She and Liu Feng started searching the room, starting from the second floor. As soon as the main character opened the door, a woman turned into a mutant jumped out at him, breaking the window. Although Liu Feng's blade was broken, he was able to get rid of the zombies, but he told the guys that it looked like they needed to create a new weapon. At night, Liu Feng, Li Xin Ob, and the other survivors stayed in the auto repair shop, and she saw that they were surrounded by monsters from all sides. Our hero reassured her by telling her that when he created a new weapon, these hordes of zombies would not be a hindrance to them. He finally introduced himself and said that he was an electrician who went out with others to search for food. and Liu Feng invited him to join his team. Liu Feng decided to bribe him by showing that he had medicine, water, and food, and that he and his companion would not need anything if they joined him. Ab was outraged. He shouted that he was hungry, but he would rather feed the zombie with his body than take something from our hero. The man still couldn't resist the can of food. He began to eat it and say how delicious it is. The electrician was sad because he could leave this world at any time, and our hero decided to calm him down, saying that they would all survive. Li Xin walked up to Liu Feng, hugged her, and happily declared that they would all live together. But he was outraged because our hero had previously said that he did not have a girlfriend. An hour later, Liu Feng went down to the first floor to create a weapon. He had a lot of parts, but he didn't know what to do with them. He flashed his flashlight and saw the blade of a chainsaw, and then decided to immediately start creating a new weapon. The next morning, the boys looked outside and found the street completely filled with the wandering dead. The situation was complicated by the fact that one of the survivors was injured, and Li Xin realized that it was impossible to move so fast on the street. Suddenly, a car appeared on the street, knocking down the monsters that roamed the road. A shaven-headed man in tattoos peeked out of the hatchway, shouting and laughing loudly as he hit the zombies with a modified bumper. Ab and Li Xin were stunned as they watched how this car managed to attract the attention of all the zombies and lead them away from the auto repair shop. Li Xin shouted that it wasn't good and she needed to run urgently. She was right, because in a second, the armed underground clan was already here. The red-haired girl immediately opened fire on the scoundrels who rushed in with guns. The bandits tensed when they saw that she had a gun. One of them wanted to pounce on the girl, but she pulled out her hidden weapon and dealt with it with a sharp red knife. The leader of the underground clan also entered the workshop, and Li Xin noticed her and pointed a machine gun at her. The underground took Ob and his friend hostage, and their leader warned them that she would take their lives if Li Xin dared to shoot. The captain of the team, Virus, asked Li Xin if she had seen the woman in the photo, and the survivor admitted that he knew someone named Kelly was in a nearby store. Virus suggested that Li Xin, calling her a military mutt, fight one-on-one, and she would let her leave if she won. Virus didn't wait for her to agree, but as she rushed to attack the girl, Liu Feng suddenly appeared behind Li Xin and told her to move away. Meanwhile, Kelly spent a carefree time at the mall, sunbathing in the pool and drinking cocktails, as if there wasn't an apocalypse outside the mall. The guy who escaped from prison approached the girl together with his comrades and asked if she was lonely here alone. Kelly sat quietly and said nothing until a distraught convict grabbed her hands and told her that he didn't care if the rich lady agreed or not. The girl grabbed a glass of cocktail and threw it in the face of one of the bandits. This angered their leader. He shouted that now it would be bad. Officer Lowe came to the rescue in time, saying that he was now personally convinced of Kelly's words that they wanted to attack her. Kelly stepped on the gang leader with her foot when he insulted her, asking if the policeman was planning to plot against him with her. The girl kicked him in the face, said that a scumbag like him should rot in prison all his life. The main character in the horse mask began to fight against the virus. Swinging a chainsaw, the girl praised his fighting skills. Virus gave Liu Feng a fitting rebuff and shouted, asking if the horse-headed man could consider himself a hero. Suddenly, the horse's head's mouth opened and fire poured out like a flamethrower, but Virus jumped up just in time. Liu Feng realized that the girl didn't like his move and prepared to launch another attack against her. He decided to show her something she hadn't seen before, namely the magnetic force, and used his gauntlet to pick out Virus's throwing knife. The main character sneaked up on her from behind and used a chokehold. The subordinate of the virus was afraid for their boss, seeing that she lost. Liu Feng reminded the girl of her previous words that she would let go of his friends if she was defeated by the guy in a battle. Virus told the guy, smiling mischievously, that the Corlings intended to capture Kelly, as the Minister of Health announced a huge monetary reward for her capture. The guy replied that this time she would not succeed. He was going to strangle the virus, but she even liked the feeling of suffocation. Liu Feng became alert when he heard a loud roar resounding throughout the auto repair shop. Li Xin was startled. She screamed, asking what had happened, and an explosion went off in the street, scattering cars in all directions. There is a warning from the system that mutants are appearing in this place, and it is recommended to escape from here as soon as possible. The virus was informed that someone had attacked their convoy, but they didn't know yet that it was a giant fire mutant that was much stronger than ordinary zombies. A huge monster began to run amok. He grabbed the car and threw it directly into the nearest building in which our hero was hiding. That car smashed through the wall and flew straight into the room where the Corlings, Liu Feng, and the others were at that moment. Fragments of the building's walls began to fall onto the street. Smoke billowed out of the auto repair shop, and the mutant was still waiting for victims on the city street. Liu Feng helped him up and offered to leave while there was a convenient moment, but his subordinates asked him what to do because the hostages had escaped. Virus told her subordinates to deal with the zombies first and then go to the mall to capture Kelly. Meanwhile, in the shopping center, a schoolgirl was unhappy that Kelly decided to limit food. The girl explained that you need to save money. otherwise they will be devoured by zombies. Kelly asked her grandmother what month the woman was pregnant, and the grandmother explained that the woman's belly had grown in just a few days. The girl thought it was strange, especially since the bites on the pregnant woman seemed to have left zombies, and then told the team that she would personally go with the squad to kill zombies and look for food. She told Officer Luo that she was suspicious of Li Hua's pregnancy because her stomach had grown in 3 days, and she doubted that the baby was there. The schoolgirl was angry with Kelly because she was the first person Officer Law had ever reprimanded her for, and she was shaking with anger. The man who escaped from prison was behind bars. He called the girl and saw that she also hated Kelly, said that he knew how to win back the favor of Officer Li. Li Hua's pregnancy really wasn't ordinary. When Granny brought the woman food, she dropped it on the floor out of fright when she saw that the woman was giving birth to a mutant. Granny screamed in horror when she saw the zombie. Li Hua's husband tried to calm her down, but immediately died because the mutant attacked him. Officer Li, meanwhile, had heard from Kelly that Li Hua's stomach was probably not just a normal child, but a parasitic mutant zombie. The policeman saw this for himself a second later when the mutated pregnant Li Hua burst into the hall, which soon bit her grandmother as well. The police officer tried to eliminate the monster with a pistol, but the bullets did not make the mutant stop. Kelly and the student ran out of there, annoyed that her plan had failed again, and she would now only have to rely on almost 10,000. As Xiaoli ran forward, the door suddenly opened and a man's hand appeared with a knife, which was fatal for the guy. Officer Li was afraid for the guy. The schoolgirl pulled out the police officer's gun and pointed it at him, ordering him not to move. The schoolgirl screamed that all this was because of the seductress Kelly, and it was necessary to take her life. And Zek, watching this, was happy that the team quarreled. One of Jang San's henchmen managed to grab Kelly and cover her mouth with his hand. The girl could only hope for the appearance of almost 10,000. Jang San snatched the gun from the schoolgirl's hand, said that he was going to shoot, and a moment later, the bullet hit Officer Li. Kelly was just beginning to lose her last hope of escape when a guy wearing a horse mask showed up and destroyed the mutant with a chainsaw. The main character took off his mask and showed his true face. He was surprised that President Kelly was here. The guy immediately stood up for Kelly. He hit one of the villains who molested the girl in the face. Liu Feng was fascinated by the girl's rose-scented perfume. He asked her if she was okay. Kelly thanked him for saving her. The main character carefully threw his red jacket over the shoulders of the girl. She looked at the guy with fascination. Kelly admitted that she did not think that he would really come to her rescue. She once again said many thanks to him for saving her. Jang San pointed the gun at the guys, asking why the poor man Liu Feng helps this rich woman. Our hero immediately wounded the criminal with a chainsaw. Finally, Liu Feng told the guy that although he was poor, he believed that he could realize his dreams, so they were completely different. Our hero was dumbfounded by the appearance of a new mutant who grabbed Zhang San by the head, and the latter began to scream, begging for salvation. The escaped villain screamed for help, but it was too late. The evolved zombie took his life. The main character, Kelly, and the others just stood there and stared dumbfounded at what was happening in front of their eyes. The system announced a high degree of threat. Liu Feng was advised to escape. He looked at the zombies and couldn't believe his eyes. The guy said that this zombie chased them all the way to the entrance of the mall, so he had no other choice but to distract it on himself. With its tentacles, the monster took the lives of a schoolgirl and a guy. Liu Feng again prepared a weapon, telling Kelly that this mutant is not so easy to escape. The main character shouted that he should not be underestimated. He opened the horse's mouth and began to breathe flames at the monster. The guy boldly attacked the mutant, shouting that he was finished. He began to fight against him with flames and a chainsaw. It wasn't enough to get rid of the giant zombie. The monster punched the guy and sent him flying backwards. Lo Feng persevered, but started coughing loudly, and Kelly looked at him worriedly and asked if everything was fine. The guy replied that it was fine, but he actually grimaced in pain. He thought that if he hadn't protected himself with a saw, all his ribs would have been broken by now. The giant mutant approached our hero again. Fortunately, at this moment a car crashed into the monster, which suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It turned out that Virus was sitting in the car and a guy from her clan was driving. The girl asked Liu Feng if he expected to see her here. Kelly was surprised that the Virus knew her. The girl said that it was her fiancé, Zheng Tianxiong, who ordered her to save Kelly and return her to the man. Liu Feng took off his mask and told the girls to stop when Virus accused Kelly of cheating on her husband. And Kelly explained that Tianxiong was just her fiancé. The main character said that Zheng Tianxiong is not a good person at all. Kelly had no idea what the guy was talking about because she did not yet know about the atrocities of her fiancé. The guy said that her fiancé built a dungeon in the hospital and secretly researched the zombie virus, and also grabbed his little sister and turned her into a monster. Kelly wondered if her fiancé really decided to destroy the assets of her medical industry, and whether to trust Liu Feng's words. The girl said that she trusts our hero more, and will not go anywhere with him until her fiancé personally comes to look for Kelly. Virus was furious with Liu Feng for constantly ruining her plans, but she had to switch to a mutant who started showing signs of life. The survivors were frightened, and someone shouted that things were bad when they saw the monster get to its feet and lift the car with its hands. The giant mutant was holding a military vehicle on its shoulders like a piece of fluff, seemingly targeting the virus. Virus started to complain that it was Liu Feng who set her up and led her to the zombie. The guy replied that she ran into it herself, and he had nothing to do with it. The system warned our hero that the power of the monster continues to grow, and you need to escape from here as quickly as possible. The tentacles of the mutant were restored, which greatly surprised the guy. The main character grabbed Kelly by the arm and they ran. Virus shouted at them not to do this, and didn't notice the monster sneaking up on her from behind. Liu Feng and Kelly were running around the corner when the explosion occurred, and the guy frantically called Li Xin and asked where they were right now. Li Xin replied that they were currently eliminating zombies on the second floor of the mall, and Liu Feng asked her to finish off a huge monster. The red-haired girl noticed a large statue standing next to her, and then agreed to help Liu Feng get rid of the giant mutant. The main character and Kelly ran to another room. The guy shouted that it was all over when he saw a whole crowd of zombies in front of him. Kelly suggested that the guy come back because there are too many zombies, but Liu Feng flatly refused, remembering his younger sister. The guy replied to the girl that he was responsible for his younger sister, so he had no way back. He apologized to President Kelly in advance, grabbed her, put her in a cart, and set out to break through this crowd of zombies. In an apocalyptic world, apart from the vicious human behavior, the most terrifying thing wasn't mutants, but huge crowds of zombies. Under such conditions, ordinary people didn't have the slightest chance of surviving. The army hadn't fallen yet, and many tanks were lined up on a wide avenue, ordered to open fire on the monsters. At the military headquarters, someone reported that the previous group of zombies had been destroyed, and there were no casualties among the personnel. The secret underground base reported that the battle was over. The army entered the right building, which means the mission was completed. The general told the military that the monsters were destroyed, but there is a problem with ammunition, so it will not be possible to resume operations soon. The meeting was attended by the surviving authorities of the country. They were glad that General Qindong was helping to put the plan into practice. The general gave the floor to the Minister of Health, who was sitting at the head of the table, to comment on the plan. A white-haired man with a thick mustache and glasses cleared his throat before making a comment to the crowd. Meanwhile, Liu Feng and Kelly were trying to fight their way through the crowd of zombies, and the girl started to wonder when she saw what kind of abilities the guy had. The guy improved his weapon and made a propeller out of it, where the blades are saws that will help them break through the crowd of monsters. The girl drew attention to the hand of our hero, who was holding on to the handle of the cart. She noticed that he was shaking. Liu Feng told Kelly that they would die if they didn't break through today. The girl deduced that the guy wasn't a fearless hero at all. She decided that she needed to cheer up the guy because it is clear that he is only about 20 years old. So she hugged and kissed him on the forehead. Kelly thanked him for saving her and offered to go to hell together if they didn't work out, which encouraged Liu Feng. He put on a horse mask and prepared to attack. He knew that there was a roller gate ahead, and the most important thing was to get there. The main character activated the weapon and rushed forward. The propeller of chainsaws perfectly coped with the destruction of monsters. Liu Feng's entire face was sweating, and he screamed in fear, but he didn't stop and continued to run bravely through the crowd of the walking dead. The weapons created by the system helped him break through dozens of zombies, but there were still a lot of monsters ahead. The main character was scared when he saw that one of the zombies was ready to pounce on him. He hit her with his helmet in the form of a horse's head. Liu Feng started to panic because the propeller had stopped working due to the zombie pieces trapped in it, and there wasn't much time left before the exit. The monsters' paws were already grabbing him by the shoulders. He was already beginning to doubt that he would get out of here. He wondered if he would die here. The main character screamed in pain when one of the monsters scratched him. Fortunately, he remembered that he had vaccinated himself the day before. However, things were still bad, because the vaccine can't help the young man avoid death at the hands and teeth of monsters. Fortunately, an idea popped up in his head, and Liu Feng decided to use the magnetic glove when he saw the metal light fixture on the ceiling. With his gauntlet, Liu Feng caused this lamp to break and fall directly onto the heads of the zombies that were blocking his way to the exit. A huge metal lamp fell on top of the zombie, clearing the way a bit. Liu Feng decided to take advantage of this opportunity. The main character successfully broke through the crowd of bloodthirsty zombies and drove up to the exit while Kelly was hiding in the cart. The guy grabbed the handle and pulled it down sharply to close the roller gate and leave all the zombies behind. Liu Feng started laughing with joy because he and Kelly had managed to survive this mess. All the zombies were left on the other side. The young man continued to laugh madly, his blood pumping with adrenaline, and Kelly took off her jacket. The main character decided to take some electricity here to earn points. The system awarded him 150 points for completing the task. Kelly stared at what Liu Feng was doing in disbelief. The guy offered to go back to their teammates without explaining anything. Li Xin had already finished dealing with the zombies on the second floor. When she saw Kelly, she immediately warned that she would take her life if she did something bad. Kelly deduced that our hero wasn't an ordinary person, since Li Xin, who works for the government, joined him. Li Xin was frightened when she saw that our hero was scratched by a zombie, who calmed her down by saying that he had previously injected himself with a vaccine. The red-haired girl complimented him and patted his head, and Kelly breathed a sigh of relief because she was afraid that she had killed another survivor. The main character also praised Li Xin, saying that she was a good team member. But the girl got angry when she saw the lipstick marks on his face. Li Xin was so angry with the guy that she attacked him out of jealousy. Kelly decided not to interfere. She turned away and coughed. Ob, who was about to get the guys out of here, shouted at them not to flirt but rather get ready to take their seats, because he was almost done. Li Xin reported that she had taken her position. She asked Liu Feng if he was going to use a trap and what it really looked like for him. Suddenly, they heard a knock on the door and a cry for help. Two guys rushed into the hall, who were running away from a giant mutant in fear. Liu Feng grabbed a chainsaw and told the girls to run away from here while he saved these guys from the mutant. The mutant was too strong. When Liu Feng tried to fight him, the monster waved his hand and our hero flew away, crashing into the wall. Electrician Ob started to panic because the wires he had wrapped around his arm got tangled, and the trap plan was in jeopardy. Someone shouted that they should cut the wire, but he replied that they would not return to their previous lives, and the world was now in chaos. The guy said that they can't live in the shelter for the rest of their lives. Sooner or later, they will have to leave the shelter. While he was talking philosophically, the electrician did not notice that the mutant was already aiming at him. He dropped the wire and ran, screaming in fear. The main character came to the rescue in time. He wounded the mutant, swinging his chainsaw. Liu Feng bravely fought against the monster. He shouted to the electrician to activate the trap as soon as possible. The guy tried to do it in a panic. Shouting in fear, Ob still connected the two blue wires, after which the statue standing in the shopping center exploded. When smoke laughed, the protagonist turned his head and saw that the statue hadn't completely exploded, which meant the plan hadn't worked. Li Xin covered the team members by shooting at the mutant with a submachine gun, while Kelly and the boys tried to push the statue off its pedestal by hand. The girl screamed that the mutant's defense was too strong. The bullets had no effect. But then the statue began to fall directly on the monster. Liu Feng already hoped that they had destroyed the monster, but even the heavy statue didn't cause the mutant to collapse to the ground. The guys were shocked that the huge statue did not affect the monster in any way. One of them wanted to help our hero overcome the mutant. When Liu Feng saw that the mutant's arm had grown back, he shouted at Li Xin to give him a magazine of explosive cartridges, because ordinary ones are useless. The main character started to panic when he saw that his magnetic glove hadn't charged yet. The monster was aiming at him. He thought it was too late. The mutant's claw was already millimeters away from Liu Feng's face, when suddenly someone asked the guy where he lost that powerful power that he used earlier with her. Liu Feng was dumbfounded when he saw that the virus came to the rescue. The girl said that this mutant took the lives of her companions too. Virus told the guy to remember that only she could take his life, and Li Xin praised the boss for doing a good job. Li Xin put down the submachine gun because she knew that the recoil with these rounds would be powerful. She prepared to fire again. The red-haired girl opened fire on the mutant, firing explosive bullets at it non-stop. The explosive bullets created by our hero were really more effective. The monster received at least some damage. The recoil was really powerful because Li Xin broke her shoulder. Liu Feng praised her and used magnetic force to grab the weapon. Grabbing a weapon made from a chainsaw, the protagonist charged forward to attack the giant mutant when it was already injured. Liu Feng successfully defeated him. The system suggested that he take the monster essence that would help his little sister wake up, and he did so. Our hero turned around when someone called him. It was Li Xin and Kelly. The girls were interested in whether he was okay. Ob was thrilled that the guy really managed to get rid of the monster, and Kelly was forced to tell the guys the bitter news that Officer Li and Xiao Li were no longer alive. Virus told Liu Feng that he was lucky, because today she would let him leave here because he got rid of the monster that took the lives of her brothers. She waved her hand and left, finally telling our hero that his life belongs to her, but he should not die first. Liu Feng received the happy news from Sarah and the system that the shelter had already been upgraded to the second level. He had received a medical center, a portal, and a uniform manufacturing factory. Kelly agreed to join his team. Liu Feng immediately read her file. The girl was friendly and had 3 skills. The other survivors didn't know what to do next, as their former comrades were dead, and Liu Feng coughed, drawing their attention to him. The guy said that he is the director of the shelter and now officially invites the guys to join his project. Our hero got angry when the guys doubted his words. Li Xin stood up for him and tried to convince him that the Fireseed project was real. The boys immediately changed their minds and shouted that they believed Li Xin and joined the shelter. Kelly called Liu Feng over to her. and she surreptitiously took a stun gun and accused the guy of lying just now. The girl crept up behind him, brandished a stun gun, and asked if it was true that Liu Feng had sucked the electricity out of her car. President Kelly didn't notice the zombie creeping up on her. The girl only had time to get scared, and Liu Feng pulled her to him, saving her from the monster. Li Xin became alert when she heard that something was going on in the room. She assumed that there were zombies in there and peeked in. The main character and Kelly lost their balance. The girl collapsed right on top of Liu Feng, and he began to stutter in embarrassment. Li Xin was outraged that Kelly and Liu Feng were acting so openly, and our hero started to solve the problem with an empty chainsaw. The guy again protected Kelly from the zombies. He grabbed a weapon and hit the monster with it, electrocuting it. This helped neutralize the mutant, and Liu Feng breathed a sigh of relief, because at the critical moment, the weapon synthesis was successful. The guy's ability really impressed Kelly. She thought that Liu Feng was very useful, and Li Xin was still eavesdropping on what was going on in the room. Kelly once again thanked him for saving her. She asked if this was the way Liu Feng stole electricity from her car. The guy immediately changed the subject. The girl grinned and wondered how many more secrets this young man still held. There was also an apocalyptic chaos near the house where Liu Feng lived. There weren't many zombies, but they reigned on the street. Our hero, wearing a horse mask, grabbed a bat and began to sneak down the street, wanting to get to his Aunt Lee. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out and passed over the young man's head, shattering his horse mask into splinters. The surviving dog, which was tied to the monster, got scared and rushed forward, shot by a sniper who was hiding on the roof. After seeing that the target was still alive, she contacted the headquarters and reported that a suspicious mutant zombie was found near the target. Zheng Tianxiong, the Minister of Health, was sitting at the headquarters and ordered the sniper to find the target, and anyone who interfered with her was to be killed. Liu Feng dashed forward to avoid the sniper. The system reported to him that the sniper was on the roof of a multi-story building to the southeast of the owner. The main character ran forward with all his might. He mentally appealed to his Aunt Lee, promising the woman that he would save her. He remembered his neighbor Li, who used to help him and Shintong out a lot, bringing them breakfast after they lost their parents. The guy was at a loss, suddenly receiving a task to choose from the system. It was necessary to investigate this case with a low chance of survival or escape. Having chosen the second option, a man in a cybernetic suit immediately appeared in front of him, who began the protocol of destroying the found living person. The terrified Liu Feng immediately realized that he was facing a representative of the government army, and the soldier was already swinging at him. The soldier definitely didn't expect the guy to fight back by pulling out a spiked bat and engaging him in a brave battle. Trembling, Liu Feng held the bat firmly in front of him, protecting himself from the soldier's fist, and then decided to absorb the opponent's energy. The military man collapsed on the floor. He asked Liu Feng what he did and why his suit suddenly failed. Our hero was delighted to receive an update for the gloves. He asked the military man who he was and what he was doing here, and threatened that he would rob him if he did not tell everything. The soldier's energy allowed Liu Feng to upgrade her magnetic gloves to level 2, making them stronger and more powerful. The guy decided to immediately try out the gloves when the system told him that they now allow him to hit harder, including when using a steel punch. Sniper Zi Xiao wasn't worried, because she was sure that Iron Bear had already caught Liu Feng, but then she saw something flying at her. It was a magnetic glove of our hero, which the guy launched directly at the sniper, after which there was an explosion. So the guy figured out how his updated glove works. Now he was going to return soon, because there are still people from the government army nearby. Liu Feng reached his apartment complex and saw the government troops. He recognized the people who were with them. It turned out that the savior of his youth, Aunt Lee, was captured by government forces, as was her daughter Yuxuan. As Li Xin was escaping the heat by eating ice cream at the entrance of the mall, she wondered where Liu Feng had gone and why he hadn't brought her along. She watched Kelly, who was giving out orders to the guys. She became curious about what Kelly was doing with Liu Feng in that room, so she decided to ask the guy about everything. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of the apartment complex, Auntie Lee resisted arrest, shouting for the government forces to let them go. The woman was indignant why the military put handcuffs on them, because they came to save them. The daughter asked her mother not to anger the soldiers. One of the soldiers told the woman to cover her mouth and hit her in the face. Auntie Lee fell to the ground and screamed in pain. The main character couldn't just look at it, so he sneaked up from behind and swung the bat to hit one of the soldiers. The guy managed to hit one of the soldiers with a studded bat, but he didn't have time to defend himself because Liu Feng attacked unexpectedly. The second soldier shouted, asking who did it. But a moment later, Liu Feng also shot him in the shoulder. The main character managed to eliminate the government military with the help of his improved magnetic glove. The guy immediately picked up his neighbor and asked Auntie Hanyang if she was okay. Yuchuan also recognized him as Liu Feng. Liu Feng made the little girl happy when he said that Shintong was also fine, and they could live together in peace when the time came. Yuxuan told the guy that her mother was very sick, She got worse after the apocalypse, and the military had just given her some medicine. The guy noticed that 2 more soldiers arrived here. They quickly ran while the soldiers were shooting at them. The system reported to the youth that mutated species fluctuations were detected nearby. And then someone from the roof shot at the guy, hitting him on the leg. This caused our hero to collapse on the asphalt and drop his aunt, who was shot by a sniper, who laughed angrily, asking Liu Feng if he expected her to still be alive. The sniper eliminated the target, which turned out to be Aunt Lee, dying. She told the hero that everything was fine because she was still terminally ill. The main character realized what exactly Aunt Lee was sick with when he saw that her blood was colored black, just like his younger sister's. Auntie Lee finally asked the guy to promise her that he would take care of his daughter. Liu Feng shouted that he was promising her that. The military surrounded them from all sides. Liu Feng shouted, blaming himself for everything. He hated himself for being too weak and not saving his loved one. At this moment, heavy rain began to fall. The main character grimaced with anger. He shouted that the military who took Aunt Lee's life were freaks. He froze as a red warning appeared that a mutated species had appeared behind him and needed to duck immediately. Even the military was at a loss to understand what they were facing. Liu Feng was also startled when he turned around and saw the tentacles. The mutant tentacles swooped down on the military, and Liu Feng hugged Yuxuan tightly to protect her from the monster. In a matter of seconds, the mutant with its tentacles got rid of a whole crowd of military personnel. Even our hero had no idea what kind of monster they were facing. The dead Aunt Lee turned into a mutant of unprecedented proportions. The system begged Liu Feng to run away from there, because the monster evolved before our eyes. The system reported that the mutant doesn't have enough nutrients to evolve, so it attracts all the zombies in the area. Liu Feng was informed that the mutant's energy had surpassed even the elite and lord levels. Even the system couldn't determine the monster's level. The system determined that the situation was at the level of a natural disaster, and Liu Feng saw the mutant's veins fill up the area, turning into a net. At a loss, he and Yuxuan collapsed to their knees. The guy didn't understand why these veins destroyed everyone, but bypassed them. Because of the pressure, he couldn't even move. The system told the guy about the 6 levels of zombies. This mutant was at the highest level. The system speculated that this mutant might be the first monster in the world to receive a natural disaster level. The main character drew attention to the mutant's heart. It seemed to him that it was beating, and it looked like something was coming out of it. The system warned him that the level of this mutated species couldn't even be calculated, and the chance of survival was 0 when the woman in red appeared in front of him. Yuxuan recognized this woman as her mother. Our hero couldn't even move, even though the system asked him to run away from there. Liu Feng learned from the system that Aunt Lee had lost her emotions and memories, and was now a new species that could destroy everything on the planet. The system named Aunt Lee the Scarlet Queen, a natural disaster creature that can control blood and decompose all things. The sniper on the roof called Minister Chen and tried to report that a mutant had appeared, but the Scarlet Queen crippled her in an instant. The Scarlet Queen didn't even need to look at the victim to destroy it at a great distance, and the Minister of Health fell silent when he heard what was happening there. Minister Chen got angry at his sniper when she failed the mission, and he slammed his fist down on the table and shouted that she was a jerk. Our hero asked the system if it was still possible to save his aunt, who replied that first you need to improve the shelter to the 5th level, and then create a vaccine. A day later, the team arrived at the shelter with trucks full of supplies. They were amazed to see the scale of it, and Sarah met them and told them everything. Li Xin had called Kelly over to show her around, and Liu Feng's mind was still on Aunt Lee, and he was about to think of a plan to save her. Sarah gave the new residents of the shelter a presentation about it, told them about the new workshops, teleport, greenhouse, and medical office. The survivors were amazed by an advanced clothing workshop that can also make helmets, gas masks, and bulletproof vests. They were also shocked by the medical office, where you can create medicines, and the teleport, through which you can send goods up to 2 tons. Sarah showed the guys the greenhouse where they grow vegetables. Now the crop was enough to provide for 10 people. Liu Feng and Li Xin were also surprised by the changes. After not being here for a couple of days, the girl got angry when Kelly called out to the guy. Kelly offered to build a command post. The system immediately offered Liu Feng to create it for 100 points. The guy agreed, because the blueprints were hidden. In the evening, Liu Feng decided to take a break in the public shower. Tomorrow he would find out about the hidden blueprints and ask each new person. The guy was wiping the sweat off his face with a towel, thinking about his own business, when suddenly someone came in, so he turned back. The main character was scared when he saw that his little sister Shintong and her friend Yuxuan had come. He asked them why they had come, and deduced that the sister remembered her friend Yuxuan after absorbing the mutant essence, and her memory recovered a little. The guy was taken aback when the girl sat down next to him in the tub and started rubbing his back, not expecting him to be shy. The main character decided to distract them by telling them that he was sorry that he couldn't save his aunt, when suddenly Yuxuan lashed out at him. The girl told Liu Feng that if it wasn't for him, she herself would have died long ago, and the fact that her mom turned into a monster was the fault of those freaks. Liu Feng patted her head, thanked her for comforting her, and promised that he would definitely save her mother. The next day, the construction of the command post was completed. The guy was impressed when he saw the new room. Kelly told the guy that in addition to the command post, there was also a dorm and a room for Liu Feng personally. She also reported that she had captured a government satellite and showed that the command post now displays data about resources. Liu Feng froze. When Kelly suggested that he discuss dictatorship and democracy in the dorm, he thought that his dream of having his own harem was coming true. The guy thought about whether to establish democracy because so they will waste all the resources. Li Xin suggested that the guy become an authoritarian leader. Kelly was also in favor of establishing a dictatorship, and Liu Feng once again thought that his dream of a harem was coming true. Our hero appointed Kelly as the main manager of the shelter, Li Xin as the head of security, and Sarah as the senior secretary, and offered to work hard together to revive humanity. Kelly asked if he was afraid to put her in such a high position. Because she is an ambitious woman, the guy replied that you should not doubt the people you work with. Liu Feng thought that as long as Kelly's character had a green mood in the file, she definitely wouldn't betray him. The distribution of the labor force continued. Ta Chang and Xiao Sun were now in charge of the shelter's security, and Ob and Xiao Yang were in charge of the power supply. Sarah reported that there were still a lot of beds available in the dorm, and via satellite, she sent information to people nearby to invite more survivors here. Through the security cameras, Kelly and Liu Feng saw 3 people, 2 girls and 1 boy, approach the shelter. Ta Chang went out to these people. He told the survivors not to ask too many questions and said that their leader would come soon. The main character, along with Kelly and Li Xin, went outside to meet with the survivors. The girl was scared when she saw him. She immediately began to flatter the leader, calling him excellency and incredible, and reported that they had come here after hearing the news on the radio. Liu Feng thought that the girl was speaking to him, but she shook Kelly's hand, thinking that the leader was her, and was shocked when Kelly said that the head of the shelter was the guy next to her. The girl started to say the same words to Liu Feng, and he got angry, telling her to stop talking and warning her that he didn't need any loafers in his hideout. Let's first look at the survivor character panels. One of them had a talent for growing vegetables, and one of the survivors was hostile. The main character was wary. He assumed that the surviving guy who treats him with hostility is actually a spy. This even made Liu Feng laugh, and he was curious to see what kind of idiot was rushing at him. The next day, our hero woke up and was surprised to see that his little sister was sleeping next to him. The guy decided to wake up Jin Tong immediately, so that other people wouldn't see her here. Otherwise, bad rumors would spread about them. Our hero was startled when a joyful Li Xin burst into his head without knocking and shouted for the guy to wake up. When Li Xin saw Shin Tong sleeping next to him, she shouted that he was a pervert. The guy tried to justify himself by saying that it wasn't what she thought. Liu Feng was upset when he left his room. The girls were already gossiping about him, and someone came up to him and reported that he was on duty. Xiao Yang, Ta Cheng, and Ob created their own uniforms after spending 10 points of shelter resources, such as bulletproof vests, engineering suits, and police shields. Liu Feng allowed Ob to use his modified electric roller instead of guns, so that the headquarters would be safe. At the command post, Sarah reported to the leader that the 3 survivors had told her that the government had built a survivor camp in the north of the city. Together with Kelly, they planned to check if there really is a shelter there, find the Minister of Health, and before that, get a gun in the prison. Kelly discouraged the guy when she suggested that she lead a team with Ta Cheng and Xiao Sun to clear the area around the mall, gas station, and hospital. Liu Feng was not happy with Kelly's plan to find weapons so that she would get to the steel mill and gasoline warehouse, and they would grab more resources. She was surprised when Liu Feng gave her the task of finding out who the spy was out of the new 3 survivors while he got weapons. The guy returned to the headroom. He was determined to become stronger by increasing his levels in order to prevent the situation when the zombies killed the survivors again. He took a look at his stats and concluded that robbing the weapons factory would only be possible if the shelter's elite prestige was unlocked. He decided to exchange the points for 2 vaccines for Li Xin and Kelly, so as not to worry about them. Liu Feng considered whether to continue developing the Kung Fu master skill. When the guy distributed the points, he clutched his head and screamed in pain due to the large flow of information. The following events unfolded in the city of H, namely on the territory of the prison surrounded by skyscrapers. There was some commotion near the building. People in uniform were running with all their might somewhere. Among them was a red-haired girl. The prison guard asked Zixuan what their plan was, and the girl replied that they should continue moving because they needed to get weapons to calm the rebellious prisoners. Sweating profusely, the prison guard leader Zixuan told the other guards that this was the only way they could put down the riot. She became alert when they came across mutated police dogs that were pushing the cops towards the mutant zombies. One of the mutant dogs attacked the guard, and Zixuan shouted at Li Jun to shoot the monsters quickly. The second guard also couldn't get rid of the mutant dog. All the shots missed. The monster pounced on him. The mutant's next victim was Li Fan, and Zixuan was horrified when she looked up and saw the monster on the ceiling. Fortunately, someone came to the girl's rescue. When the mutant tried to attack her with its long tongue, someone threw darts at the monster. A terrified Zixuan screamed, asking who did it. The darts managed to stop the mutant because they hit the target. It turned out that Liu Feng came to their rescue with his new crossbow and his younger sister Xintong. Zixuan yelled at the girl to be careful as Xintong lashed out with her bare hands at the mutant dog. The head of the prison guard was shocked when she saw that the fragile girl had used her bare hands to deal with the monster. At this moment, Xintong's eyes turned red as she fiercely disposed of the mutant dog even without a weapon. Liu Feng used the explosive crossbow arrow. Previously, he converted explosive throwing knives into crossbow arrows to make the weapon more effective. The mutant hanging from the ceiling was still alive. He growled at our hero, but he was not afraid, but grabbed him by the muzzle with his hand. The guy confidently used military cyber art and a palm with a detonator to get rid of the mutant with an explosion. An hour later, the high priest appeared outside the prison with her subjects, who said that in the name of God, the prisoners should join them. The inmates of the prison rioted and tied chains to one of the guards, who begged them to let him live. But the prisoners weren't going to spare the man who had beaten them earlier. They were happy to finally get their revenge on him. The head of the Iron Tongs, Johnson, ordered the prisoner to divide the guard's meat among everyone, and then received the disappointing news that Zixuan had escaped. Enraged, Johnson grabbed one of the girls by the hair and said that if Zixuan wasn't found in half a day, he would take their lives. The guy with the tattoos on his face turned around when he heard a loud sound. He saw a man and immediately recognized who it was. It turned out to be the sniper of a small government army unit, Major Longshuan, nicknamed Purple Eagle. On the other side of the prison, Liu Feng was wiping his sister's hands while she was telling her brother that she wanted milk. Zixuan was shocked that these guys had taken out a zombie in just a few punches. Zixuan was taken aback when Xintong insisted on asking for milk, and her brother scolded her for her rude behavior. The main character approached the officer, held out his hand to her and asked if she was okay. The girl looked at him in surprise. Liu Feng was shocked when the officer suddenly handcuffed him and told him that the apocalypse is not a reason to become animals. She immediately cleared her throat in embarrassment, took off his handcuffs and apologized after realizing that Liu Feng and Xintong were brother and sister. Zixuan offered Liu Feng a deal when she found out his plan. The guy needed to calm down the criminals, and the girl would give him the weapons from the warehouse in return. According to her, the other day one of the criminals turned off the electricity in the prison. Then Johnson escaped from the cell and released all the prisoners, which is about 100 people. Liu Feng and Zixuan went up to the 4th floor and sat quietly, watching the horror unfold in the room through the crack in the door. The prisoners grabbed one of the girls and began to tear her clothes. They laughed loudly at her, filming everything on the phone. The criminal warned her that she would be cooked in the same cauldron as her boyfriend if she resisted. They laughed loudly and maliciously until one of the criminals was killed right in front of the other. It turned out to be Liu Feng who had attacked them, shouting that they were fucking animals. Chen Yun was trying to introduce himself while looking at the guy in horror. Liu Feng used his explosive fist for cyber combat, hitting one, and then activated his kung fu skill to pounce on another criminal. Chen Yun, the butcher, shouted, begging Liu Feng to spare him. The guy left him alone, saying that they bastards have nothing sacred. Zixuan walked over to her friend Chen, who was being bullied by the criminals, and sobbed as she grabbed a knife to take revenge on Chen Yun. The girl had taken Chen Yun's life for the way he had brutally dealt with her boyfriend, and Liu Feng had stopped Zixuan, believing that Chen had the right to let off steam. Revenge for her boyfriend didn't soothe poor Chen, who desperately wanted to be reunited with her lover. Meanwhile, on the 8th floor, Johnson was informed that 2 cannibals had lost their lives and the entire 4th floor had fallen. Johnson was very angry at this news, so he decided to get rid of the messenger, brutally cracking down on him. He ordered one of his subordinates to let the zombies go to the weapons depot, when suddenly Johnson was informed that a girl from the monotheists wanted to meet him. The man immediately yelled at her, believing that she had made a mess on his territory. The girl calmly introduced herself as Satria and invited him to join the faith of monotheism. Johnson looked at the contents of the box Satria offered him to eat with disgust. Longshuan watched it from the camera, also not understanding what it was. Soon our hero and the head of the prison guard reached the weapons depot. Liu Feng was impressed to see such a large number of guns. Johnson asked the high priest what it was in the box, when suddenly a prisoner came running and reported to the boss that the Purple Eagle had escaped. The boss saw that the Purple Eagle had dug a hole in the wall to escape, and he did exercises every day to hide it. The high priest told Johnson that he would gain unprecedented power if he ate the contents of the box. The guy asked what it was. The main character has already picked up the gun that he found in the armory. He was impressed by how many weapons there are. Zixuan allowed the guy to take as many weapons as he needed. The guy thanked her for that. The girl was worried that they would die here. The guy told her that it was the end of the world, and he also witnessed the death of his loved ones. He patted his little sister's head and said that his only wish was to protect her, and then invited Zixuan to join him. Zixuan was startled since they had only recently met, and Xintong was wary and turned around abruptly. The girl moved to the side, and Liu Feng told the guard that when he was in high school, he had a friend who was very strong, and he heard that he was soon drafted into the army. The main character abruptly pressed the girl to him to protect her from an unexpected attack from the ventilation grate, which was on the ceiling. Liu Feng started firing his crossbow at the grate, but suddenly it fell out and a guy with long blonde hair jumped down to the floor. The purple eagle chuckled as it assessed the situation, then charged forward to pounce on our heroes. Liu Feng continued to shoot him with the crossbow, but passed by. A terrified Zixuan demanded that the guy give his name. Our hero activated the Kung Fu master skill to fight back the stranger. The purple eagle swung its legs, trying to take down the opponent. Liu Feng was shocked when he recognized this guy as his schoolmate Long Xuan, but he asked our hero who he was. The main character said that they went to high school together, and then he was his idol because he was accepted into the army. The guy invited Long Xuan to join his shelter, so Zixuan also decided to go with him because he saved her colleagues. Long refused and left, giving a final piece of advice to the junior from school to stay away from him because his hands are up to the elbows in blood. 10 minutes later, Liu Feng finished creating a delivery device that he would use to teleport all the weapons to the shelter. A bright blue light filled the room, after which all the weapons and ammunition disappeared. Zixuan was shocked to see it. The girl clutched her head and screamed, asking where all her weapons were. Liu Feng asked what was wrong. After all, she herself had allowed him to take everything. Suddenly, Li Xin appeared from the teleport and asked the guy if he had found a new lover. Liu Feng tried to justify himself and asked why she was here. Liu Feng said that Zixuan helped them find the weapons, and realized that his sister was missing when Li Xin asked where Xintong was. The guy was terrified. He was screaming, asking where his sister had gone, when suddenly through the loudspeaker he heard a message from a stranger that it wasn't over yet. Johnson told Zixuan over the loudspeaker that all she had to do now was wait for a whole bunch of zombies to come here. The main character immediately ran out of the room after hearing this message, but it was too late. In the corridor, he met a mutant zombie. He had received a warning from the system that a mutant zombie had been discovered nearby. But he couldn't get Long Xuan out of his mind. He didn't understand what had happened to him over the years. On the other side of the prison, Long Xuan saw his little sister holding out a yellow flower. But the purple eagle immediately realized that this was just a hallucination. He was not going to be led into this and go straight into the hands of zombies. The guy deftly rushed through the crowd of monsters, but then he grimaced in pain and clutched his head and saw black blood on his palm. Long Xuan saw his lifeless little sister. It was hard for him to stay sane and realize that this was just a phantom. Unexpectedly, he met another girl who was looking at him curiously in silence. It was the escaped Xintong. As he silently watched the girl as she approached the crowd of zombies, he knew that she would die if she didn't get out of there now. The zombies had already started grabbing Xintong's arms and legs, but she looked completely calm. Long Xuan doubted whether to help her. As the mutant opened its mouth and growled at the girl, Long Xuan fired a confident shot from his sniper rifle at the monster. But this only made the zombies even angrier, and two of them rushed to attack the guy, and he was forced to drop his gun. Taking out his melee weapon, Long Xuan engaged in hand-to-hand combat against the two zombies, deftly dodging them. The guy decided to eliminate one of them with a strong kick to the face in a jump, and the blow was successful. Purple Eagle decided to help himself with a pistol. In the jump, he made a well-aimed shot at one of the mutants. This wasn't the end of the fight. 3 more zombies were targeting the guy. Then, Long Xuan took back his rifle. With one shot, the sniper managed to get rid of 3 mutant zombies at once, while Xintong calmly watched from the side. The guy grabbed the girl by the hand and dragged her along. They ran, because shooting attracts even more zombies. Long Xuan shouted that things were bad when he met another crowd of zombies along the way. There were at least 4 of them. Unfortunately, the zombie bit the guy. He was already closing his eyes, thinking that he didn't save not only himself, but also this girl. He wondered if this was his fate, and if it wouldn't be so bad to die with all his sins. Unexpectedly, Purple Eagle saw the girl use her bare hands to deal with all the monsters in one motion. Long Xuan opened his eyes and mouth wide in shock, and Xintong looked at him calmly, because for her, destroying zombies is nothing. In another room, Liu Feng, Li Xin, and Zixuan were also escaping from the zombies, and the guy pushed them to the floor. The main character gave an order to Li Xin to shoot at the zombies. She opened fire, but the monster still pounced on Liu Feng. The guy was forced to defend himself on his own, using his new powerful weapon which destroyed the zombies. He was thrilled that he got rid of the zombies in one hit. His upgrade of the magnetic glove with cyber wushu saved the guy's life. Li Xin scolded him for taking such a risk. The guy blushed because he noticed that she was worried about him. The girl explained that she just didn't want her team member to die so quickly. Liu Feng replied that he would never die and they would live together. The high priest addressed them through a loudspeaker and invited them to join her religion, promising that she would have mercy on them. She tried to convince the boys by promising that they would be able to receive the ultimate authority bestowed by her as the leader of the organization. Zixuan was shouting for the girl to tell Johnson that they were armed and he would be killed, when suddenly another mutant appeared in the room. The main character was ready to fight the monster. He asked Zixuan to give him a weapon. She agreed to entrust him with a gun, but Li Xin was the first to attack the zombie. She told the mutant that if he wanted to touch her team members, he would have to fight her first. Liu Feng shot at the mutant, shouting that he didn't believe that this weapon wouldn't be able to kill it, just as another monster appeared behind him. The guy noticed this when the monster was already sneaking up on him from behind. Zixuan shot the mutant in time, saying that there was no need to underestimate her. Our hero cheered up Zixuan, saying that she would have to shoot even more in the future, and then received a notification that even stronger mutants were coming. Liu Feng was startled when he saw a whole crowd of giant, muscular, and bloodthirsty mutants enter the room. The boy started to run away, wondering if this cult of the high priest could produce mutants. He did not notice the sign warning of roadworks, and the floor under him and the girls collapsed. They began to fall down. Li Xin landed right on top of the guy and said that she was fine, but she didn't expect Liu Feng to decide to serve as a pillow for her. The guy was taken aback when Li Xin approached him to kiss him, saying that Zixuan was unconscious. The zombies were not intelligent, so they were safe. Startled, Liu Feng asked the girl why she chose him. When Li Xin asked if he didn't feel anything for her, Li Xin explained that he had saved her several times and that he was the first partner she'd ever had who hadn't died. And then she kissed him. He closed his eyes and thought that this feeling was like being in the Jinshan temple, and Liu Feng was lost in his daydreams. He pretended that he was a Buddhist monk, and Li Xin came and threatened the guy that she would destroy him today, and he had to obey her. Li Xin grabbed Monk Fahai with her long reptilian tail and immobilized him. The boy screamed as he tried to escape. After the main character screamed that he had an epiphany, he began to break out of the shackles of the girl. In the meantime, the high priest asked the subjects if they had found our boys, and the robed man reported that they had entered the blind spot of the cell, so the search was unsuccessful. Watching Johnson mutate, the girl said that his transformation will be completed soon, so we need to gather more people and bring our heroes to the arena. The subject reported to the high priestess that this mysterious item had already been imported and moved to the 5th floor, so she didn't need to worry. In another part of the prison, Long Xuan and Xintong encountered an unknown thing, veins, which turned into a grid, blocking the path. The guy came closer, touched it, and asked what it was. Xintong boldly started cutting those veins. Long Xuan told her to be careful. Long Xuan thought that this girl who saved him was very strange, and that she didn't look like a zombie. He clutched his head when it hurt again. He hallucinated again. His little sister asked if he would be ashamed when he killed her. Due to hallucinations, Long Xuan didn't notice the mutant zombie sneaking up on him. The monster had already opened its mouth, aiming at the guy. Purple Eagle came to his senses and saw that this mutant was stuck in a network of red veins that were fueled by his blood. Long Xuan only had time to ask what it was, when suddenly the red glowing threads dealt with the mutant. Seeing that it was Xintong who did this, he wondered if there were people in those bloody poopy in front of him. Xintong silently gave him the headphones, and when he put them on, the pain immediately disappeared. And he thought that some sounds were causing him to hallucinate. The guys went to the next room. Long Xuan was taken aback when he saw a terrible disfigured creature with 2 heads in front of him. 8 hours later, Zixuan recovered from her fall, and the girl immediately became indignant because she was woken up by the guys. The main character screamed, asking why Zixuan was yelling because he was just giving Li Xin a massage. The children started their long-awaited lunch, and Zixuan was happy to see the canned food since she hadn't eaten meat in a long time. Liu Feng was distracted by the system because he discovered a new rank, and in his file, he saw that he had become a friend of women. The guy blushed when he saw that Li Xin's file had also changed. Her hobby was open country, and among her hobbies were daring deeds. He decided to look at Kelly's profile too. It said that the girl had suffered psychological trauma at one critical moment, and now calms down only in revealing clothes. Soon, Liu Feng, Li Xin, and Zixuan reached the 5th floor, and they saw the dark silhouette of a stranger on the balcony in front of them. One of the subjects placed a crown of barbed wire on the high priestess's head, and then she began to walk slowly forward on the balcony. The girl went to the railing and greeted our heroes in the arena, asking if they were the ones who defeated her followers, the monstrous mutants. Perplexed, Liu Feng asked her who she was, and the girl introduced herself as High Priestess number 8 of the monotheism teaching. As the High Priestess began to mentally influence the zombies, she told the children that she had a gift for them. Liu Feng wondered if the priestess could stamp zombies, He knew that something was wrong here because the system told him that they were all pseudo-zombies. At this time, a whole crowd of bloodthirsty monsters were ready to pounce on our heroes on the orders of the High Priestess. Our hero and his companions were noticeably frightened when they saw that more than 7 zombies were already meters away from them. Li Xin immediately started shooting explosive bullets at them from a submachine gun, and our hero decided to use the power of a magnet against the monsters. The main character ordered the girls to retreat and find shelter, and he took out a weapon from the case, saying that he would have to use it. Liu Feng used the cyber warfare drill, a 2-pole cannon that has a sharp tip that glows with fire. The guy started swinging this cannon, hitting the zombies one by one. The weapon was very effective against mutants of this level. The High Priestess burst into tears when she saw her followers die in front of her, and said that it was a pity that they died like this. She ordered her robed subjects to attack our hero, who was alerted when he saw 2 people jumping from the balcony. It turned out that all this time there were 2 mutant zombies hiding behind the robes. They flew down, stretching out their paws to pounce on the guy. The main character tightened his grip on his weapon and shouted that he was no longer the same as before, after which he hit the floor with the cannon, breaking it. This blow caused an electric shock that hit the mutants. Li Xin, observing this, concluded that Liu Feng had become even stronger. The electric shock only killed 1 zombie, and Liu Feng decided to deal with the second one using a crossbow on his arm. But it was useless because of the mutant's hard hide. So Liu Feng decided to apply the cyber warfare drill, Explosive Fist. He hit the zombie with the glove that caused the explosion. The High Priestess commented that it was strong, but she still had followers, and Head Tai Qian entered the arena. The system gave Liu Feng a hint that this was a select class Tai Qian, but not yet mature, and he realized that his 2-pole cannon couldn't handle a mutant. Johnson, who had turned into an ugly mutant, tried to attack our hero, but Liu Feng ran back in time. Liu Feng used the Explosive Fist again, but Tai Dian was still firmly on his feet, and the High Priestess was crying out in happiness as she addressed God. Li Xin decided to stand up for her partner. She kicked the mutant, injuring him, and grabbed her submachine gun. The girl shouted that you can only fight such a big guy with explosive bullets while simultaneously opening fire on him. But it was useless. Liu Feng and Li Xin desperately fought the mutant while the High Priestess shouted that in this world, they would be able to evolve anew. The main character decided to hit not the mutant, but the High Priestess. He used an explosive arrow to shoot her. The priestess survived. She called the guy smart since he realized that she could control zombies, but she is not so stupid because Liu Feng fell into the zombie, not her. The girl screamed that she was the only one in the world who could control zombies, and that this gift was given to her by God himself. Liu Feng realized that while he was fighting, the priestess called out a whole crowd of zombies to protect her, and the girl shouted that she was the will of the heavens. She ordered Tai Tian to take the life of our hero. Liu Feng understood that he had one last chance to destroy the mutant. On the other side of the prison, Xintong was looking in disbelief at the monstrous monster that she had met with Longshuan the day before. The blue-haired girl calmly stood in front of the monster as it affected her through the sound waves through its mouth. Longshuan realized that this monster was transmitting hallucinations to him through sound, and the mutant grabbed Xintong and immobilized her using its long purple tongue. The guy shouted at her to be careful, then fired, thereby freeing Xintong. Xintong became visibly angry, puffing out her cheeks in anger before jumping up to take revenge on the mutant who had offended her. The angry girl started waving her arms, attacking the mutant. She managed to injure the monster even without a weapon. The monster separated from itself the bloody pupae in which the mutant zombies were stored. They freed themselves to pounce on the guys. Xintong grabbed one of the zombies' hands. She was calm, unlike Longshuan, who was worried about the girl. Back 3 days ago, when Liu Feng was in the shelter, he had redesigned his weapon, creating a 2-pole cannon that better suits him. The first function of the cannon is to convert power into a lightning bolt. The second is a flame tip that easily destroys living creatures. And there was a third function. The third function Liu Feng decided to use now against the mutant High Priestess is the forced mode of the 2-pole cannon. But the mutated Johnson was still firmly on his feet. He pushed Liu Feng, after which he collapsed on the floor, and the priestess said that this was the end for him. The main character was not upset. He laughed, saying that everything worked out for him. The 2-pole gun hit the target directly. It only remained to detonate it. The High Priestess was perplexed when she saw that the explosion had destroyed her strongest mutant, which she was sure would win. The blonde grimaced in horror, because she thought that the victory was already in her pocket. And Liu Feng asked the charlatan if she was ready for punishment. All the priestess had to do was stand there and watch our guys destroy her last guards, and then the girls pointed their guns at her too. Falling to her knees, she began to accuse our heroes of blasphemy. Liu Feng called her a simple sectarian and warned that he might take her life right now. The mad girl screamed that the vicious virgin number 7 was her strongest source of infection. Just a little more, and the entire territory would be infected with it. Liu Feng and Li Xin became alert when the priestess shouted that in a couple of minutes the entire building would be filled with zombies, and the heretics would become food for them. Suddenly, the same vicious virgin number 7 barged into the room and collapsed on the floor. The priestess was shocked to see her. The priestess was horrified after realizing that her last follower was dead. Liu Feng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that his little sister was fine. The girl was furious because she had soiled the clothes that her brother had given her, and she wanted to take revenge on the high priestess for this. The dumbfounded high priestess trembled. Seeing Xintong, she thought that this was a goddess because the girl was surrounded by radiance. Xintong came to her senses when Liu Feng called out to her. The girl was overjoyed and immediately threw herself into her big brother's arms. The protagonist told the high priestess that it was her turn. Xintong looked at the girl and chuckled. Suddenly, Liu Feng got a call from Kelly. The guy asked the girl what happened. She reported that she found rats in the shelter. Kelly said that she had found the group behind the rats, the Metro Clan, which would soon descend into the underground city, where Kelly had already prepared a trap for them. Liu Feng decided to look at the high priestess file. It said that she could control zombies and was capable of brainwashing. He thought that the girl's skills were excellent, but he couldn't trust her. When Xintong suddenly suggested that her brother eat the essence of the vicious virgin, the system reported to the guy that he had received a combined hit from the cyborg robot Tai Chen. Liu Feng decided to absorb this improvement. The main character was surprised when Long Xuan appeared on the doorstep. Purple Eagle also didn't expect to see a guy from his school here. Li Xin was shocked to see the Purple Eagle. Long Xuan was also familiar with the goddess of death, and Xingtong told her little brother that the blonde man had saved her. Liu Feng was taken aback when Li Xin told the guy that Long Xuan was known as the Yushu executioner, who ended up in prison for killing many civilians. Our hero remembered the speech of the elder, when he said that he was going to the army because a man should give his life for the motherland. He wasn't sure if he should believe Li Xin's story, but he decided that he needed to find out what had happened back then, since Long Xuan had helped his little sister. Liu Feng told the guy that he believed him and invited him to his hideout. The guy turned around and asked if he really dared to do this. The main character said that he didn't believe that the person who said that phrase at school could have done anything wrong, so Long Xuan agreed to join him for a while. Liu Feng took a look at Long Xuan's stats and thought that he had an interesting description, because there was a secret hidden there. The guy rushed forward. He hurriedly gave an order to Li Xin to find out more about Long Xuan, and Zixuan told her to go with him. At the same time, people from the metro community had already arrived at the entrance to the L shelter that their spy had told them about. One of them suggested that the leader rush in and kill everyone. The girl liked this idea. She grabbed a gun and shouted for the dogs of the underground city to give them all the supplies. But a moment later, she froze in horror because her teammates were eliminated, and Liu Feng and his companions appeared in front of her. The girl ordered her companions to open fire, but they were killed before they could do anything. And Liu Feng suggested that the Metro Clan leader surrender. A brave and courageous Piper in a mask chuckled and answered our hero that the Metro community never gives up. Soon, after crying, she was forced to give up after being beaten up by our hero's teammates. The survivors of the clan started to make excuses that their main headquarters didn't know about their mission, so Liu Feng decided to capture them and question them further. Zixuan pointed a gun at the High Priestess, wanting to kill her for causing her people to die. The High Priestess justified herself by saying that this was all an order from the monotheism teaching, and she was just following it, saying that she had no other choice. She screamed that she would be killed just like that if she disobeyed orders. Zixuan called her a fool, and Liu Feng tried to stop her. Liu Feng told the girl to leave the priestess alive so that they could interrogate her and get to her headquarters, and then deal with everyone behind it. The guy managed to convince Zixuan to join him. He immediately read her file and received from the system a blueprint for building a prison in the shelter. Tachiang also came up with a suggestion. He suggested creating a security room and putting up strong doors to prevent intruders from entering the shelter. Li Xin suggested building a shooting range. Liu Feng started construction, and the system said it was 4 days away from finishing. The next day, our hero, along with Kelly and Long Xuan, teleported back to the prison. Liu Feng did not think that the girl would go with him, all because yesterday she had asked the guy to bring her along so that she could interrogate Zheng Tianxiong. Liu Feng then deduced that she was worried about her property. Having distributed the forces for today, our hero received a new task from the system: go to the northern camp to prevent infection. The guy was impatient to start completing a new task. He happily opened the gate, but then froze in surprise. There was an entire fleet of vehicles waiting for him in the prison garage, and in addition to the armored van, there were several SUVs. At the same time, there was fighting on the other side of the city. A guy in a military uniform was shooting at monsters. It was Chu Shanhei, the commander of the rescue team of the refugee camp in the northern part of the city. Together with his partners, he was protecting civilians from zombies. The commander was frightened and shouted when the crowd of zombies could not be stopped with weapons. They broke through and approached at an unsafe distance. Fortunately, a savior appeared, and at the critical moment, Liu Feng saved the commander from death by killing the zombies with a single blow. The soldier reported to the commander that the front line had been breached, and all the soldiers were shocked as they watched Liu Feng skillfully destroy all the monsters. This night, our hero transformed this electromagnetic sword. It's time to test its power. He destroyed a whole crowd of zombies in a few swings. Chu Shanhe was dumbfounded, as were his soldiers, when he saw that Liu Feng was able to destroy a whole bunch of zombies in one hit. The commander thanked our hero for his help and asked if he could find out the name of the savior. Liu Feng turned around and chuckled. Liu Feng declined to thank them, saying that he just didn't want to see the zombies killing ordinary people. It was difficult for him to deal with the hatred of the government troops. The guy stopped and turned his attention to the crowd of people, a woman and an elderly man pushing past the others, wanting to get into the car first. Chu Shanhe told the brazen civilians to stop pushing, and suddenly the pink-haired girl was startled when she recognized our hero as Liu Feng. Kelly was sitting in the other car, remembering how she had asked Liu Feng last night if he had ever had a girlfriend before. When Liu Feng confessed that he had a girlfriend but had never touched her, Kelly thought she should teach him to stop being so shy in front of women. Our hero helped Grandpa up, and it turned out that the girl in the green dress was Shenqing, Liu Feng's ex, who had left him on the first day of the apocalypse. Shenqing hugged her new boyfriend and started saying how strong he was, unlike his ex. Kelly suddenly appeared and asked Liu Feng what he was doing here. Kelly stood up for our hero and thanked Shenqing for leaving her such a wonderful and strong man. When Liu Feng tried to ask Kelly what she was doing, she pinched him and whispered that she was building up his credibility so he should shut up. The new guy Shenqing grabbed our hero's collar, swung his fist, and asked how dare he mock them. The main character roughly put his hand over the mouth of the new boyfriend of his ex and told the idiot to watch his tongue. Shenqing started frantically apologizing to her ex-boyfriend, seeing how strong he had become. She regretted leaving him earlier. Chu Shanhe shouted for the guys to stop fighting because there was a wave of zombies coming to the front line and they had to hurry. Facing a wave of zombies was the worst thing that could happen to humans because so many monsters could break even the army's defenses. For an ordinary person, facing so many monsters is a guaranteed death. Even the army was horrified to see so many zombies. Chu Shanhe once again thanked our hero and advised him to get in the car while he and the soldiers cleared the road. Liu Feng watched as people began to jostle around, trying to get in the car first, but someone stayed outside, so the guy invited them into his car. The main character saved a grandfather, a little girl, and a woman who did not have time to get into that car. He told the driver to keep up with the other cars. Chu Shanhe reported to the guys through the radio that they were using 3 machine guns to clear the path, and they should be careful because zombies can jump through windows and doors. The commander said that the government would not abandon a single person, and their goal was to reach the refugee camp in the north, after which the soldiers opened fire with machine guns. Some zombies tried to climb into the cars. Liu Feng said that it was good that this car was strong, but sooner or later the monsters would turn it over if this continued. Kelly deduced that Liu Feng wanted to use the transformation abilities again, and the guy praised her for being quick-witted. The guy was happy to use an ability he hadn't used in a long time, and he put his hand on the car wall to transform it. The blades that grew on the car began to destroy the zombies, and Long Xuan wondered if Liu Feng was the legendary mutant who could do such a thing. Liu Feng was happy to take out his new electromagnetic sword and deal with the zombies when one of them jumped onto the roof of the car. On the advice of Kelly, our hero decided to activate the skill of a kung fu master and start showing off in front of people from the second car, destroying zombies right on the roof. The former Liu Feng's new boyfriend thought that our hero would die from a zombie bite, but the guy skillfully swung his sword, destroying all the monsters in his path. One of the mutants tried to grab the guy with his tongue, but Liu Feng swung the weapon in time and dealt with him in one blow. Out of the corner of his eye, the guy noticed the approach of another mutant. He destroyed the zombie with one blow with an electromagnetic sword. The civilians were shocked that he alone defeated a whole crowd of zombies, while the mutants got on the second bus. People screamed in terror. The soldiers tried to shoot back, but it was useless. The mutants pounced on them. Liu Feng received a task from the system to save the people on the bus and would get 100 points for each survivor. So he accepted the quest and decided to use the claw mode to do so. The guy's robotic arm turned into a claw, and with it, he hooked on that bus and jumped from the roof of his car to there. As soon as Liu Feng entered the bus with the civilians through the broken window, he immediately destroyed one of the monsters. The civilians were thrilled with the appearance of a handsome man who would save them. Only Shenqing's new boyfriend wasn't happy to see the scum. Several mutants targeted Shenqing and her new boyfriend, and the man immediately pushed the girl to them to save himself. Falling right into the clutches of the monsters, the frightened girl wondered why she was always betrayed because she just wanted a better life. She regretted meeting such a man and didn't understand why she was so wrong to reject the real hero Liu Feng in favor of this bastard. When two mutants grabbed the girl, someone unexpectedly saved her by shooting at the monsters with a sniper rifle. The main character turned around to see who did it. It turned out to be Longshuan. Liu Feng decided to finish off the mutants who attacked his ex using his new electromagnetic sword. He successfully cleared the bus of civilians, but there was also a commotion among the military because the zombies attacked the third car. Shenting's boyfriend also got into trouble. It turned out that another mutant appeared behind him and looked him straight in the eye. Chu Shanhe was giving orders to the others through the walkie-talkie, shouting for the soldiers to run out of the third car that the zombies had broken into. Liu Feng began to recover from the fierce battle, and the system announced that he had successfully completed the task and received 1,100 points. Three women named Zhang Yingxian, Huang Wenlei, and Jia Zhueli surrounded our hero and began thanking him for saving him. Our hero had to be distracted when Kelly screamed and crashed into someone. It was a zombie in a jacket, which they had already seen earlier. At night, Liu Feng, Chu Shanhe, and the others set up camp. The commander started to flatter our hero, saying that he admired him. The commander complained that they had no food, and Liu Feng decided to provide him with canned food made in his shelter. Chu Shanhe was overjoyed to receive the currency of the future. The three girls were thrilled to taste this very delicious canned meat. At midnight, Kelly sat in the van at her laptop, wondering why her fiancé Zheng Tianxiong was appropriating her money, and if he was also looking for that thing. She sighed and relaxed in her chair, and Kelly guessed that Liu Feng was having a hard time making new acquaintances with his character right now. Uncle Fu also tasted Liu Feng's canned food and advised him not to distribute it in the city, otherwise something bad would happen. The guy asked why he was saying that. The old man confessed that he had heard that our hero had a lot of money, so if people found out about it, Liu Feng would be a target. So all he had to do was make an exchange deal with the military. One of the girls took our hero aside, saying that if he drank another mug, he would be completely drunk. When Miss Jia started crying in front of him, saying that she just wanted to thank him for saving her, the guy had to comfort her because it was hard for him to watch. The other teachers also entered the tent and told the boy that they also wanted to thank him for saving his life. The main character at this moment felt like a schoolboy who was surrounded by three women, leaving him after school for extra classes. Longshuan was spending time alone in the forest. The mystery of our hero never left his mind, and when he heard the crack of a branch, he immediately grabbed his rifle. In the scope, the guy saw a man from the bus, and he wondered why the scoundrel was staring at their car from the bushes. It turned out that the guy Shen Qing is no longer an ordinary person but a zombie, because earlier he was bitten by a mutant on the bus. In just a moment, the zombie disappeared. Even Longshuan didn't have time to notice it. The guy was impressed by the speed of this monster. After an hour, the captain ordered everyone to form up. The civilians were not happy that they were woken up in the middle of the night, but it was urgent, because it turned out that there was an infected person among them. Liu Feng threatened Wang Jian with a gun and told her to come out. People were outraged that our hero was lynching a civilian. The soldiers told everyone not to move or they would open fire. The captain hoped that Liu Feng had proof that Wang Jian was infected, otherwise Chu Shanhe would be court-martialed. Shenting shouted that this was some kind of mistake. Longshuan told the fool to close his mouth, and our hero advised to eliminate the infected person. Wang Jian laughed as he asked why he should be killed, and everyone saw with their own eyes that the man had turned into a zombie. The man started shouting that Liu Feng wouldn't dare kill him, but our hero did and said that this is the apocalypse, and he can take the life of anyone he wants. Looking at the zombies with disdain, the protagonist warned everyone that those who dared to go against him would also be deprived of their lives. Shenqing started crying and shouting, accusing our hero of being a murderer. And Liu Feng didn't understand how he was so blind that he loved this girl. The main character wanted the girl to taste the fruits of his own actions and allowed the mutant to pounce on Shenqing. Wang Jian finished off his girlfriend, the soldiers started shooting at the mutant, and Liu Feng left after saying goodbye to his past. Kelly assumed that Liu Feng was just trying to clean up his reputation, but the guy replied that it was just that no one dared to threaten him. The girl said nothing, and then noticed that the guy had something sticking out of his pocket, and asked what it was. Liu Feng was horrified when he took out Jia Shueli's underpants from his pocket, which she secretly placed there. Kelly got angry and attacked the guy. The next day, our hero in a relaxed pose was driving in a military car, despite the fact that there were dozens of zombies on the roadsides. The guy recalled saying goodbye to 3 teachers. They refused to go to his shelter when suddenly Uncle Fu and his granddaughter found him. Liu Feng asked what Uncle Fu was doing, and Uncle Fu confessed that he was a researcher in the government's forest project program. The granddaughter gave away her grandfather, saying that he was just working on a project to treat male pattern baldness, which angered the old man. The main character was startled when they reached their destination and saw the northern refugee camp. In the forest where the team had stopped the day before, There was still that zombie that crawled out of it and decided to choose a new vessel for itself in the person of Shenqing. This helped the girl rise from the dead. She turned into a mutant and got up. The first thing she remembered about her ex-boyfriend. The main character was driving through the gate to the northern base. He was hit by the wall that surrounded the refugee camp. The captain warned the guy that first you need to go through the formalities to get to the base, and he will send the refugees to a new place of residence. Uncle Fu and his granddaughter waved goodbye to him, and as our hero passed on, someone stopped him. The man introduced himself as Director Huang, who is responsible for quarantining refugees, and showed them where to go by car. Director Huang didn't want to let people pass. He demanded a bribe and told Liu Feng not to even try to use his connections because he was from a research institute. One of the refugees got angry and grabbed the director by the collar. He demanded that Huang call his boss because he wanted to talk to him in person. Everyone was taken aback when Director Huang gave the order for the men in military uniforms to open fire on whoever was dealing with him. The main character realized that the uniforms of these armed men were similar to those who had captured his sister in the hospital. When the guy started reaching for his gun, Kelly came out and told him not to be so impulsive. And Director Huang was thrilled with the appearance of such a beauty. Kelly offered the director a bribe in the form of a whole block of cigarettes. The man was happy to receive several packs of a small panda. Huang put his arm around Kelly and asked her to stay with him for the night. But he immediately regretted it because someone had taken his hand away when he touched her. Director Huang started to squeal in pain. The kid who was watching from the side was surprised that the thing he used made the man scream so loudly. Kelly apologized to the main character for being too careless and did not take into account her beauty, talking to Director Huang. Enraged, Director Huang ordered the armed men to eliminate the newcomers. Liu Feng was ready to protect them all. A blonde boy jumped to the ground from the roof and attacked Director Huang, hitting him in the face with his roller skate. The boy slipped on his roller skates and fell, and the armed military immediately pointed automatic weapons at him, and Director Huang ordered them to open fire on him. The main character decided to stand up for civilians. He used his robotic arm. The guy knocked down the military at a distance. The boy suggested that our hero is also a mutant. Director Huang was horrified to hear this. Armed men were afraid. They decided that they were finished. Since they were faced with a mutant, Director Huang demanded that our hero answer who he is. The boy introduced himself as Huang Bingbing, a member of the F-level Mutant Association, and also one of the 4 main forces of the city's north base. Director Huang had ordered a retreat. He didn't want to mess with the Mutant Association, especially since his arm required urgent medical attention. Bingbing suggested that our heroes take them to a residential area, and Huang contacted the Dragon Candle Gang to send more people here. Liu Feng met the boy, who asked if his ability was really a transformation, and our hero admitted that it was his magnetic glove that could affect metal. Bingbing introduced our hero to the Chengbi refugee base, which is home to as many as 134 million people, and Liu Feng was impressed. The boy said that the northern part of the city is divided into 3 districts. The central one is inhabited by soldiers, workers, and wealthy people. Li District, he said, belongs to generals and foreigners. Ordinary people are not allowed to enter, and the outer territory is a place where ordinary refugees live. Bingbing begged Liu Feng to join his mutant association. The boy promised that he would visit the association tomorrow, and the boy was overjoyed and offered to take him to his new home. Liu Feng and Bingbing got into the van and drove down the street of the North Base, where the most ordinary refugees who had no income lived. In the van, our hero decided to introduce the boy to his partners, his girlfriend Kelly and Longshuan, who is driving. The area was unfavorable. The children were hungry. There were girls in rags outside the bar who were molested by local men. The big guy grabbed one of the women because her husband sold her for a package of ham. The woman tried to get through to her husband, but he did not regret that he sold her because he had not eaten for a long time. Liu Feng understood what Uncle Fu was talking about. If the guy gave food to the locals, it would cause a wave of looting, Kelly consoled him, telling him not to blame himself because he is a kind enough person. The main character asked if the house given to him by the government would be as bad. Bingbing replied that he would see for himself when they arrived at the place. Liu Feng was extremely indignant when he saw the shack he was going to live in, so Bingbing suggested that he join the association to get a chance to get a better home. Bingbing met with a familiar uncle and told him that his mother was fine, and our hero thanked the boy for his help. The kid was delighted, and he started loudly thanking our hero when he gave him a tin of canned food as a thank you. Liu Feng was embarrassed because he was moved by Bingbing's cute smile. The kid said that he was leaving and reminded him to come to the association tomorrow. Suddenly, our hero saw the mutant Shuju and the second head of the Light Dragon Band, and he introduced himself to the boy and said that they needed to talk about something. The old man said that they had come to teach the guy a lesson because he had offended an important person, and warned Longshuan not to shoot here. Bingbing also stood up for Liu Feng. He asked how Shuju dared to speak out against the Mutant Association, for which he was slapped in the face. The boy decided to use telekinesis when the old man pinned him to the floor with his boot, saying that he was not afraid of his association. Shuju realized that this was the kid with low-level telekinesis and shouted to the trash that it was useless, fending off Bingbing's attack. The old man explained that he wasn't afraid of mutants because he was on the D-level mutant list himself, and his body didn't react at all to mechanical transformation. Taking out his weapon, the main character called out to an old man with an axe and suggested that he show him a couple of tricks. Shuju suggested that the guy make a bet that he would get the armor of our hero if he won the battle. Liu Feng replied that it would only be fair if the old man also put something on the line. Smiling madly, Shuju agreed to make a bet when Liu Feng suggested that he give the guy his left hand if he lost. With a sly smile on his face, Liu Feng offered the elderly man a handshake. He squeezed Shuju's hand hard to analyze it. Liu Feng realized that Shuju's body was completely mechanically upgraded, so he could transform it. The old man's companions were sure that our hero would lose. He wondered if the transformation had actually succeeded when Shuju swung his giant axe to attack him. The main character didn't even have to move in order to avoid the attack, because the axe hit missed. Liu Feng could barely contain his laughter, and Shuju made the excuse that his opponent was too young, so the old man conceded the first blow to him. Suddenly, the old man grimaced and complained of a stomachache. He didn't understand why his stomach was hurting after all. His whole body was upgraded. The man felt as if there were two big men fighting in his stomach right now. Shuju started to writhe in pain. His guys thought that the old man was using his secret ferocious tiger technique, and our hero was smiling on the sidelines. The old man began to guess that this was his opponent's handiwork, and he decided to draw out his mantis blade when Liu Feng slapped him across the face. Liu Feng calmly blocked the old man's attempt to attack him with his blade, holding out an electromagnetic sword in front of him. Shuju's companions didn't lose faith in him. They thought that the old man was using a secret family martial art. Legend has it that when the art is released, the muscles of the entire body will make a strange sound, as if someone is releasing gas. Shuju was sweating and pale, his vision blurred, and he knew that he couldn't take it anymore because of the intense pain in his stomach. The old man knew that his container was already full. He still had the feeling that two wrestlers were fighting right in his stomach. He imagined that he personally appeared in front of the fighters in the same outfit and demanded that they open the door because he needed to get out. His companions were dumbfounded when they saw their leader suddenly leap forward with his arms outstretched. In his mind's eye, Shuju was banging on the door as the soldiers tried to stop him, and he couldn't stop himself from retching. The old man's companions, little Bingbing, and everyone else were all horrified as they watched Shuju's disgrace during the fight. The little fighters that were in the old man's stomach finally broke free. They were thrilled to be out in the fresh air. The protagonist grabbed the elderly man's arm and declared that Shuju had lost, so he would have to fulfill the conditions of the bet. In the evening, Liu Feng, Kelly, and Long Xuan gathered around the campfire, and the girl suggested that they now find Zheng Tianxiang, but do it secretly because the institute is well guarded. Kelly found out that her fiancé is also looking for micro-robots with artificial intelligence, which her manager was developing before the apocalypse. So you need to get this thing first. The next day, Liu Feng and Kelly walked through the black market. The girl decided to pretend that she and our hero are a couple, so as not to attract unnecessary male attention. Kelly said that she was going to find the family's secret code, which is located in inconspicuous places, and soon she found it. It turned out that her family code was located in a local bar, and an employee in a hair costume greeted them at the entrance. Liu Feng felt uneasy because this bar didn't seem normal to him. When an elderly man in tattered clothes called out to Kelly, Kelly recognized him as Grandpa Kane and told him how good it was that he was all right. And the old man burst into tears and said that now he could die with peace of mind. The old man cried even more when Kelly introduced him to our hero, because of his uselessness, she had to bend over to some stupid guy. Kane was surprised when Kelly asked where the nanorobot samples were located and told him that Zhen Tianxun had betrayed them. Grandpa said that at the time of the end of the world, he took the samples to Kree's Institute, and then he handed Liu Feng a photo to show him where the place was. The main character was dumbfounded. He started to stutter when he took a closer look at the photo that his grandfather handed him. The pale-faced guy looked at the old man in disbelief, because he gave him a picture of the beauty from the bar. It turned out that Kane had given him the wrong photo, but he gave him a different one and told him that the K-Tri Institute was located in the basement of a bell tower in the small town of Jin'an. Liu Feng noticed a drunk girl who was being dragged around the bar by two guys, demanding that they let her go. When the bald man told the girl that he would take her to his house for another drink, she got angry and hit him, refusing to go. The girl reminded the scoundrel that he had just made a bet with her on money, that she would drink 3 glasses and then did not give the money back. The bald bastard was already swinging to hit the girl, but our hero grabbed him by the arm and said that you can't raise your hand to a woman. The two villains got angry at Liu Feng and wanted to beat him up, but the main character neutralized the guys with a few blows. The main character hit the red-haired guy from the bar with such force that he flew out of the window, breaking it. and stunned those who were on the street at that moment. Liu Feng finally told the bastards to get out of here if they wanted to live. Kelly thought that her friend had changed a lot. The girl in the medical gown fainted from alcohol intoxication. Liu Feng wondered what to do with her now. He took her with him to the tent that the northern base had given him, and then received a new task from the system. The task was to get nanotechnology, so that the shelter would gain a technology tree, for which the guy can get 2,000 points. Suddenly, the rescued girl from the bar woke up and sneaked up to Liu Feng. She hugged him and offered him another drink. The stranger flattered Liu Feng by saying that she looked quite beautiful, and when he screamed loudly in fright, Kelly burst into the tent. It turned out that the girl threw up due to alcohol intoxication, and she threw up the contents of her stomach right on our hero. A few hours later, the girl sobered up. The guys took care of her, handing her a cup of hot coffee to warm her up. She introduced herself to them as Chin Mu, works as a doctor at the Outer District Clinic, and is also a professor of medicine. Chin Mu concluded that these guys are very rich because coffee is a rarity in the New World. She said that the people of this area are very poor, and they do not have the opportunity to earn money. She said that the Central District does not care about the outside, but crime is growing here, and life is like hell on earth. Liu Feng wondered what life was like in this city. Kelly whispered to the guy that this doctor was valuable. The main character blushed when Chin Mu finally advised him to remember to recuperate. After all, the day before, she noticed that he was tired. She picked up a can of canned food from the table and said it was payment for her appointment, and also threw the guys a business card so that they could contact her if necessary. When Liu Feng went outside in the evening, he was immediately surrounded by hungry children who asked him for something to eat. Our hero was forced to refuse hungry children. He cursed the new world of the apocalypse for its cruelty, and then turned his attention to a man nearby. Liu Feng decided not to pay attention to the strange blonde man because he needed to focus on the task at hand, go to the Mutant Association, and then buy people from the slave market. He immediately inadvertently came across a building belonging to the Mutant Association. Bing Bing waved at him. The boy told the guy that the vice president would be checking him out today, and the guy was impressed to see the inside of the building. Liu Feng looked at the people sitting inside, and Bing Bing invited our hero to the second floor because the vice president is waiting for them there. Someone shouted when they saw a mutant with a rampaging gene. Liu Feng also saw a tall, burly man with red skin. Suddenly, a woman in black rushed in through the window and hit the mutant with a single blow. It was Kawase Suena, the vice president of the association. Bing Bing reminded the vice president who he was and introduced our hero as a new mutant. Kawase told her subordinate to call a doctor. The vice president invited Liu Feng and Bing Bing to test on the second floor, and on the way, the boy told them about the rampage of the mutated gene in that big guy. According to him, some mutants have poor control over their own powers and easily go on a rampage, so the association needs a high-level mutant manager. The guys came to the test hall. Kawase asked Liu Feng to show his abilities. He decided to show only a part of them. The guy said that his power is mainly directed at weapons, and he can repair them or strengthen them using transformation. After showing this, Liu Feng revealed that the transformed weapon was now sharper, could ignite, and had a special blood attack. Kawase was delighted with the boy's abilities. She knew that the military also had people with such abilities. The girl asked if Liu Feng could restore her sword. The girl confessed that the sword belongs to her family, and it was with her since childhood, but it broke when she cut a mutant zombie. Liu Feng was embarrassed that Kawase was kneeling in front of him, so he asked her to get up and promised that he would take care of the sword. He used a transformation, made the sword a little sharper, and rewarded it with the ability to cut through gold and crush steel. Kawase called our hero the best gunsmith and called him an A-level mutant. She suggested that he complete another task to become a member of the association and receive a gift. Bing Bing told the guy that there were only 3 SS-level mutants in the city, so Liu Feng with an A-level at the very start clearly had unlimited opportunities in the future. Liu Feng thought about how the forging ability would earn him even more points, and in fact, his abilities are close to level C. The employees of the association were surprised that the vice president came to their floor in person, even accompanying a stranger. The smiling girl greeted Liu Feng and gave him a task to become a full member of the association. The guy found out that he needed to find food and find a certain professor. Liu Feng chose the Sinanzhen research assignment because he needed to find the K3 Institute in that city. Bing Bing tried to dissuade the boy because there was no need to put himself at risk by leaving the city, but Liu Feng insisted, and Kawase asked the employee why Violent was still here. Dr. Chin finally arrived at the association out of breath and immediately asked where the patient was. She immediately started treating the mutant, giving it an injection. Chin sighed in relief and wiped the sweat from her forehead as the patient's condition stabilized. Smiling, Chinmu handed the vice president the bill for saving the mutant's life. Medical supplies, travel, work, and heartache, asking her to pay for it. Liu Feng admitted to the doctor that his sister had the same symptoms as the mutant. and Chin offered to talk about it at her clinic, but not for free. On the street, Chin-Mu began to spend the money she earned on food and argue with the vendors over the high prices, while Liu Feng had to carry all the purchases on her own. They soon arrived at a small wooden building, and inside, Chin-Mu immediately collapsed into a chair and invited Liu Feng to enter. Liu Feng said that his sister had a special situation. Her transformation into a mutant was interrupted. Chin was shocked to hear this and immediately demanded to bring the patient here. The guy asked her to cool down, explaining that his sister wasn't even in town right now. Chin replied that she could develop inhibitors for the girl, but she needed to see the patient in person. Our hero thought that the woman was really greedy when she demanded 5 cans of canned food for help. When suddenly a whole crowd of hungry children came to the clinic. Chin-Mu was happy to see the children. She immediately began to distribute all the food she bought today to them. And for Chao Ming, she allocated a special jar of canned food. The kids thanked her and left, and Liu Feng realized that the canned food that the girl had taken from him as payment today had been given to the child. The guy didn't understand why Chin-Mu cared so much about these orphans. The girl guessed what he was thinking and asked if he was wondering why she was doing this. She said that shortly after the construction of the northern base, she was severely beaten and thrown into a landfill, and hungry children saved her. According to Chin, the children didn't have much food, but they gave it to her so that she could survive. The girl said that these orphans are a ray of light in this gloomy city. The main character fell silent, carefully listening to the story of Dr. Chin. The kids happily ran out into the street, saying thank you to the girl. One of the boys accidentally bumped into a man and dropped his can of canned food. This man smiled wickedly and asked Dr. Chin when she would pay back her debt. Chin-Mu was scared when she saw who had come. She refused the help that Liu Feng offered her, thinking that even he wouldn't be able to handle them. It turned out that it was Shuju and his gang. The old man shouted that he would take the lives of the children if the girl did not pay back the debt to his gang. According to legend, there were many high-level martial artists in the Fierce Tiger Martial Arts School before the end of the world, including Shuju, who had already recovered from that dam break. He was angry at our hero, shouting that this bastard not only made him a laughingstock, but also stole his hand, so he would definitely take revenge on him. But in reality, Shuju was terrified when our hero tapped him on the shoulder and waved at him, smiling when he turned around. Shuju started to shudder in front of the guy and stutter to apologize to him. The guys in his gang were also scared, thinking that Liu Feng was a devil. The old man immediately realized that what he had done was wrong. He shouted and swung the axe, claiming that Liu Feng had no right to mock him. The main character repulsed the scoundrel by hitting him with an explosive fist. Chin-Mu rushed out of the clinic so that Zhuju would stop the lawlessness. Picking up the old man with one hand, our hero told the gang to go back and tell the leader that Liu Feng is an A-level mutant, and he will take the lives of all of them if anyone dares to cause trouble for Dr. Chin. Seeing Liu Feng's strength, Dr. Chin was delighted, and she wondered if this guy would help her take revenge on her abusers. During the night, the guy was upset that he didn't have time to visit the slave market because he was staying with Dr. Chin for a long time. He asked the system to bring him out of the character. It's time to upgrade your skills, because tomorrow you will have to complete a difficult task. Liu Feng concluded that he was currently very narrowly developed, focusing on close combat, and he had accumulated enough points. The guy decided to go all in. He decided to raise the skill of the Kung Fu Master by another 8 levels to see what it would bring him. Our hero received a new ability. Now he could use 2 melee weapons at the same time, and the damage will be increased an additional 2 times. To do this, Liu Feng decided to transform Shuju's mechanical left arm. He received combined Kung Fu strikes and the Mantis Sword. The main character could now swing 2 swords at the same time, the electromagnetic one and the one he stole from Shuju. He still had 3,000 points left, so he decided to buy a new weapon for Li Xin. Liu Feng thought that the new machine gun would definitely appeal to the girl. Li Xin arrived on time. She was delighted to see what a lovely gift he had for her. She thanked him for the new vending machine. The red-haired girl was about to kiss our hero when Kelly burst into the tent and asked who was there. Both Li Xin and Liu Feng were startled when Kelly suddenly disturbed them, and the girl immediately changed her mind about kissing him. Li Xin decided that she needed to show Kelly that she and Liu Feng were in a relationship, and our hero knew that he couldn't explain anything to Kelly if she saw them together. When Kelly entered the tent, she asked Liu Feng what he was doing on such a hot day, and he replied that he was meditating. Kelly immediately knew that something was wrong, because it wasn't just Liu Feng who was hiding under the blanket, but Li Xin as well. The girl went inside, warning him that she wanted to take the computer, and Liu Feng knew that it was all over when the blanket fell down. The main character was scared. He realized that he was in trouble when Kelly looked at him with disappointment. To save him, Liu Feng used his Kung Fu master skills to throw the blanket over himself and Li Xin back in an instant. But Kelly couldn't help but feel that Liu Feng was acting very strange, and she noticed that the guy was wearing latex clothes. Kelly decided to leave. She advised the guy to go to bed early, because tomorrow they will have an important mission. The guys breathed a sigh of relief. Li Xin went to him again, but Liu Feng asked her not to do it, because there was a task to be completed tomorrow, and he needed time to strengthen his armor. The next day, Li Xin, the main character, and Kelly moved out, their final destination being Zinanjin City. 1 kilometer away from this city, Commander Chu Shanhe was commanding the soldiers. He told them to hurry because someone was coming soon. Liu Feng was happy to see the commander. He asked him what he was doing here. Chu was also surprised that the Mutant Association would send him here to help. Dr. Qin was also here. She said that she was accompanying the military and would also look for pharmacies in the city. The girl immediately started flirting with our hero. Li Xin asked the guy if he had made a new girlfriend again. She introduced herself to the doctor and did not forget to clarify that she was Liu Feng's first partner. Kelly noticed that Li Xin was wearing the same latex clothing that our hero was wearing yesterday. And the captain announced the start of the pre-battle meeting. The soldiers and others were gathered in the tent, complaining that the meeting still hadn't started. There was also a mysterious man in a hat sitting among them, who was silent. Chu Shanhe asked everyone to be quiet and decided to briefly describe the task for today. The mission was to explore the city as the garrison there stopped communicating, and you need to find out why this happened. Soon they arrived at Xinanzheng City. Captain Chu Shanhe was the first to get out of the car and told the others to do the same. Liu Feng found it strange that there were no zombies at all. Li Xin also noticed that the city was too quiet, but there were many traces of blood on the streets. The guy with the eye patch pushed everyone aside and told the mutants to stay out of the way and let them wait outside. He wondered where all the people had run off to, and then came across a scary creature that was hiding around the corner. The system announced that fused zombie mutants were discovered. Liu Feng can get 200 points for killing the creature, and the monster has already captured one of the girls. The man in the hat immediately opened fire on the mutant with a rifle, demanding that he let go of his partner Li Ping. He was horrified to see Li Ping's head become part of this terrifying mutant. Liu Feng told his friend to be careful. The blonde man shivered in horror as he saw what had happened to his girlfriend. And soon the mutant grabbed him too, immobilizing him with long tentacles. The main character came to the aid of the man in the hat. He decapitated the monster with a single swing of the sword. Liu Feng was wary because he saw that the mutant didn't die after its attack, which meant that it would be much harder to destroy it. He clicked his tongue in exasperation as he asked where this monster had come from, and he realized that it was this mutant that had destroyed everyone in the city. Li Xin decided to come to the rescue. While jumping, she shot at the monster, causing an explosion with explosive cartridges. The girl was amazed to see how powerful her new cannon was, and the guy in the hat opened fire on the monster, wanting to avenge his girlfriend Li Ping. He laughed and shouted that it was no big deal, naively believing that he had destroyed the monster, when suddenly the mutant attacked his friends again. Liu Feng was worried when he saw that the army captain and Dr. Qin were also in danger. There were a lot more mutants on the street. Chu Shanhe shouted that ordinary weapons were useless here. Liu Feng didn't understand what had happened in this city, and why all the zombies here were so strange. Our hero tells Li Xin to use the invisibility cloak to protect the doctor while he and Kelly run to the institute by 3. Liu Feng swung his electromagnetic sword, leaving a bright pink streak behind it to destroy the mutant. Next, the guy used his flaming mechanized fist to make sure to deal with the monster. Then the guys were convinced of the strength of our hero. They decided to go after him. But a new problem appeared. A flying zombie grabbed Kelly. The girl screamed and called for Liu Feng. The guy was very worried about his girlfriend. The girl could not escape from the clutches of the monster. There were several flying zombies, and old Zhang only managed to shout out that they were flying before he lost his life in a moment. The guy in the hat opened fire frantically at the flying creatures. There were a lot of them, and they flew fast, so the bullets flew past. Scary zombies with wings aimed at the others. The guy in the hat and his partner got scared and ran away. Only Liu Feng was left. Liu Feng knew that he couldn't keep up with these mutants on his own 2 feet, so he shouted at Kelly to wait for him. The main character managed to injure one of the mutants with the help of an electromagnetic sword, which is much more powerful than conventional weapons. Trying to get rid of all the monsters, the guy once again shouted to Kelly to wait for him. Kelly was still fine. Liu Feng used a crossbow to get rid of the flying zombie that had grabbed Kelly. He saw that the other mutants were pouncing on the guys. The main character was tense, because he did not have time to save everyone. He wounded the flying zombie, but the mutant still did not let go of Kelly. The girl was determined that she wasn't going to die from a zombie bite, which would happen if the mutant took her to its nest. She broke free of his clutches and started flying back to the ground. Liu Feng noticed this and used his pincers in time to catch the girl in midair. Kelly had already closed her eyes, resigned to the fact that she was going to die. And she was glad that at least it wasn't from a zombie bite. But a second later, she opened her eyes and saw our hero in front of her, who asked her how she could have acted so recklessly. He yelled at her to hold on tight because they were about to land and the boys were crashing to the ground, but they were fine. Kelly didn't have time to turn around when our hero tried to warn her that a huge bell was going to fall on them right now. Liu Feng realized that they were stuck under the huge bell, so he asked Kelly to wait a bit while he picked it up. Kelly hugged the guy and confessed that she thought she was going to die when the zombie grabbed her, and that she too can be afraid of something, although she always remains calm. The girl admitted that she could not calmly face death, and in fact she was very afraid of it, because she had not yet completed her revenge. Liu Feng realized that he had to comfort her. He patted her back and asked her not to be afraid. The girl praised him for being gentle. The main character plunged into his fantasies. When Kelly hugged him, he imagined that he was flying a fighter plane, and he was a military pilot. At first, he laughed, claiming that he was a really good pilot, but he tensed when he saw an enemy ace pilot who noticed him. When Kelly kissed him, it was like a fighter jet attack for the guy. He rushed forward to escape from the girl. Pilot Liu Feng was advised to eject, but he took a look at his photo and said that men should go ahead bravely. Our hero suddenly took a dominant position and decided to strike from the rear. Liu Feng shouted at Kelly to accept her death. Li Xin and Dr. Qin were just the two of them. The doctor was laughing because she found 2 green caps for her and the girl, but Li Xin wasn't laughing. The next day, when Liu Feng woke up and prepared breakfast for himself and Kelly, he looked at the girl in fascination when he saw that she also got up. Kelly hugged him and told him not to belittle himself when he asked her why she liked him in the first place. The girl explained that Liu Feng had saved so many people from death, and in fact, so many women were crazy about him. She reminded the guy that he had traveled several kilometers to save her, so her ex-fiancé Zheng Tianxiang wasn't worth his finger. Liu Feng decided that he needed to make an armor for Kelly because he wanted to protect this woman. But suddenly Li Xin called him and reported that she had found a granary. The guy praised her for her good work. Kelly asked him if he was with her yesterday because she saw that hand in latex. Liu Feng replied that he would explain everything to her now. Kelly got angry at the guy and pinched him hard behind the back, causing the main character to yell at the whole building. 10 minutes later, he went down to the first floor of the bell tower, and immediately he had to destroy one of the zombies. The guy said that fortunately, the local zombies did not have time to merge with people, and Kelly finally found the right statue and passed identification by eyes. The door leading to the K-Tree Research Institute appeared in front of them, and Kelly got access to it since she is the head of the Fox family. A blonde guy in a hat got into trouble, trying to fight off a whole pack of mutants with a gun. Luckily, he was lucky enough to find the door and run towards it. As he stepped inside, a look of concern appeared on his face. The guy with the scar on his face forgot about the zombie. When he saw that a beauty was sitting in the chair, the girl asked him if he really came to rest for a while. Inside the granary, Li Xin was cursing with Dr. Qin, shouting that it was because of her trying to find the first aid kit that a crowd of zombies had approached them. But Dr. Qin didn't want to back down. She wanted to find antibiotics for the children, and finally found the right first aid kit. One of the mutants almost attacked the girls, but Li Xin fought back in time. She grabbed the doctor's arm and they ran to hide. Li Xin noticed the narrow gap and immediately squeezed in so that the zombies couldn't reach them. Liu Feng and Kelly had already gone down to the underground lab by 3. They were acting cautiously and were armed. The main character cautiously peeked around the corner and saw that the research institute was teeming with mutants. After some thought, the guy decided to use the transformation, noticing a fire extinguisher and a generator nearby. Shouting, he boldly ran forward to meet the whole army of zombies. He rolled a generator in front of him, on which lay a fire extinguisher. Using a lightning-fast fire extinguisher, the guy attacked the crowd of mutants. The room was filled with smoke and flames. Liu Feng was thrown back by the explosion, and he grabbed Kelly's arm to get out of here as quickly as possible, since the flames might hit them as well. Kelly put her face up to the indicator to go further. She said that nanotechnology samples should be inside. Her mood noticeably soured when, instead of nanotechnology, the girl stumbled upon a giant mutant. It was a monster with several heads and sharp teeth at once, and Kelly was taken aback when she asked the guy what it was. The girl didn't understand how this monster came to be here. Liu Feng said that it looked like the mutant was hibernating, so it was fine. But he was deeply mistaken. Liu Feng croaked. The mutant woke up, and the system informed them that they were facing a conjoined elite-level zombie named One-Eye, and the guy could get 1,000 points for killing it. The one-eyed mutant immediately tried to attack our heroes. Liu Feng grabbed Kelly in his arms, and they dodged in time. Liu Feng shouted for Kelly to move to a safe distance. The guy was going to act cautiously. After all, this was the first time he had encountered an elite-level zombie. When the mutant looked at our hero with one eye, Liu Feng froze for some reason and dropped the electromagnetic sword from his hands. The system reported that an elite-level zombie had temporarily paralyzed his arms, so he had to use his legs. The guy lost his balance, trying to fend off One Eye with his feet. The monster ran amok, intending to destroy our hero. Liu Feng tensed and wondered if the mutant's abilities were controlled by these 3 heads or by the giant eye. One of the mutant's heads spat at the guy, and Liu Feng immediately realized that this green liquid was a dangerous acid. At the same time, in the granary, Li Xin and Dr. Qin were in danger. The zombies managed to reach the girls with their long tongues. Li Xin was in a rage, threatening the mutants that she would destroy them all. And Dr. Chin didn't understand what kind of disgusting tongues had seized them. The red-haired girl was visibly startled when she saw that the zombies had made their way into their small hideout, not only with their tongues, but also with their paws. The goddess of death clenched her teeth and grabbed the mutants' tongues while using her left hand to pull out her new cannon to fight back. Wishing the mutant death, the girl shot one of them and then hit the zombie with her foot. After finishing off the last monster, the girls got out, and Dr. Chin praised Li Xin for using the terrain to destroy the zombies. Chin shouted that Li Xin needed an urgent amputation of her arm, otherwise she would get infected. The girl replied that it was fine, because she was vaccinated. In 10 minutes, Li Xin told the doctor the whole story about Liu Feng being the manager of a shelter that not only had food, but also a vaccine. Qin was wondering what would happen to the children if she joined Liu Feng. But then the girls were disturbed by the appearance of a stranger. The stranger suggested that the girls have fun together. Li Xin pointed a gun at her, and the doctor noticed that the person in front of them was a human, not a monster. However, Li Xin did not hesitate to shoot at the stranger. Shocked, Qin asked what she was doing because it was a person. Dr. Qin froze in fright when she noticed that something terrifying and huge had appeared behind her. It was a scary mutant with multiple heads that grabbed Dr. Qin's arm, and she only had time to look at the monster in fright. Kelly was afraid for Liu Feng because his hand started to smoke because of the acid. The guy activated the Kung Fu Master's chip. Our quick-witted hero found a way out of the situation. His hands were paralyzed, but he could control the glove, giving commands to the system. The steel fist strike was prepared, and Liu Feng launched a massive gauntlet at the mutant to strip it of one of its heads. Now the guy decided to use a crossbow. He realized that the first head did not control the abilities, because the sensitivity of his hands did not return. He deduced that the main head was the one in the middle, because the mutant was protecting it with his hand from the arrows that were fired. The main character decided to use the steel glove again, this time to charge it with flames to hit the mutant. It didn't work out, and he had to step back, bothered by the fact that the glove was about to run out. But then Kelly came to the rescue. Kelly drew the guy's attention to the fact that she could move her hands. Liu Feng began to guess what she was driving at. The girl said that Liu Feng should trust her. She promised to deal with the loss of control over her hands, and he should wait for the signal near the sword. Smiling, the main character rushed forward. He shouted, provoking the mutant who wants to take his life. The mutant wrapped its tongue around the boy's steel arm, and Liu Feng used the mantis sword taken from the deputy commander of the Light Dragons to get rid of the shackles. After that, the main character swung his left hand to attack the giant monster named One Eye in response. Liu Feng managed to injure the elite zombie before kicking it, while Kelly watched closely from the sidelines. Kelly deduced that the monster's eye could only follow a small area, and pulled out her gun. The girl called the mutant, saying that his intelligence is like bread, and then shot him in the giant eye. Liu Feng laughed happily. He could move his hands again, grabbing the sword. He activated the ability to fight with two weapons. With new forces, our hero decided to attack One Eye by using two weapons at the same time, an electromagnetic sword and a praying mantis. In the granary, Dr. Qin froze in horror, recognizing the monster as the bounty hunter. Li Xin covered Dr. Qin with a submachine gun, and she started shooting steadily at the mutant, aiming for the monster's heads. When Li Xin fired a few shots, Qin asked why the zombie was still alive after losing two heads, and Li Xin began to understand what was going on when she heard the crying. It turned out that the woman who fell victim to the bounty hunter was pregnant, and her child also turned into a monster. Li Xin sighed heavily and declared that this was the world of the apocalypse. Qin couldn't hold back her tears as the baby hadn't even been born yet. Qin buried the child outside the warehouse, placing her hand on the makeshift tombstone cross, and wished him to be reborn as a normal baby. After she started insisting that she wanted to go to the shelter, she asked Li Xin to take her to see Liu Feng to talk about it. Li Xin immediately called the guy, but froze when she noticed the danger. She pushed Dr. Qin to the ground to protect her. The girl covered herself and the doctor with an invisibility cloak. She realized that the person on the roof was the one Liu Feng was talking about. The goddess of death Li Xin and Dr. Qin looked at the mysterious red-clad woman who had suddenly appeared on the roof in fright. The battle against One Eye at the K3 Institute was still going on, and Liu Feng was frantically swinging his sword, inflicting fresh wounds on the monster. Kelly thought that the guy had managed to destroy the mutant. Liu Feng landed back on the floor but then froze in fright. The mutant was alive, and it turned out that the giant eye was another head that had turned into a centipede. Liu Feng was even more shocked when a natural disaster-level energy was recorded, and the mutant was attacked by someone. Scarlet Empress Li Hanyang appeared. A disaster-level mutant came to the rescue, destroying One Eye. Just looking at the Empress made Kelly feel like a bubble rising in the water, as if God himself was looking at you. According to the system, Li Hanyang became stronger. She just woke up and was looking for food. the woman grabbed one eye with her long fingers. Liu Feng was shocked that Li Hanyang had defeated an elite-level zombie in one fell swoop. For her, one eye was just food. The guy told Kelly not to move. He knew that running away from the Empress would not work. He can only pray that the woman remembers him. It seems that Li Hanyang was hostile towards the guy because she grabbed him using the red robe. The main character was sweating in fear, and the Scarlet Empress pulled him to her and looked at him as if he was a future victim. The guy had already closed his eyes and decided that the last seconds of his life had come. But then the Scarlet Empress smiled at him. The system reported that the boy's blood was familiar to the Empress, so she probably remembered him, when suddenly Li Hanyang targeted Kelly. Liu Feng needed to think of something urgently, otherwise Kelly would be in danger. So he decided to kiss Li Hanyang to distract her. After the kiss, the Scarlet Empress seemed to think about something. Liu Feng called her Aunt Li to make her remember the guy. The system warned the guy that his blood was absorbed by the Scarlet Empress, and now she can always know his location. The guy didn't understand why she did it, and Kelly thought that suddenly some mutant awakened in her the desire to win. Kelly reminded herself that before the apocalypse, she had been a capitalist elite, a business meshni and rich woman who knew no barriers. She wondered how she could let someone take her man away. The Empress was about to leave, and Liu Feng was trying to stop her. At the North Base Science Institute, Director Zheng was informed of a complication, and scientists detected a huge amount of energy in Sinanjing City. According to scientists, this is the #1 mutant Scarlet Empress, who destroyed the zombies in the entire area and exterminated the troops of their institute. Zheng Tianxiang took off his glasses and told his subordinates that it didn't matter. What was more important was that he felt that someone was sabotaging their business. He told T1 to continue sending people to search for the Kelly Institute to find nanotechnology and to avoid the Scarlet Empress nest. The minister ordered Umyan to find someone who constantly hinders him. The girl replied that the task will be completed. The man told his subordinate that the situation in Sinanjing was not worth getting involved in, but rather let the Empress maul someone. Meanwhile, back in Kree, Kelly was furious because she discovered that the nanotechnology project had been rushed to the city center 3 days ago. The main character was perplexed and very surprised to hear from the girl that nanotechnology was transported to the center using the laboratory subway. Liu Feng clutched his head because they had come all this way for nothing. But the system offered him 10,000 points if he made it to the Freyer Institute. Kelly found something else interesting, namely the fusion virus. She heard that the fusion from the lab was eliminated. Dr. Chin suddenly showed up and said that it looked like this particular virus had caused a bunch of different zombies to appear in the city. The girl stunned Liu Feng and Kelly by quickly figuring out that a byproduct of nanotechnology allows you to connect nanorobots and a virus. Chin realized that Kelly was the owner of the underground laboratory and asked if someone from her family might have colluded with Zhen Tianxun. The doctor said that she used to work at an institute sponsored by Fox, and she personally saw that someone from the Kelly family colluded with the minister. Li Xin was happy to see Kelly's defeat, and Chin told her that she could use the virus to stop the development of the serum, and it would help Sintong. Liu Feng was overjoyed and immediately invited Chin to his hideout, hoping that now his little sister and Auntie Li would be cured. On the other side of the city, Chu Shanhei and his soldiers were battling against a whole crowd of mutants that were surging towards the defense line in a wave. Terrified, Chu Shanhei shouted, ordering the soldiers to hold their positions because these zombies need to be chased out of here. The mutant broke through and bit one of the soldiers. Chu Shanhei was at a loss. These zombies were clearly different from ordinary ones. The bullets didn't kill them. The captain was forced to use a grenade. He pulled the pin with his teeth and threw the projectile into the approaching crowd of mutants. When the smoke cleared, Chu Shanhei saw an even more terrifying zombie with a bone shield in front of him. Even the grenade didn't injure him. Horrified, the captain realized that this mutant could block even machine guns and grenades, as another bright and deafening explosion rang out. Chu Shanhei collapsed to the ground. The defense was broken. The man already doubted that humanity would be able to defeat the mutants. The guy wondered what Liu Feng would do now in his place. After a moment, our hero himself appeared and attacked the mutant. After destroying the mutant, Liu Feng asked Chu Shanhei if he was okay, and the captain thanked him for saving his life yet again. It turned out that the mutant didn't die. Chu Shanhei warned the guy that his bone shield could withstand even an explosion. Liu Feng felt uneasy because he just wanted to show off and not engage in a difficult battle. Just 10 minutes ago, Liu Feng was in the granary, using a teleport to send grain supplies to the northern base. A dumbfounded Qin asked what kind of miraculous technology it was, and Liu Feng replied that it was just a small piece of equipment from his hideout. Li Xin hugged him, laughed, and said that there were better things in their hideout. She whispered to the guy that Qin was interested in the hideout, so you can embellish a little. Kelly brought a suitcase, saying that she had found another nanotechnology development product, and Liu Feng should take a look at it. The guy was delighted when he found an A-level nano-impact glove inside, which would definitely be useful to him. The gauntlet came in handy 10 minutes later. and he activated it to attack the mutant with the bone shield. The gauntlet was so powerful that a single blow was enough to shatter the monster's bone shield to smithereens. The soldiers were shocked by the strength of our hero, who didn't know yet that people would now give him the title of Demonic Fist. Half an hour later, at the gate of the North Base, the soldiers learned that Commander Chu Shani had returned with supplies. Chu reported to the soldiers that thanks to our hero, they delivered 2 trucks of supplies to the city. Liu Feng agreed to this only on Kelly's advice in order to gain the military's favor. Liu Feng couldn't believe his eyes when he noticed his ex-girlfriend not far away. He initially thought that he was too tired and was just imagining things. The next day, he went to the slave market with Qin, and the girl introduced him to its owner named Boss Zhang. Boss Zhang happily greeted our hero, confessing that he had been wanting to meet him for a long time. Liu Feng was at a loss when the man called him a demonic fist. Liu Feng paled as Boss Zhang provided him with the best item, the most beautiful girls, Su Qianqian and Hua Meimei. Even before the apocalypse, he knew Shu Qianqian and Hua Meimei as international stars and actresses. Meimei was blaming her friend for getting them caught, and Liu Feng was already dreaming of having real movie stars as his secretaries. Boss Zhang warned the guy that these 2 celebrities would cost him a lot, and Liu Feng, outraged, asked the market owner who he thought he was. Liu Feng asked Zhang if he thought the guy would lose his way after seeing beauties. The boss thought, "Is there really a man in this world who can control himself at the sight of such beauties?" The main character got even angrier and shouted, asking Boss Zhang if he thought he was looking for him to buy beauties. Zhang didn't say anything, but he thought that the nosebleed that was running down the guy's face didn't think so, and turned his attention to the woman who got out of the car. Now, it wasn't surprising to the boss that Liu Feng wasn't interested in the movie stars, since the president of the Kelly Corporation herself had come with him. Liu Feng cleared his throat and asked the girls if they would like to join his hideout, and the movie stars happily agreed. He decided to look at the characteristics of the actresses, both of whom had an acting skill that improves the public order in the underground city. But Liu Feng was more impressed by the girls' rare talents in caring and grooming, so he asked the system where they got such unusual skills, and told the boss to bring all the slaves here. Soon, Boss Zhang happily presented Liu Feng with all of his merchandise, as many as 300 people of various ages who were immobilized by handcuffs. Liu Feng tensed up. He expected to find more talents here, but in the end, he only found a few, including a farmer, a security guard, a hacker, and a cook. 3 hours later, he selected 120 people. Boss Zhang asked for 200 cans of canned food or 30 clips, and Liu Feng replied that Kelly would hand over the payment. The guy thought that he needed to get these people to the shelter, and then he could unlock the blueprints of firearms. All 120 people were assigned to buses, and soon they arrived at the place. Liu Feng got out first and told the others to do the same. The ransomed slaves were terrified, and some thought they would be turned into meat and sold on the black market. Liu Feng introduced himself to him and said that he was now their commander. He guaranteed people access to food and that they would no longer be slaves. The guy solemnly announced that they were going home, and people started cheering loudly for their new commander, Liu Feng. But the guy was distracted by Kawase. Kawase said that she had something to give to the guy, and Liu Feng was even scared because a woman with sea-level strength appeared completely unnoticed. She had heard that the guy had broken his sword, so she decided to give the family weapon, the Zulai demonic sword. Liu Feng didn't mind getting a weapon that could cut A-level steel, and Kawase also gave him an ID card. The main character thanked Kawase and shouted to the new residents of the shelter to prepare for their return home. Soon, Liu Feng, Li Xin, Kelly, and Long Xuan used the teleport to return to the shelter. After them, everyone else teleported to the shelter, and Liu Feng, Sarah, and Ta Qiang greeted them hospitably. People were delighted with the scale of the shelter, and the system announced that the bunker level was raised to 3rd, and the production of weapons is now unlocked. Liu Feng immediately spent 160 points to build a weapon production facility, and people were amazed to see the manipulators working. Li Hanyang's daughter served the new residents a hot, delicious dinner, and Liu Feng told his teammates to go on vacation. At night, he lay in bed and prepared for bed. Liu Feng was glad that he could finally get a good rest and start working again tomorrow. He opened his eyes wide again when someone entered his room, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw that it was Sarah. The main character thought that the girl was in a dream again. He didn't mind her staying here until morning, but Sarah spoke up. The girl looked at him lovingly and said that he seemed to have fallen asleep too early. And Liu Feng, who was frightened, realized that Sarah was not a sleepwalker. Breaking down in tears, Sarah confessed that she had always admired our hero, and she was sorry that she could only express her love when Liu Feng returned home. Liu Feng felt very sorry for the girl. He couldn't just watch Sarah cry, so he held her hand. He ran a finger along her chin and complimented her on her courage, then kissed her, making her cheeks flush. When the main character woke up, he was delighted with his own coolness. He did not suspect that Li Xin was standing nearby and eavesdropping. The guy decided to go to the public bathhouse to swim. He happily plopped down in the hot water, but the happiness disappeared when he saw Li Xin. When Li Xin doused him with water, our hero grabbed her hands and pinned her to the floor. The girl screamed, demanding to let her go. The protagonist demanded that Li Xin confess why she had sneaked up on him, and the girl could only stare at him in shock. She clenched her teeth in anger and started hitting him with her hand. Liu Feng shouted, asking what she was doing. Li Xin made it clear that she knew that Liu Feng was having an affair with another woman behind her back, and the guy was confused, not knowing what to do now. She started blushing and raging, shouting that Liu Feng was talking nonsense when the guy asked if she was angry that he didn't call her. Xintong and her friend were released from work and also came to the public bath. They immediately noticed our hero. The blue-haired girl immediately threw herself into her brother's arms, and her friend snorted, saying that she didn't miss him at all. Liu Feng clearly didn't want the girls to be here because they couldn't see Li Xin, who had to hide under the water. He tried to chase them away, but Xintong and her friend wanted to help him clean up, so they started to rub him with a washcloth, even though he resisted. At this time, Kelly was working at the computer. Suddenly, her cup fell, and a strange feeling pierced the girl's heart. The girls were startled when the monster appeared out of the water. It turned out to be Li Xin, who could no longer hold her breath underwater. Yuxuan continued to wash Liu Feng's hair, asking Li Xin if she was also helping him wash. The next day, Liu Feng took Dr. Qin to the medical unit. The girl still couldn't believe that his shelter was so big. The guy introduced her to the medical unit, which has 2 rooms. The outer one is like a ward with beds, and the inner one is a laboratory. He showed the doctor around the lab, and Qin pointed out that it was better equipped than the one in the North Base, especially since everything was controlled by AI. Liu Feng asked Qin if she liked it here, and suggested that she bring those orphans here as well, and also told her about Ob, their chief technician. The girl was so moved by his suggestion that she silently walked over and kissed him on the cheek, and a bewildered Liu Feng asked the doctor what she was doing. Ob was forced to go back. He apologized because he had forgotten something, and froze when he saw the shadow of Liu Feng and Dr. Qin kissing. Shelter Ob's chief technician and electrician started to stutter and sweat when he realized that Director Liu and the new doctor were kissing. The guy immediately hid around the corner. Actually, Liu Feng and Qin weren't kissing. The guy just caught her when she lost her balance and helped her sit down. Ob couldn't bring himself to peek at them, and our hero and Qin started discussing Xintong disease and the fusion virus. The girl suggested that the director of the shelter take a closer look at this virus, because there was a microscope in the laboratory. He was trembling with anger and envy, cursing Liu Feng for being able to afford to have multiple girls at once when he was a lone wolf himself. The guy thought it was disgusting, and he would punish the traitors as soon as he became the head, because this is the worst thing in this world. The electrician was about to start making excuses to the girl who came up to him, but the beauty in the striped dress just asked if he was okay. The guy's eyes immediately sparkled when he noticed the beauty who was standing in front of him. He waved and greeted her. The girl asked him to fix what they had broken. The guy immediately agreed, and then reproached himself for falling for her tenderness. Dr. Qin told Liu Feng that she would be able to do a reverse study and suggested that he make a contract. The girl offered to help him create an inhibitory serum if Liu Feng would help her pick up the children from the base and take them to the underground city. Liu Feng asked if she wanted to join the shelter as well, and the girl quietly replied that she couldn't do it yet, because there was one thing she couldn't leave behind. The system announced that the construction of the weapons factory was completed, and the shelter could be upgraded to the 3rd level. Our hero and his partners hurriedly ran there to see. They saw a large high-tech workshop. Liu Feng, Li Xin, Kelly, and Long Xuan were all impressed by what they saw. The manipulators were automatically making weapons. Long Xuan and Li Xin, who specialize in firearms the most, came closer to take a look. Li Xin remarked that the weapons were simply excellent, and Long Xuan asked if other weapons could be made as well. Kelly said that now the plant can only produce weapons of the 1st level, and the resources will be enough to create hundreds of units of pistols, submachine guns, and shotguns. The goddess of death now proposed to create a shooting range for training beginners, and Liu Feng appointed her as the main one in this case. The main character ordered the system to start building a shooting range and upgrade the shelter to the 3rd level, and the system replied that the work would be completed in 2 days. Liu Feng decided to take a walk to the center of his underground city. He went to a bar where he met movie actresses. They offered him a drink together. He blushed when he remembered how much he liked these girls in his youth, but then he couldn't even dream of meeting them in person. The protagonist found it hard to believe that these 2 popular actresses were right in front of him right now. The girls were in awe of our hero's majestic spirit, and they couldn't take their eyes off Liu Feng. The guy was so nervous that he couldn't control his expression. He was surprised when the system gave him +1 point to his reputation. The main character suggested that these girls, as soon as they saw him, were so afraid of him that their reputation increased. Liu Feng resolutely and abruptly sat right between them. The girls thought that the guy was showing off his power. Reputation points were added again and again. Mimi was wary of the director of the shelter, and the second actress asked Liu Feng if he would like something to drink. She knew that her friend Xu Chenqian was so charming that she would be able to find out the director's intentions. They were both taken aback when Liu Feng refused to drink alcohol and told the girl behind the bar to serve him milk. Yuxuan explained that Liu Feng was very fond of the milk that her mother brought him since childhood, and the guy confirmed this. Liu Feng was dumbfounded when he received 233 reputation points. He cleared his throat and decided that he needed to say something to the actresses. Before the protagonist could say anything, the two girls got up and walked towards the exit, saying that they understood everything. The guy was horrified. He thought that he had offended the movie stars since they just got up and left, not wanting to talk to him. When Liu Feng arrived at the command post, everyone stood up at his command and loudly greeted the director. Our hero suggested not to behave so formally, but Kelly replied that the director should correspond to his status and invited him to sit down. The meeting had officially started, and Liu Feng was surprised when he received reputation points again, deducing that his strict behavior also affected it. Kelly suggested setting up a 30-man security detail because two forces had recently gathered around them, the Monotheists and the Salvation Army. She said that the Church of One God has become active in the south of the city, and the Salvation Army is a gang of thugs, which already has more than 200 people. Li Xin laughed, saying that the Salvation Army sounded like a bunch of collective farmers, and Shintong brought the monotheist leader at her brother's request. The red-haired girl decided to question the prisoner. She asked where the Church of the One God originates from. The monotheist said that now there are tens of thousands of believers in the church, and the sect is run by 8 bishops, and she was one of them. The prisoner confessed that all the eggs of the zombie mutants were given to them by the founder, and the 7th virgin was also created by him. Jintong began to beat the girl, demanding that she speak faster. She admitted that she did not see the founder in person. The main character froze when he heard from the monotheist that the founder of their sect is most likely not a person. She also said that the apostle was probably already in the city, so Liu Feng told her to go out with the team next time. Liu Feng had said that the first thing to do was train the security team before dealing with the sect, and Kelly had agreed with him. The guy told everyone to lead a team. Li Xin would take over the hypermarket, Long Xuan would take over the sewage treatment plant, Ta Chiang would take over the pier, and he would take over the oil storage facility. Kelly also reported that they needed to go to the institute downtown to find nanotechnology and uncover Zheng Tianxiang. However, according to her, in the center of the city there are millions of zombies. It is still impossible to get there on your own. Old Man Kane, who was also present at the meeting, made the kids stop arguing and offered to explain everything to them. The older man said that while he was waiting for Ms. Kelly at the North Base, he heard that the military wanted to explore the city center. Kelly said that she had already advised Liu Feng to establish relations with the military, so it would be easy to join them. But our hero was mysteriously silent. The main character smiled slyly and replied that he was hiding himself badly, since the girl understood his plan so clearly. Everyone present realized that this guy's abilities were unfathomable, and Liu Feng concluded the meeting by announcing all the plans. In fact, Liu Feng was very scared because his companions were too smart. He had not even said a word yet, and the strategy was already ready. 3 hours later, he was relaxing in his room and drinking a soda, watching his favorite movie, the latest installment of Hard Crisis. The guy was delighted with a great time, claiming that such a luxurious life he did not have before the apocalypse. Liu Feng thought that the movie actresses Mei Mei and Qian Qian wanted to watch a movie with him, so he let them in, but he was wrong. Dressed up in bunny costumes, the girls sat down next to him on the sofa and hugged him. The dumbfounded guy asked the actresses what they were doing. He realized that the girls had misunderstood everything when they said that the scoundrel had told them to come to him at 3 in the morning. The beauties looked at the director of the shelter in embarrassment and asked him to become their patron in one voice. In his mind's eye, Liu Feng had become a knight who had encountered the same evil spirits that devoured people's souls. Swinging his sword, the knight began to bravely fight with the girls in white dresses who dodged his blows. The girls told our hero that with a normal attack, he would not be able to injure them because they are spirits who can share damage. They attacked him with magic at the same time, and Liu Feng, who was injured, thought that it was bad, and at this rate, he might lose. After receiving the damage, the guy collapsed on the ground. He was trembling in pain and fear. Thinking about how he could defeat these strong spirits, he turned his attention to the spirit rebirth well that was nearby, stood up, and rushed over. The girls laughed, claiming that they were spirits, so his attacks were useless. But he attacked the well with his sword, wishing the girls dead. The attack was successful, the spirits screamed in pain. The guy laughed because he took over their weakness, and now their lives are like candles in the wind. He continued to laugh as he sat on the well, because that way the source of power fades away and they can't do anything. After dealing with them, Liu Feng felt amazing. His strength was restored, and he also fulfilled a childhood dream. The next day, he, Kelly, and electrician Ob came out of the shelter. Their goal was to get to the oil storage tank. At the oil storage facility, Kelly said that according to satellite calculations, there should be several dozen zombies at this plant, and capturing the factory will give them at least 300 units of resources. Yesterday, Kelly went to the shooting range located in the underground city. She trained to shoot a pistol. Liu Feng was surprised that the girl had been training for so long, and she explained that the apocalypse world was too dangerous. Taking another shot, Kelly said that just hiding on the base is not an option. Now the main character, remembering this, concluded that such a strong woman as Kelly at any time will not accept and will not back down. Kelly asked the director for permission to join the zombie cleanup operation, and Liu Feng gave her permission without hesitation. The guy told his partners that their task is to clear the territory from zombies, but firearms cannot be used because everything is explosive here. From the satellites, they had previously seen that there weren't too many zombies inside, and there probably weren't any mutants among them, so the task should be simple. Liu Feng said that all he needed to do was bait a zombie, but he asked who would do it, and everyone stared at him at the same time. The electrician was very scared, but he took on this task. He ran and screamed, fleeing from the zombies that were rushing after him. The clumsy guy tripped over a rock and fell to the ground. The zombies were already very close. He was screaming, begging someone to save him. Liu Feng came to the rescue in time, destroyed one of the zombies with a single blow, and praised the electrician for doing a great job. Kelly used a crossbow to shoot zombies. All her arrows hit directly on the target, which drew the attention of our hero. When one of the zombies ran up to her, the brave woman kicked him and shouted at him not to approach her. As Kelly fired the crossbow at the zombies again, she kept telling herself that she had to be strong. She decided that she couldn't just be a set piece in the shelter, because before the apocalypse, she managed to build a business empire. After destroying another zombie, Kelly thought she could handle the apocalypse and start all over again. Zombies were everywhere. No matter how many guys killed them, the number of them did not decrease. There was an intense struggle for survival. Kelly wondered if Liu Feng felt the same way when fighting the zombies as she swung and destroyed another one. As she watched him fight, she wondered how the guy had survived the strain of being on the front line all day. Kelly was delighted with the incredible strength of the main character. She promised herself that she would not lose in this zombie apocalypse either. The girl decided to use the explosive arrowheads that Liu Feng made for her. It hit the target, and the explosion knocked the zombies down. Fox was wary when she noticed the silhouette of a huge monster behind her. It didn't look like the zombies they were destroying today. She tensed up because this kind of zombie they hadn't seen before at all. It was a mutated zombie with poison glands. Liu Feng immediately took the initiative to fight the mutant. Kelly shouted that it was bad because the monster was spraying acid. The main character told the girl not to worry, promised that he would protect her, and rushed forward, drawing his flaming sword. It managed to injure the mutant with its first strike, and Liu Feng thought that it was not for nothing that it was an A-class weapon, because its power was impressive. After seeing the monster being torn apart, Kelly knew that no matter how hard she tried, she would never be as strong as Liu Feng. 10 minutes later, Liu Feng asked the technician how much longer he would be fixing the wires in the control room, but asked him not to rush him. Our hero said that now the territory outside is already cleared of zombies. It remains only to clean up the building itself, and the task will be completed. The electrician successfully opened the door. The director of the shelter rushed forward first, grabbing his new sword given by the vice president. Along the way, he asked Kelly how she felt about destroying zombies, and she said that it was harder than she thought, but she would gradually become stronger. The main character was impressed by the strength of the woman's spirit. He laughed awkwardly and suggested that she try together. They were perplexed to hear someone speaking over a loudspeaker, begging them to go to the main control room quickly to save him. The stranger begged for the hero's help, claiming that he was in the main control room, and there were a lot of zombies outside. The system reported to Liu Feng that the building consists of 5 floors, but there is an elevator. The guy noticed that there was something wrong with this voice. The main character did not leave the feeling that something was wrong here, passing by the dead man. He noticed something. Liu Feng noticed that all the dead people here were brainless, and this handwriting was not typical of the zombies they were used to. He concluded that an unprecedented type of zombie was rampant here, and immediately the system announced that the energy of mutant zombies was detected. As they rode the elevator, a voice over the speaker warned them that there were several zombies on the 5th floor. Liu Feng blushed and started making excuses to Kelly when the voice from the speaker started accusing the guy of staring at the girl. When they arrived at the top floor, Kelly wondered if she should hide behind the guy, because she felt safe there. Just now in the battle, she realized that she had been training for a very long time, but she didn't become strong. But then she pushed all the destructive thoughts away. She said that she wouldn't hide behind Liu Feng's back, and the guy smiled because the girl's determination pleased him. Electrician Ob was very angry with our hero, thinking that he was a dog who only does that flirts with girls. It was very dark in the hall on the 5th floor, so the guys did not hurry to go down the corridor. They stopped for a while. Liu Feng asked his teammates to be careful while taking out their weapons, but he snorted, saying that he wasn't like our hero. The electrician started parodying the girls and asking Liu Feng to hug him because he was afraid. But then he refused to hug himself when he felt that someone was touching him. The guy was horrified when he realized that Liu Feng had been standing a few meters away from him all this time and was being touched by a scary giant mutant. Tech Ob froze in fright when the monster's long purple tongue touched him again, and then the zombie bared its sharp teeth. Kelly screamed for the guy to duck and fired her crossbow to protect the electrician from the mutant zombie that attacked him. The arrow did nothing to the zombies. Liu Feng was struck by the hardness of the mutant's shell. The system notified that a monster named Red Claws had appeared in front of them. The tentacles wrapped around the electrician's neck and grabbed Kelly's waist, and Liu Feng was startled when he realized that the mutant wasn't alone. The guy frantically turned around and saw that in the dark hall as many as 3 absolutely identical zombie mutants. Liu Feng thought that these zombies were like jackals. They had captured 2 of his companions at the same time, so he had to choose who to save. When the 3rd mutant aimed at him, the boy took out his sword and swung it to fend off the Red Claws. He loaded the gauntlet Kelly had given him, swung his arm and hit the mutant, creating a massive explosion, and it worked. The main character was afraid for Kelly when the mutant began to pull her to him, wrapping purple tentacles around the girl's waist. The biggest problem was that the 2nd mutant was dragging the electrician away at the same time, and Liu Feng needed to choose which one to save right now. Kelly's situation reminded her very much of what happened to her before the apocalypse, 4 years ago, when she owned the company. Then, the assistant reported to the girl that the financial resources of her company are limited, and she may not avoid bankruptcy if she does not accept the conditions. The girl closed her eyes and wondered if what she was thinking was the problem, but she snapped her eyes open and dismissed the thought. Then the owner of the 9th Heaven Corporation, Luo, burst into her office and asked the famous Kelly if she couldn't do this. Kelly asked the boss why he was here, and he said he was willing to lend her money to solve all her problems if she agreed to be his mistress. Now, remembering the expression on that pig's face, Kelly drew a parallel with the face of the monster that had grabbed her. She started to struggle out of the mutant's shackles, shouting that she would shut their dog mouths, and the girl grabbed her weapon to fight back. Kelly did the same thing that time. She beat up director Luo, and then became the owner of her own business empire. However, things have changed now. She has Liu Feng, who saved her, and said that he didn't think she still had such an explosive side. Kelly asked if he saw her explosive side and was afraid, and a sweaty Liu Feng laughed and said no. The main character noticed that another mutant zombie was targeting them. The guy took out the mantis sword to fight it. Holding the girl in his arms, the guy attacked the monster without looking, asking Kelly not to be afraid because he is close and ready to protect her. After that, the main character kissed Kelly and asked her to become his girlfriend. She froze in surprise and opened her eyes. Electrician Ob, who was trying to get out of the clutches of the Red Claws, complained that even at such moments, Liu Feng behaves like a dog. The main character was very scared because he did not expect himself that not only would he kiss Kelly but also ask her to become his girlfriend. Kelly replied that anyone who wants to be her boyfriend has to be brave and powerful, so he still needs to try harder. Liu Feng thought this meant agreeing, but he had to distract himself when the Red Claw chief, an elite-level zombie, appeared. The voice over the speaker asked the guys to be careful, because the monster that scratched his door is going in search of our heroes, and these zombies have a special characteristic. It consists in the fact that these mutants are like jackals. The leader of the Red Claws, eating the next victim, has already appeared before the guys. The main character confidently looked at the enemy's face. The Red Claw leader growled when he noticed Liu Feng and his companions. Liu Feng looked at the monster warily. The mutant had already stretched out its claws to grab it, but the guy was not afraid. He only tensed up when he saw the speed of the Red Claw chieftain. He thought how fast this mutant zombie was. The main character decided to use the Kung Fu master's skill, the Flower of Chaos technique, to attack the mutant with an electromagnetic sword. Liu Feng told his teammates to look for the main control room while he dealt with the monster, but they couldn't destroy it yet. The electrician and Kelly were impressed by the powerful move our hero made using his explosive glove. The technician ran ahead, followed by Kelly, because they found the right moment to open the door to the control room. Ob immediately began to do his job, trying to open the next door, and the voice from the speaker didn't stop, urging the guys on. Kelly witnessed Liu Feng almost die when there was a huge explosion that sent him flying back many meters. The main character squeezed his eyes shut, resigned to the fact that he lost in this attack. Fortunately, Kelly caught up with him. The girl hugged him tightly and began to examine him to make sure that the guy was the target. Liu Feng blushed because of her hug. Liu Feng said that something incredible had happened because even the impact glove didn't help him break the monster's arm. To make matters worse, the shock gloves had a cooldown time. He couldn't use them again, and Ob needed another 3 minutes to open the door. At such times, Liu Feng really missed his friend Long Xuan. He would have been able to support him after all. Even the skills of a kung fu master did not help the guy defeat the monster. The leader of the Red Claws moved to attack, and Liu Feng noticed this and pushed Kelly aside so that the girl wouldn't get caught in the hand. Liu Feng took the hit. His body smashed through the stone wall, and the voice over the speaker said that they had finally arrived. The main character was taken aback when he saw the one they came to help. It was a flying robot in a yellow helmet. The robot began to complain that our hero broke the doors and came here not alone, but with a mutant who wanted to destroy it. Liu Feng demanded to know who he was, and the robot introduced itself as an artificial intelligence for oil drilling named Zhao Puff. The guy grabbed the robot, calling it a small toy that tricked them. Zhao Puff replied that he was not a small toy, but the most innovative robot driller. The mutant tried to attack the guy, but he dodged in time. Zhao Puff was scared to death, complaining that the precious robot almost died. Zhao Puff, seeing that our hero has a cool mechanical hand, suggested that he act as a team to break through the mutant's armor. The robot has switched to driller fighter mode to use the weapons of the final Asian battle. Liu Feng was at a loss. When Zhao Puff stuck to his back and activated the fusion, the guy got a robotic armor. The system notified us that our hero received a strengthening exoskeleton, which increases the damage from skills. Zhao Puff asked the guy to pick a skill and kick the ass of that monster jerk. Liu Feng swung to do it. He attacked the Red Claw leader with a mechanical gauntlet, thinking that a single blow would be enough to completely destroy him. The mutant zombie screamed in pain. A bright flame flash filled almost the entire hall. The defense of the terrible monster was breached. Liu Feng was happy to receive such powerful equipment. Zhao Puff was indignant that he was called that. But then the guy noticed that the mutant was still showing signs of life. Zhao Puff decided to finish off the mutant on his own, using the weapon of the final Asian battle, the mountain laser technique. The robot incinerated a mutant zombie with a laser, and our hero could only stand and watch it. Zhao Puff turned off because his battery was dead. Liu Feng was impressed with the robot's power, and Kelly concluded that our hero had become even stronger. The task was completed. Liu Feng received 2,000 points and a lottery ticket. The guy asked if the system was really jealous when it recommended to abandon this primitive robot. This time, the lottery rewards weren't bad, and what he wanted most was the blueprint for the energy shield. Liu Feng pressed the start drawing button and began to pray that he would get a drawing. The reel was spinning. He clutched his head because he was just a little short of the energy shield blueprint slot. Instead, he received a reagent, which with some probability can help awaken superpowers in ordinary people. Kelly was outraged that she was the one who received this reagent, because she thought it was pointless to waste it on her. Liu Feng replied that it was fine, because he already had superpowers and there was a chance that the drug wouldn't work. The reagent immediately started working and Kelly noticed that she couldn't move at all. The guy was afraid for her and immediately returned to the shelter's transport room so that Kelly could receive medical attention. He yelled, asking Sarah where Dr. Chin was because Kelly was unconscious, and she reported that the doctor was in the lab. The main character asked Kelly to hold on and promised that he would immediately take her to Dr. Chin. A terrified guy rushed into the lab and shouted to the doctor that Kelly was unconscious. Jin was sitting calmly in a chair. Chin accused the guy of being too reckless when he confessed to injecting Kelly with the Force Awakening drug. Dr. Chin calmed down and said that the girl needed to be examined first. Kelly was still unconscious, her face covered in sweat. 10 minutes later, the girl reported that her condition was stable. It was the first time she had seen someone's powers awaken. Liu Feng was taken aback when Chin advised him to take Kelly to his room to look after her for the entire night. The main character took the girl to his room and put her on the bed. He promised Kelly that everything would be fine with her. He didn't agree with Dr. Chin, who believes that he has experience in superpowers, because this is solely the merit of the system. Liu Feng screamed in fright and warned the system that he would die of fright if she showed up so suddenly again when the system showed him the notification. The guy agreed to learn about a way to increase the probability of a successful mutation, and the system replied that his pulse immediately became faster. He chuckled as he noticed that the system was acting unusually jealous. He assumed it was because he had brought Zhao Puff with him. It was the first time Liu Feng had seen the system so nervous, and it had warned the host that it would launch a self-destruct program if he continued to talk nonsense. The system suggested that the guy massage Kelly's acupuncture points to speed up blood flow and make it easier to accept the mutation. The main character was embarrassed when the system showed him that he needed to massage his collarbone and other acupuncture points. But Kelly's state of health was more important, so Liu Feng dared to start giving her a massage. It seems that the girl started to regain consciousness. After a while, Kelly woke up and pushed him off the bed and onto the floor, and Liu Feng asked if she was awake. He was startled when the system announced that all the blood in Kelly's body was activated, and soon she would mutate. The next day, when Liu Feng woke up, the system announced that the mutation was successfully completed. Kelly received a new ability. Meanwhile, at the pump station, the technician was not working but playing with virtual reality glasses, and his partner told him to stop it. There was a commotion in Liu Feng's bedroom. He even thought that he was in a beautiful dream, because now he was surrounded by not one Kelly, but two. The main character decided that since he was still asleep, he didn't need to play the gentleman. He was shocked when he saw the third Kelly, who offered to join him for breakfast since he was already awake. The girl thanked him for getting the abilities and told him that while preparing breakfast, she had already figured out a little what was what. Liu Feng had assumed that her ability was to clone herself, but it turned out that this was just one of the methods of using her power. She said that she made these two clones from the metal of his room, and her ability is to transform. The shocked guy introduced the girl in the image of Magneto. When she said that metals take on new forms more easily, he was even more surprised when Kelly said that she thought it didn't have the offensive power of Magneto. Kelly demonstrated that she can transform objects, but she can't move them. But she can apply them to her body. She can also divide her consciousness and control clones, perceive the environment through them, as if through cameras. The girl told the dumbfounded Liu Feng that she could only control two clones at the moment, but after training, she would upgrade this skill. Liu Feng was already daydreaming about being surrounded by four Kellys. The girl noticed this and threw a metal cube at him. She still hadn't come up with a useful use for her ability, but she found out that it was 100% compatible with Liu Feng's skills. The guy opened his mouth in surprise when he heard this, and the system notified that the upgrade of the shelter to the third level was completed. The system warned the guys that the underground city is starting to upgrade. You need to hold on tightly to the railing. As the upgrade began, the main character also grabbed the railing and watched his shelter sparkle brightly. He was able to open his eyes again, which had been squeezed shut by the bright light when the construction of the third-level shelter was completed. The residents of the underground city were shouting with delight as the upgraded base became even more huge. Li Xin came and reported that the task was completed. Liu Feng praised her, and her smile faded when she noticed who the guy was standing with. The red-haired girl wondered why Kelly was standing next to a guy she liked. Li Xin was extremely indignant. She had only left the base for one day, and this vixen had already managed to seduce Liu Feng. Electrician Ob was also impressed with how big the shelter had become, and the actresses also noticed that the underground city had changed. Mei Mei and her friend said that this base is just a miracle. They have never seen such an automated place. Liu Feng wanted to familiarize himself with the new changes. The system reported to him that the second floor of the underground city had been opened. Now he was going to build the second floor and then choose other blueprints. He spent points on building mining equipment. The guy spent 600 points on it. The system warned that the construction of mechanical mining equipment will take 2 days. Liu Feng was glad that he had resolved the matter with the base, and he warned Kelly that they would go to the northern camp tomorrow to contact the military. Before the trip to the northern base, our hero decided to rest. At midnight, he was still awake, drinking milk with his sister. He was glad because it had been a while since he spent time as a brother and sister. Xintong didn't share his delight, calling him a stupid brother. Yuxuan scolded our hero for being so busy every day that he has absolutely no time for his little sister. A red-haired girl decided to play a game console. The main character looked at her and noticed how much she had grown up. Yuxuan noticed that he was staring at her. At first, she wanted to be indignant, but then she said that it was normal because in childhood they promised each other that they would get married when they grew up. Liu Feng tried to tell her that these were childish jokes that couldn't be taken seriously, and she was angry at the deceiver. Yuxuan started hitting him, shouting that Liu Feng had promised her this, so he shouldn't go back on his words. An hour later, Liu Feng was glad that Yuxuan had finally calmed down and fallen asleep, so that he could be alone with his sister. The guy didn't think that they would all be alive by this day. He patted Xintong's head and said that it wasn't easy for them. Liu Feng was at a loss when the girl asked if she could also marry him when she grew up. Our hero laughed and thanked her for her comfort, and he realized that Xintong was still an angel, even though she had lost her memory. When he was 10 years old, Liu Feng found himself in a new family, and his foster father asked him not to worry about showing him his new home. The foster mother introduced our hero to his stepsister, and she asked Xintong not to worry and call him her brother. Xintong smiled and called him little brother. And at that moment, the girl's angelic smile won Liu Feng over and melted his heart. The next day, Liu Feng opened his eyes. He had to sleep sitting up because of the girls. When he saw them, he promised himself that he would definitely protect them. Liu Feng was startled when Xiao Puff woke up and greeted the Silver Lord, offering him a massage. Embarrassed, Xiao Puff suggested that the guy eat breakfast first, and was taken aback when he saw that Liu Feng wasn't alone. The AI robot's expression changed, asking if the Silver Lord was just a dream. In order to please our hero, Xiao Puff activated another program and became much cuter, which only scared Liu Feng. The main character started pushing it and shouting at Xiao Puff not to come near it, but the robot was persistent. Liu Feng got angry at the robot. He shouted that he was going to teach it a lesson if it didn't understand properly, and lashed out at it. The girls woke up and decided that our hero was a pervert. Seeing him with a robot, Liu Feng shouted that they had misunderstood everything. Our hero screamed that it was all over and now he can't get out of it, Xiao Puff consoled him. Because the guy still has him. In the evening, the team was ready to move out. Their destination was the North Base. Besides Liu Feng, Kelly, High Priest, Li Xin, Xintong, and Xiao Puff would go there. The next day, some men in suits tried to break into the northern base, shouting that County Chief Qian was injured and waiting for treatment in a car. An indignant man shouted, asking if the soldiers would take responsibility if something happened to the county chief. The wounded Qian got out of the car and asked Xiao Zhang why they hadn't stopped at the base yet, because he was in a lot of pain. And the men started threatening the soldiers to let them through. Xiao Zhang was cursing with the soldiers, and then he turned around and noticed that his superior was acting strange. Qianye bared his sharp teeth and complained about his hunger. A moment later, Qianye was about to turn into a mutant as he opened his mouth at the subordinate, shouting how fragrant he was. The chief of the district attacked his subordinate, and the soldiers immediately opened fire on the zombies. One of the soldiers told his partner to inform the others about the danger. Seeing zombies, among the civilians began to panic. The main character decided that he needed to intervene, so he put his sword on his shoulders and calmly walked towards where the gunfire sounded. The soldiers' attempts to stop the mutant with firearms failed, and the zombie was still rampaging. Liu Feng only needed to swing his sword once to decapitate the mutant and save the soldiers from certain death. The government troops were shocked. One of them saw our hero and immediately found out who it was who came to their aid. Our hero was at a loss when the soldier called him Demonic Fist. He did not understand at all where this nickname came from. The guy asked where Commander Chu Shanhe was. The soldier replied that Chu was now the platoon leader, and he would inform him that Liu Feng wanted to meet him. The soldier said that a list of mutant masters was created for all the surviving cities, and our hero is also on it. He explained that the task the guy completed was upgraded to level C because Liu Feng prevented the zombie spread disaster. The main character laughed and scratched his head awkwardly. It was no wonder that that fused zombie was very strong. Chu Shanhe came. He was very happy to see Liu Feng because they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The guy hugged our hero and thanked him for saving him on the last mission. Thanks to Liu Feng, the commander was promoted. Liu Feng admitted that he came because he had a shipment of goods and wanted to see if he could make a deal for it with the military. Chu Shanhe suggested that the protagonist go out and eat first, and introduce him to his boss Guo at the same time. In the central area of the northern base, Liu Feng's ex-girlfriend Shen Qing was relaxing in the company of an elderly man who gave her 2 cans of canned food. The old man trembled in fear and screamed loudly as the pretty girl suddenly turned into a scary mutant. Li Xin and Kelly also arrived at the northern base. The local men turned around and wondered who these beauties were. One of the locals grabbed Li Xin by the shoulder and offered her 2 cans of canned food for spending one night with her master. The red-haired girl grabbed the scoundrel and threw him over her shoulder. Chu Shanhe was afraid for her, but Liu Feng assured the guy that everything was fine. The shaven-headed man screamed in pain, but Li Xin didn't stop there. She pinned him to the ground and put the machine gun to his forehead. Li Xin had warned the scumbag that she was in a foul mood today, so she would take his life if he made any more noise. The bald man ran away, threatening that the Light Dragon Gang would take revenge on her. Li Xin was angry because Kelly had taken her boyfriend away from her. Liu Feng noticed a stall not far away. A merchant was advertising Liu Feng's Demonic Fist merchandise. Local girls immediately ran there, wanting to buy Liu Feng's merch. Our hero was shocked to see how his photo was used. Captain Chu Shanhe explained to the guy that he was now a celebrity, and there were only a few people on the list in their city. Apart from him, Iron Man Li Jiangguo and the other people from the association, Liu Feng understood how things worked. Soon the 2 boys bumped their mugs together to drink, and Liu Feng thanked Chu Shanhe for inviting him to lunch. Li Xin was curious about what the guys were talking about, and Kelly explained to the girl that a lot of important information can only be obtained at the table. Kelly asked her not to underestimate their director, thinking that he was just having lunch, that he had everything planned out, and that Li Xin could see for herself. Chu Shanhe admitted that he has a case that he needs help with, because soon the military will go on a mission to search for objects in the city center. Kelly explained to a dumbfounded Li Xin that from the very beginning, Liu Feng had done everything to get closer to the military, and today he was benefiting from it. Liu Feng agreed to help the guy and found out that the mission would start in 3 days. Kelly came to the table and our hero introduced her as the one who would be responsible for the exchange transactions. The system gave Liu Feng a task to search for nanonuclear technology in the center of the city. Suddenly, another girl approached the guy. The main character was surprised when he saw his old friend Yingqian. The girl greeted her savior. The guy went with her to the civilian dorm. The girl didn't have much food, so she was only able to treat Liu Feng to clean water. Liu Feng was glad that he had escorted the 4 girls out. And when he was alone with Yingqian, he asked her where her friends were. Yingqian said that after the rescue, the three of them are now teaching the children of the northern base, and their life has become quite good. The girl admitted that the city is now controlled food. The situation is very dangerous, and sometimes you have to eat weeds in order not to die of hunger. He wondered why he shouldn't take them to his hideout, since it was so hard for girls to live in the North Base. He said he wanted to hire 3 female teachers to educate the children in his shelter, and offered 3 meals a day and a lot of canned food as a salary. At first, the guy thought that she wouldn't agree. But Yingqian grabbed his hand with burning eyes and shouted that she agreed. The girl confessed that the last time she ate meat was when Liu Feng organized that dinner in the forest. Yingqian approached him and asked how she could thank him for his help. The confused guy asked her back what she was doing. She heard that someone had returned and dragged our hero to hide in the closet. It was her friend who came and asked what was for dinner today. The girl with blue hair heard that someone was in the closet. She got scared and screamed, asking who was there. She came closer to check. A strange feeling lingered in her mind. Liu Feng knew that he would be in trouble if they were discovered. Liu Feng was horrified when he heard the teacher opening the cabinet, and the girl cautiously peeked in to see who was there. The girl was surprised when she saw her friend and Liu Feng in the closet. She asked the guys what they were doing here. The third teacher also returned home without seeing anyone. She realized that dinner would have to be prepared by her. Being locked in the closet was extremely stressful for Liu Feng, and he felt like a brave man who was facing off against 2 hellish devils. He felt like a knight in armor who had been captured by evil spirits so that he couldn't move. He felt microscopic compared to the 2 hellish devils and felt that he had no chance of defeating them. The children fell out of the closet, and the third teacher saw them. She got angry and shouted, asking what they were doing there in secret from her. The main character shouted that he would explain everything to her now, but the teacher stopped being angry. She smiled, asking why they didn't call her. Liu Feng recovered from the fall, scratched his head, and saw 3 girls in front of him who didn't even think to let go of the savior. One of them heard a knock on the door and complained about who was knocking at such a time. The girl was forced to open the door. Yingqian was at a loss when she saw in front of her the elderly man who had been bitten by the 6th apostle Shenqing earlier. She told her friend that it was just their neighbor, Old Man Li, without noticing that something was obviously wrong with Grandpa. Out of the corner of her eye, the teacher noticed that Old Man Li had turned into a terrifying monster that was about to grab her. Fortunately, the main character reacted to the danger in time and hit the mutant in the face using a robotic glove. A single blow was enough to disarm the monster. The evil Liu Feng told the cretin to remove his hands from the girl. Mutated Old Man Li wasn't the only one who came here, other than him. A whole bunch of zombies broke into the house. Yingqian didn't understand why there were so many mutants in the middle of the city, so Liu Feng asked them not to worry and promised that he would solve everything. The girls were in awe of the guy's beauty, and Liu Feng, standing in front of the crowd of zombies, wondered if they had taken over the central district. The fat man that he had just hit with the glove stood up as if nothing had happened. Liu Feng deduced that it was a special mutation. The guy once again used his explosive gauntlet to attack the mutant zombie. He stripped it of its new head. Liu Feng was startled when a moment later, the zombie grew a new centipede-shaped head and was about to attack the guy. He pulled himself together, grunted, and drew his sword, once again decapitating the monster, just as another mutant was aiming at him. Now the main character activated the Kung Fu Master skill. He jumped up to avoid the monster's attack. Liu Feng decided to attack this mutant with both hands at once, using not only the sword, but also the mantis blade. He managed to hit the target, and the double damage caused the mutant zombie to fall off its feet and collapse to the floor. The main character complained about the indestructibility of this type of zombie. He decided to try explosive bolts against them. The 3 female teachers squeezed their eyes shut in fear as the zombie's head flew right past them, then exploded. The tactic worked. Explosive bolts with fire can be used as a special attack, but the mutants still did not want to calm down. Liu Feng didn't give up. He wanted to see how the zombie could withstand his next attack. His sword started to burn with a bright flame. The main character violently swung the flaming blade, simultaneously attacking several mutant zombies at once. He reported to Captain Chu that there were zombies in the central area, so his sister and high priest were needed, and then he noticed a girl in the window. Half an hour later, the military blocked the territory of the central district. Captain Chu announced that there was an infection here, so all the locals will remain in quarantine. Liu Feng revealed that the zombie that caused this problem was the 6th apostle of the monotheists, which shocked Chu. The captain was complaining about a pesky brute that had forced him to block off the area when a girl suddenly arrived. She introduced herself as Jilan from the Research Institute, an expert on mutant perception, according to Chu. The girl recognized our hero as the same demonic fist. She said that he was not at all like in the legends. She imagined him huge and strong. Jilan yawned and suggested that we get to work, because she didn't want to work overtime and she still needed to get some sleep. Soon, the girl closed her eyes and concentrated on the mental perception of the zombies in the central area. The main character got angry at her when she indifferently said that usually everything works out for her. But now for some reason zombies are not felt. Shintong brought a monotheist, and she said that Jilan would definitely not be able to sense the sixth apostle, because this elite zombie specializes in concealment. The blonde smiled ominously and declared that countless human cities would disappear under the onslaught of the monotheists, and only they would survive. The people from the research institute became uneasy. Shintong told the girl to shut up and fall to her knees. The monotheist obeyed Shintong's order without question and fell to her knees, stopping advertising her sect. Liu Feng was ashamed of her sister, and the monotheist herself didn't understand why she had involuntarily fallen to her knees in front of the dazzling Shintong. The girl realized that the god is Shintong, the monotheist screamed, wanting to ask something from her. The blonde decided that she should become a servant of the goddess and should take the goddess away from Liu Feng. Our hero did not understand why she was looking at him so ominously. Shintong told the girl to work and she obeyed, closed her eyes, and turned on the high priest's wrath to find the apostle. The green radar started working on a large area. Jilan thought that the monotheist's spiritual power was very strange, not at all like hers. At the same time, people in quarantine were angry at the soldiers. They demanded to be released, and they did not understand why they were locked up at all. The monotheist quickly found 46 converted zombies, and Liu Feng was overjoyed and told her to bring them to them. The girl was outraged that Liu Feng was giving her orders, even asking her to hand over her former partners, and Shintong ordered her to do the same. Looking at the monotheist from under her brows, Shintong asked the girl through gritted teeth if she understood her order. The monotheist was glad when the goddess turned to her, and now she did not mind giving up her former partners. Liu Feng told the captain that this was an important mission, so he wanted to go with him. Chushan he replied that he personally owed the guy a favor. The guys went on a mission, locked in the central district were scared, having no idea what they were going to do. A mutant appeared in the area. He grabbed one of the peaceful girls by the shoulder, opened his giant disfigured mouth, and wanted to pounce. The main character came to the rescue in time, destroying the mutant with a well-aimed sword blow. He asked the girl if she was safe. The girl blushed when she saw the handsome man who saved her. And Liu Feng took the life of a mutant zombie. A panic broke out in the crowd of civilians, and another mutant zombie appeared among them, which had already attacked civilians. The soldiers were forced to open fire on the zombies, trying not to hit the civilians. Liu Feng helped them destroy the monsters. While they were fighting the zombies, the sixth apostle appeared on the roof, and the high priest immediately noticed her. Shintong soon came out on this roof, finding the sixth apostle. She slowly walked over to the one that tricked her older brother. The girl's eyes shone with red flames. Shintong glared at the mutant zombie with hatred and called her a bug. Shenting was scared because Shintong looked very scary, and the girl told her not to make a fool of herself because the stench of the apostle's body was spreading everywhere. Shintong assumed that Shenting's body was captured, but she realized that she had been exposed and exposed her true identity. It released a huge number of long purple tentacles from its mouth to pounce on little Shintong. It was nothing to the girl. She had stripped the sixth apostle of those tentacles, and Liu Feng noticed that something was happening on the roof. Shintong released her glowing tentacles, which clung to the mutant zombie. The sixth apostle no longer looked so confident. The sixth apostle didn't understand what was going on, and how this girl managed to start absorbing her. And Shintong noticed the zombie's excellent taste. After revealing her mutated essence, Shintong told Shenqing not to appear in front of her brother anymore, since they had already separated. The girl stretched out her hand, after which a deafening explosion was heard. The sixth apostle was unable to fight back. Liu Feng gave the order for someone to check what was happening on the roof, and Shintong saw that the sixth apostle had escaped. The mutant zombie in Shenqing's body decided to run away from there as soon as possible. She knew that she couldn't defeat Xintong, who had such a strong aura, but she couldn't do it. Suddenly, the monster got stuck. She saw a red thread around her hand and assumed that it was a spider web. The sixth apostle only had time to think about how scared she was, and the girl who destroyed her with a spider web said that her little brother belongs only to her. The teachers were captured by the bandits. Yingqian thought it was all her fault because Liu Feng had told them to leave the area immediately. But she decided to pack up her things first. The shaven-headed man was already licking his lips as he looked at the loot, when suddenly Liu Feng burst into the building and knocked the scoundrel down. Xu Ju said through gritted teeth that anyone who challenged his gang of light-bearing dragons would not get a chance to live. The old man's courage evaporated when he realized that the same Liu Feng had barged in, and he screamed in fright as he looked at him. Liu Feng asked Xu Ju who he was, and Xu Ju burst into tears because the guy had forgotten him and promised that his boss would take revenge on him. Yingqian thanked Liu Feng for saving her, and Liu Feng replied that he had come because he thought the girls were in trouble. The main character left the soldiers with the bandits and immediately rushed to the roof, because earlier something was happening there. He saw Shintong in front of him. and the system notified the guy that the sixth apostle was eliminated. The reward was 2,000 points. Seeing her older brother, Xintong threw herself into his arms and started complaining about how much she was scared. Liu Feng noticed that the girl looked more mature. After going outside, he told her not to run away alone anymore. Xintong got angry when Jilan walked up to them. She warned that she was going back to the institute, but they would meet in 3 days. Liu Feng asked if she would also participate in the mission in the city center. After 3 days, everything was ready to go downtown. Kelly, Li Xin, and Xintong also went with Liu Feng. Meanwhile, in the shelter's dorm, the techs were having fun playing cards, and Ab was happy because he had won. Ab was excited about the joyous life in the shelter because he didn't have to face zombies every day. Tachiang, who was flexing his muscles, told the guys that this was why they needed to protect this hard-won life, and they were being too careless. He said that they couldn't hope for the leader to solve everything, and he wished he was a mutant so he could help the shelter more. Tachiang and the others started running back to their posts after the system alerted them to an unexpected situation. The head of security was delighted when he saw that the drill was finally completed, and then pushed open the door leading to the command post. Startled, Ta Qiang and Shaolin arrived at the command post, where Sarah, Long Xuan, and the other guys were waiting. Long Xuan reported to the guards that a scouting party of 30 people was already approaching the entrance of their hideout. At this time, at the frontline base for pulling together, Captain Chu was commanding where the mutant car would stop. The mutant named Steel Fist was not happy that he would be forced to live in some kind of camp. His subordinate also did not understand why the leader should tolerate such an attitude. The old man fawned over the boss, claiming that someone like him should live exclusively in the command headquarters, for which he received a punch on the forehead. The vice chairman of the Sacred Fist gang named Li Hong also arrived, and the Mutant Association also sent vice presidents. The head of the Rose gang named Huang Li and the leader of the Creation of Death gang named Zhang Che also came to help the military. After meeting together, Huang Li said that she had heard that the gang of the head of the light-bearing dragons would also personally participate in the mission. Li Hong complained, asking who was making such a big show of it, and Huang Li turned her attention to the car that had arrived. Liu Feng, Kelly, and Li Xin got out of the car, and the guy told Xintong to stay in the car with the high priest. Other mutants were impressed by the cool equipment and beauties of these strangers. They concluded that they were strong guys. Our hero just arrived at the base and immediately ran into a conflict when Steel Fist approached him and demanded to sell him a car and women. Liu Feng indifferently asked the man who he was, and he introduced himself as the head of the Hyena Gang, a sea-level mutant named Steel Fist. His subordinate began to praise the boss, presenting him in all his glory in front of the main character. The main character called the man impudent when he began to molest Kelly, asking if she would throw herself into his arms. Steel Fist decided to deal with our hero in a bad way, intending to hit him, but he was stopped by Huang Li, demanding to stop fighting. She introduced herself to Steel Fist and said that Liu Feng was new to the master list, so she didn't advise the man to mess with him. The impudent man was dumbfounded when he finally realized that this was the same demonic fist Liu Feng from the list of mutant masters. Liu Feng grabbed the man's collar and told him to disappear from his sight. Steel Fist apologized and ran away in fear. Captain Chu announced a meeting, and Huang Li advised the boy to be careful because the head of the Light Dragon Gang is also here. Kelly suggested that our hero go to a meeting and show his greatness. The guy sighed heavily, but agreed. Liu Feng, Li Xin, and Kelly sat down in their seats, and many people looked at them as they entered the tent. Captain Chu Shanhe saw that everyone had already arrived, so he suggested starting the meeting, but then someone else entered the tent. It was the head of the Light Dragon Gang, an A-level mutant named Zhao Feng, and everyone was shocked when he also came. Zhang Feng sat down next to him and asked Liu Feng if he was the guy who was constantly harassing his gang. The blonde man winked at our hero and called him young and promising, even though Captain Chu asked him not to arrange provocations. A moment later, a green-haired man appeared between them, drawing his sword and aiming at Liu Feng. The main character reacted in time. He jumped up and struck ahead, swinging his blade. The crowd was dumbfounded, and Zhang Feng was visibly angry when our hero dealt with his mercenary. The blonde man froze in fear when Liu Feng warned that if they moved, they would take the life of their entire band of light-bearing dragons. The main character held a sword at the ready, right next to the gang leader's head. His subordinates were ready to protect the leader. The tent was silent, except for Captain Chu walking up to Liu Feng and asking him to ignore Zhang Feng. Only when the main character moved away did the blonde man dare to look at the guy and demand that he not touch them. Chu said that the mission's goal is to cover up the institute while searching for a target in the city center, and then invited the vice president to speak. Liu Feng was surprised when he saw Vice President Kawase, who was accompanied by Bingbing, who greeted everyone happily. Kawase greeted everyone and introduced herself as the vice president of the Mutant Association, who would explain the purpose of the mission. According to her, together with the military convoy, the mutants will go to the city center. She told them to put aside the contradictions in the team, otherwise they will face the wrath of the association. The system notified Liu Feng that the mission had begun, and he needed to go to the Farega Institute to find nanotechnology. Half an hour later, Liu Feng met with Bingbing, and the boy told him that he had come here at the request of the vice president to be responsible for communicating with our hero. At the frontline base for pulling together, military vehicles, tanks, and soldiers are lined up, preparing to start the mission. Company Commander Guo arrived. Chu Xianhe ordered the soldiers to salute the chief, and a man with a mustache wished the military good health. Guo spoke to the soldiers, explaining that they could not retreat, so they were going to the dangerous center of the city, even though life was good at the northern base. He shouted that the city center has what the country needs to end the chaos, and the soldiers must take responsibility in the fight against the apocalypse. The company captain ordered the convoy to leave, and Liu Feng finally saw who Guo was that they were going to work with. Salvation Army squad leader Ah Biao was already outside Liu Feng's hideout with his teammates, and he asked his guys not to worry. He called out to the civilians to come back to the shelter with him, smiling wickedly, and Biao decided that he wouldn't have any problems with food anytime soon. The man noticed that his girlfriend had come. It was Wu Mian, a girl who works for the Minister of Health. One of the Salvation Army followers didn't recognize the girl at first, but when she glared at him, he immediately remembered who she was. A shaven-headed man approached a peaceful woman who was afraid of him and asked if she would like to repay his concern. A moment later, he paid the price and died. It was Long Xuan who started defending the shelter from the Salvation Army invasion. Ah Biao started to panic, not understanding where the shots were coming from. Then, his subordinates realized that the fire was coming from the roof, and they started shooting back. It was useless because within a second, those armed men were dead, and Biao started screaming in terror. The shelter's defense team, led by Ta Qiang, decided to fight properly, and they opened fire on the Salvation Army in a crowd. But Ah Biao couldn't be underestimated. It turned out that he wasn't an ordinary person, but a sea-level mutant, a fireman. Ah Biao charged his fist with flames and directed the fire at the shelter guards. Ta Qiang was startled when he saw that his companions were injured. The Salvation Army commander was exultant, laughing viciously and shouting that whoever had dared to provoke him would now go to hell. Long Xuan replied to the idiot that times had changed and immediately eliminated him. Ta Qiang reported to him that the enemy Salvation Army had been destroyed. The men were taken aback when a strange woman approached them and suggested that they return to the shelter together. Ta Qiang, struck by the woman's beauty, didn't mind going with her, and Long Xuan asked the man to give him a list of staff. Long Xuan was wary because she wasn't on the list. The girl was trying to convince the guy that she was their friend. The blonde didn't fall for the beauty's charms. He told Ta Qiang to write it down in a report and report it to the base because he feels that something is wrong. At the same time, active fighting was taking place in the city center against the zombie army that filled the entire street. One of the soldiers laughed, thinking that the zombies were weaklings against the government's modern technology, and ordered the machine gunners to open fire. Bullets began to hit the zombies accurately, and the main character, who was driving, confessed to Kelly that he felt that something was wrong here. Now, there are mostly ordinary zombies, but evolved and mutant zombies are not here, which was strange for the guy. As soon as Liu Feng remembered the mutants, they immediately showed up. He heard people shouting and looked to the right when he saw the monsters. One of the soldiers panicked. He shouted that a group of evolved zombies had appeared on the right flank, and in a second he was bitten. Liu Feng shouted at Kelly to get in the driver's seat while he climbed up onto the roof, grabbing his sword. The main character concluded that he and Kawase think the same way. They both got out on the roof. The girl shouted that he should protect the left flank and she the right. Several mutant zombies were already steps away from the association's vice president, but she managed to finish them off in an instant. It was enough for the girl to swing her sword several times without even looking to get rid of the 3 mutants who had climbed onto the roof. Kawase heard someone's cry for help, and at the same time she made a huge leap forward to help the man. Even on the fly, the girl swung her sword and destroyed the zombies with one blow. Our hero admitted that Kawase is very cool. Zhao Feng, after hearing that Liu Feng was going to defeat all the zombies by himself, said that he personally wouldn't even dare to face such a large crowd of mutants. The blonde man with a scar on his face was sure that our hero would definitely die. Huang Li was afraid for Liu Feng. Liu Feng started swinging his sword to destroy the zombies. Zhao Feng and everyone else were shocked to see how strong the guy was. Zhao Feng ordered Shanku to find an opportunity to take our hero's life, and the hooded guy agreed to do so. For the main character, dealing with a whole crowd of evolved zombies turned out to be a very simple task. The smile faded from his face as he looked up at the sky and saw an explosion. Then a giant rock fell to the ground. A few more monsters appeared on the street. They were much larger. The zombies began to rock the military tank. This crowd of evolved zombies was very strong. The mutants started smashing up the military vehicles, and Liu Feng was still standing on the roof of one of them. The guys from the association started shooting at the zombies in a panic. when suddenly another unusual creature with several pairs of hands appeared. Dumbfounded, Liu Feng looked up at the sky and saw a rock falling right on top of him. He jumped down from the roof of the van in no time. There was an explosion. The fire was too strong. Liu Feng asked Li Xin and Xin Tong if they were okay. The girls were happy. Kelly told our hero that it was bad and drew his attention to the fact that they were surrounded by fire and mutants from all sides. But Liu Feng wasn't intimidated by this. He flashed a smile, grabbed his sword and ran forward to destroy all these mutants. After hitting one of them with his sword on the bone shield, the startled protagonist discovered that his weapon had broken. Luckily, Kelly had an idea, asked him what weapons he needed, and used her superpowers to create an axe or hammer that would break through the shield. Liu Feng was at a loss when he received the baton from her. Kelly explained that it was just a dummy that the guy needed to change. The guy concluded that as long as Kelly was around, he could get any weapon, so he started the integral transformation of the baton. Our hero managed to create a sea-level mechanical hammer that sparkles with lightning from a simple metal baton. Kelly was happy that he did it. Xiao Puff was excited about the cool weapons, and Liu Feng needed to protect himself from mutants urgently. The main character decided to try out a new mechanical level by hitting one of the mutants in the face with it. He then slammed his hammer into the evolved zombie's bone shield, shouting and threatening to destroy them all. It took him 10 minutes to deal with them, and Kelly asked the shelter director what they were going to do next. Liu Feng didn't think that today he would have to go back to the university that he once dropped out of. Meanwhile, there, Lady Jin Yangshu ordered the guys to get food for her. When Long Xuan returned to the shelter, Sarah stated that she had read his report and there was no problem with the size of the squad. The strong doors of the shelter swung open, eager to enter the underground city of our hero on the orders of the minister. Looking around, she didn't understand where such a high-tech shelter came from in this hole, and Long Xuan asked the guard if there was a problem with the report he sent to the headquarters. Long Xuan couldn't accept the strange feeling. It felt like there was one more person here, and then he abruptly opened his eyes. The blonde man was experiencing hallucinations again. He used to have a habit of writing reports to fight them, so he asked Ta Chiang to give him a report again. He found that 13 people had left the shelter and 14 had returned, so he urgently told Sarah to call the alarm, because most likely a mutant had entered. Long Xuan explained with a shout that someone had the ability to make the world forget about the mutant, and he realized it while reading his report. He once again told Sarah to quickly raise the alarm and promised to take responsibility himself if there were any problems, and the girl obeyed. Umian clicked her tongue in exasperation, finding it hard to believe that someone had discovered her, unless someone had noticed the mistake. Long Xuan declared martial law in the shelter, ordered the civilians to return to the restrooms, and ordered the military to proceed according to the scenario. He ordered the military to organize a defense in different rooms, explained who the enemy was, and ordered them to shoot to kill. Wumian recognized the voice of that white-haired commander, so she decided to use faceless activation to eliminate the guy. Her mental superpowers began to affect everyone in the shelter, especially Long Xuan, who froze. The faceless Wumian activation made Captain Long Xuan absolutely forget what he was doing here a moment ago. He realized that he had forgotten something important. Meanwhile, at the university, 2 students were escaping from mutants by running down the corridor. Yu Weng was running behind. He couldn't catch up to Zhang Yu. Yu Weng tripped and fell to the floor, so he was overtaken by a mutant. Zhang Yu threw his backpack at the zombie to try to save the classmate. Zhang Yu managed to save his classmate from death by grabbing the boy's jacket and activating the flying technique. The guy saw the open doors in front of him. The guys there were shouting for him to run here. Zhang Yu quickly jumped into the room. The guys asked Zhang Yu if he was okay and if he was injured, and he apologized to the girl for not bringing food because he had to throw out his backpack to save Yu Weng. Jin Yangshu, known as the Black Gold Witch, the owner of the Heng Yuan Corporation, approached the guys and asked them why they were so rude to their savior. Zhang Yu gave the woman the bag of food and water that she requested. She asked if he wanted to receive a thank you from her tonight. His classmate was angry with the fox Jin Yanshu, who was saved by Zhang Yu, because now she became the object of size of all the guys. The blonde student shouted, drawing the attention of the other kids to the fact that there were people walking outside. It was Kelly and Liu Feng. Jin Yanshu chuckled and said that walking down the street at this time of day was suicide, and the sounds would attract zombies. The guys saw that these people were surrounded by zombies. Zhang Yu couldn't bear to watch people die. He wanted to save them. But Liu Feng and Kelly did not need help, because our hero, swinging a mechanical hammer, quickly destroyed all the zombies. Zhang Yu and his classmate were amazed by the strength of our hero. Yu Weng got into trouble again when he was touched by the mutant's tongue. The guy screamed in fear when he saw a terrifying mutant with multiple heads climb through the window. This time, Yu Weng couldn't be saved. The monster took his life in an instant, and the students screamed when they saw it. The mutant began to climb into the classroom. The students tried to press themselves against the wall so that he would not see them. Kelly noticed that someone was on the second floor. Kelly noticed a mutant zombie crawling up the wall, and Zhang Yu, Jin Yanshu, and the others started to run. The mutant had taken the life of another student. Jin Yanshu was only annoyed that she had now lost all her wealth and had to rely on some students. The pink-haired girl asked Zhang Yu to distract the mutant, who stuttered and agreed. Jin Yanshu realized that these students were very cruel. The brave Zhang Yu shouted to attract the zombies. Attention! Luckily, he was saved when Liu Feng appeared. The main character started swinging the mechanical hammer furiously. Bravely fighting the mutant, the students, and Jin Yanshu just watched on. One more punch was enough to destroy the zombies, while smashing the floor of the university campus. The boys were delighted with the strength of the stranger who had come to save them, and they rejoiced when they realized that they were saved. Zhang Yu recognized our hero as Liu Feng, who had dropped out in his first year, and the girl with pink hair also knew this guy. Kelly leaned against the wall and looked arrogantly at Jin Yanshu, who was taken aback when she saw her old acquaintance Kelly Fox. In the cafeteria, the main character told the children how the world outside fell, and how now each city is fighting separately and can't take care of itself. Students were shocked when the guy said that the army refused to rescue survivors in the city center, and about his task to accompany the military. A girl with pink hair started making eyes at him and asking him to take them to the North Base because he was so cool. But the guy flatly refused. She was very angry at the ugly loser Liu Feng who dared to neglect her. And after all, in the first year, he was a dog running after her. Jin Yangshu said she heard explosions on the 3rd, 7th, and 11th days of the apocalypse. But she didn't see any military personnel, so it was Kelly and Liu Feng. Kelly said she didn't think the Black Gold Witch was still alive, and the witch said she couldn't have died if even Fox had survived. The pink-haired girl heard Jin Yanshu's name and said that he was the president of a corporation that was competing with Kelly. Zhang Yu suggested that Liu Feng go out together to look for food. He admitted that he was always responsible for finding food for the children. The main character didn't want to sacrifice his time and resources for this, so he coldly refused to comply with the request. He explained to the stunned kids that he wasn't interested in being Mother Teresa to them, so let them find food for themselves. The students began to accuse him of insensitivity and doubted that he was even human. They couldn't take care of themselves because there were so many zombies outside. Hearing the outraged shouts, the main character silently grabbed his new mechanical club and slammed it on the floor. He repeated that he refused to help them find food, and they should organize to kill zombies and get food on their own. Kelly came over and explained to the guys that it wasn't that they were stingy. It was just that the apocalypse world dictated its own rules. The girl suggested that the students go to the supermarket with them tomorrow for food, only if they also kill zombies. Liu Feng and Kelly went to rest in a nearby classroom. After the guy's question, Kelly admitted that she couldn't call Jin Yanshu her close friend. Kelly revealed that she has known her since she was a child. They were always competitive, and Jin Yanshu has a very nasty personality. The guy allowed her to rest for a while he watched outside, and tomorrow she would need to find food, because their bag of supplies was lost. In the corridor, Liu Feng was also thinking about his classmate, whom he had loved before, when the same Jin Yanshu suddenly appeared in front of him and offered to talk. Jin Yanshu smiled and waved at the handsome man. The main character politely greeted the girl. She sat down next to him and thanked him for keeping watch, and she asked if it was hard to be Kelly's protector because she had a difficult character. The main character replied that he thought Kelly had a great personality, and Jin Yanshu was angry because he didn't fall for her trick. She decided that she needed to put in more effort, so the girl approached and asked if Mr. Liu Feng could help her find food tomorrow. Liu Feng flatly refused, and Jin Yanshu got angry and shouted that she didn't believe Kelly would go looking for food with him, so he was hypocritical. The guy screamed, demanded that she shut up and not dare to denigrate Kelly, because she has the ability to find food for herself. Jin Yanshu was still confident that she would subdue the guy, but suddenly Liu Feng noticed the monster and grabbed the girl. The main character stuck his finger under his nose to keep Jin Yanshu quiet. He noticed that someone was coming this way. The girl got angry because of the young man's audacity and started yelling at him. She still didn't see that there was a mutant behind her back. Liu Feng took out his mechanical glove and used it to push the mutant away, aggressively shouting at him to get out of here. Jin Yangshu looked at her rescuer in fascination. She knew that he was a loser and tried to fight the feelings that had just arisen. Clearly, Liu Feng had managed to charm her. This sense of security in his embrace made her blush and stutter. Liu Feng looked at her in disgust. Not understanding what was wrong with this woman, Jin Yanshu felt ashamed that she had lost control of herself. The pink-haired girl was watching everything from the corner, and she was trembling with anger that Jin Yanshu had beaten her to it. Jin said goodbye to Liu Feng, got up and left, and the female student clenched her fists in anger and also left, thinking that she would definitely remember this. Kelly came out and asked why it was so noisy, and Liu Feng explained that Jin Yanshu came to talk. But in the end, a zombie showed up. Liu Feng received an urgent message from the shelter that someone had entered the base. And now, Long Xuan and Sarah are looking for this creature. Long Xuan reported that the mutant probably pollutes the memory and cognitive abilities, causing people to forget it. Kelly tried to stop Liu Feng from rushing back to the base, but trusted Long Xuan. And it's not necessary to become like Zhang Yu. The guy thought about her words. Liu Feng told the commander to report on his plans, and the blonde man asked Liu Feng not to come back, because this stuff is polluting the data. Long Xuan asked Liu Feng to announce their tasks and goals to the shelter on the radio every 5 minutes. While Wu Mian was already dealing with the residents of the base, our hero asked the captain if he needed anything else to catch this stuff. Long asked Kelly to activate the emergency backup plan F. The captain had a way to remember the mutant, and combined with an emergency plan, he hoped that he could finish off Umian. Umian realized that the guys had figured out how to counter her power because the broadcast on the radio was repeated every 5 seconds. The girl was about to reach the command post, but someone interrupted her by throwing a smoke bomb, which stunned her. After regaining her senses, Umian screamed, asking who did this, and then turned pale when she noticed the silhouette of a person behind her. Umian reacted to the threat in time. She moved to the side so that the knife would not hit her, and hit the man on the head with her elbow. Long Xuan lost his memory again under her influence. Wumian told him that due to her faceless ability, his memory would be erased every 2 seconds. The blonde wasn't going to give up. He got his mind under control and grabbed the girl's arm, but she pulled away. Shocked, Umyan asked why he was not affected by her power, and he confessed that he had written the words on his hand. Long Xuan added that he had written the same thing on his right hand, a reminder that a mutant had entered the shelter. Umyan agreed that the technique he used was very clever. She recognized the guy as the same sniper from the special forces named Purple Eagle. Meanwhile, Liu Feng was giving instructions to the students before the outing, and he warned them that they would have to kill the zombies themselves. He looked at them indifferently and asked them what he cared about their lives if they didn't want to save themselves. Jin Yangshu deduced that these students were truly trash, and she doubted whether she should go with them. The main character slung the mechanical hammer over his shoulder and announced that it was time to move out, along with Kelly, Zhang Yu, and Jin Yanshu. Jin Yanshu was trembling in fear. She couldn't believe that she was following the guy on her own accord. She asked Liu Feng if they had any plan. Our hero asked her not to worry and just follow him. The girl blushed, feeling a great sense of security. Outside, Liu Feng asked Kelly to make a crossbow, and he converted it into a more useful weapon. The girl began to create a crossbow from liquid metal. Liu Feng used transformation and handed the weapon to Kelly to protect herself. Jin Yanshu realized that her opponent also had abilities. Outside the supermarket, the guys encountered an army of zombies, and Liu Feng started provoking the idiots by shouting at them to try and catch him. Stupid zombies rushed at the main character in a crowd. The guy, having waved the weapon once, was able to destroy several at once. The carnage continued, and several more bloodthirsty mutants with sharp claws tried to grab the guy, but were hit by a hammer. The guy easily dealt with all the monsters that approached him, but the zombies kept coming and coming. Kelly also used a weapon to defend herself against the mutants, and Jin Yanshu started calling out for Zhang Yu when the zombie tried to pounce on her. Zhang Yu started to fight bravely against the zombies, shouting and demanding that he let go of Jin Yanshu, but then he got scared. The boy started shouting and calling for help. The main character turned around and saw that the student was in danger. Kelly fired her crossbow, and Liu Feng threw his hammer at the monster to protect Zhang Yu from being killed. Jin Yangshu was trembling in fear as she looked at her blood-stained hands and tried to accept the feeling that in the apocalypse, one could die at any moment. Kelly walked over to her childhood friend and held out a handkerchief for her to wipe the blood from her face and hands. The Black Gold Witch was surprised that even Kelly was helping her, and they soon made it to the supermarket. The students were amazed to see such a large amount of food. All the shelves were filled with food. Zhang Yu happily started to pack food into his backpack, and Liu Feng, who was watching him, thought that the guy was like Mother Teresa. Jin Yangshu suggested that Kelly talk because she had changed so much, and Kelly said that she just found a man to rely on. Kelly looked at her arrogantly and asked if she was having fun with the kids. Jin Yanshu replied that she didn't have time to answer those questions. 10 minutes later, Zhang Yu and the others returned to the cafeteria, and the boy cheered the students by shouting that they had found food. Zhang Yu handed Xiaowei the cookie she wanted, and Jin Yangshu remembered Kelly's words about being able to join her and Liu Feng. The girl doubted whether to trust Kelly. Liu Feng announced to the guys that he would soon be forced to leave the university. The guy stated that if someone wants to leave the university too, they can join him, but he won't accept loafers. Meanwhile, the battle between Wu Mian and Long Xuan was going on in the shelter. The girl declared that she would not succumb to the legendary shooter. The girl jumped up and threw the knife in Captain Long's direction, and the boy did the same in response, the knives flying towards each other. Wu Mian took out another knife to attack the opponent. Long Xuan rushed forward to pounce on the mutant. The girl decided to kick Captain Long, but the guy stopped her in time, grabbing her shoe with his hand. His face turned startled when he noticed that there was a hidden weapon in Wumian's shoes, and a sharp knife emerged from her heel. Wumian waved her foot to attack the guy with a cheeky smile on her face, and then the two of them increased the distance between them. Longxuan knew who was standing in front of him from the specifics of the battle technique. Wumian confirmed that she was the fifth queen of Lianying soldiers. Wumian grabbed the knife that was tied to a long rope and was ready to pounce on the guy again at any moment. The guy looked at her warily and asked if she was also from there, and Wumian demanded that he call her mistress. At the most unfortunate moment, Longxuan writhed with a severe headache, causing Wumian's knife to almost end up in his face. The girl was fast, and Longxuan barely had enough speed to dodge her punches. Unfortunately, the captain suffered several injuries, so he was forced to run away. Wumian thought that it was nothing, after all. He had already fallen into her trap. Zhuan didn't understand what he was doing here, and who was chasing him. Wumian admitted that her every strike was aimed at washing the inscriptions off his hands with blood. She caught up with him from behind and attacked again. Longxuan ran away in fright. Wumian laughed, saying that she would let him run for another 5 minutes. Longxuan was finally caught up in the web she had woven. Exulting, Wumian said that watching the Soldier King go to hell step by step was very satisfying. 5 minutes later, the shelter again heard the announcement that if a stranger appeared, it was necessary to immediately open fire to kill. Wumian said how stupid it was that Longxuan had driven himself into a dead end, and admitted that they, the Soldier Kings, were quite easy to take their lives. She asked the guy if he knew that the second Soldier King had also died by her hand. And then, laughing viciously, she attacked Longxuan. At the university, Liu Feng finally announced that he was leaving because he had already finished with the renovation, and they could go with him if they wanted. The students were extremely indignant, shouting that Liu Feng had no sense of responsibility, and Xiao Wei asked him to leave the food if he didn't want to protect it. Liu Feng politely refused, and Xiao Wei started shouting that he was a useless brat and a failure, and how dare he disobey her will. The guy said nothing, and the girl continued to talk about how she had communicated with him earlier only out of pity, because her family is very rich. She laughed as she said that Shenqing treated Liu Feng like a dog, and he would be lonely and unnecessary for the rest of his life, and her classmates supported her. Kelly stood up for our hero. She came up and hit the girl with pink hair in the face. The students were startled and fell silent when they saw this. Xiao Wei clutched her face and looked resentfully at Kelly. Liu Feng was at a loss when Kelly took his hand and told the girl that she had no idea how beautiful this man was. She said that because of one call from her, Liu Feng came a long way and saved her, and still protects her. And he also gave her superpowers. Kelly continued to praise our hero, calling him a gentle, kind, strong, and invincible man. Xiao Wei tried to answer her, and then screamed in horror when Kelly said that she should thank her that she was the one who got such a man. The girl complained to the guys that they should take Kelly's life because she was bullying her. Liu Feng hit one of the students with a hammer when he tried to take food from him. The guy warned the students that anyone who dares to just flinch in his direction will go to hell. Xiao Wei burst into tears and screamed in horror when she saw Liu Feng take the student's life. And then she was even more terrified when she saw the mutant. Several mutants broke into the room through the windows and began to mercilessly deal with the students. Liu Feng was annoyed when the system suggested that he save the guys and get 100 points for each of them, because he was about to leave. Kelly warned Yanshu that they were leaving and asked what choice she had made, but the girl didn't give an answer yet. Yanshu was tormented by doubts. Zhang Yu tried to tell Xiao Wei to join Liu Feng and promised to protect her, but she was too scared. Zhang Yu started shouting that he couldn't stay in the university any longer, and the terrified girl stuttered and couldn't give a clear answer. She hid behind the guy and screamed that she didn't want to die, then pushed him forward right into the zombie's clutches. The guy was shocked that the girl he was protecting all the time did this to him. He was angry at this world, and his power was activated. Zhang Yu shouted loudly. The blast wave coming from his shout annihilated all the zombies around. Even Liu Feng was startled by it. After that, the guy collapsed on his knees and told our hero that he intended to go with him in order to become as strong as he was. Liu Feng was happy to accept him into his team. Jin Yanshu also decided to follow our hero, because students are an unreliable company. As Liu Feng and his companions fought their way out of the institute, Xiao Wei was eaten by the monsters. In the shelter's command post, Wumian was shocked when she saw that Longxuan's mutation had awakened, and he had become much bigger and more muscular. Longxuan saw the hallucination of the little girl again. He didn't understand why it was pointing at Wumian, and what was wrong with this woman. Wumian pointed a gun at him and said that even though she didn't know what mutation he had, she would take his life right now. The guy replied that even though he didn't know who she was, his plan was a success, and she was shocked to see that he had written the words on his palm as well. Someone else appeared in the command post, and before Wumian could even turn around, that person grabbed her and immobilized her. It was Kelly who said that to catch someone like her, all you had to do was set a trap. Wumian asked Kelly why she remembered her, It was bad that she met another person with immunity to her ability, but she had a backup plan. All this time, the girl had a gun in her hands. She abruptly broke free and fired a shot, hitting Kelly clearly. She started laughing and cheering, thinking she'd won, but stopped when Kelly asked if she thought this thing could kill her. Plan F worked. Awakening Kelly's metal clone, which remained at the base, the doppelganger began to envelop Umyan with liquid metal. The ability to die didn't work on inanimate objects. Kelly warned the captain that her body would dissolve when she sealed the culprit. The liquid metal began to envelop Umyan from all sides, and she could only cry in terror and mumble because her mouth was closed. Longshuan looked at this and wondered what kind of frightening ability Kelly had. He assumed that the hallucination of a girl was also some kind of superpower. Liu Feng and his team reached the entrance of the subway station. Our hero looked at the characteristics of Jin Yanxiu and realized that this is a weaker and evil version of Kelly. He was more pleased with Zhang Yu's dossier, as it turned out that he had won a lot of money and got a person with the abilities of an A-level mutant to join the team. Zhang Yu was not that simple. His strength was amazing. The main character knew that he had obtained a real treasure. Liu Feng turned to the guy and asked him to open the door leading to the station using his superpowers. The guy was at a loss, thinking that his ability is just the ability to fly. Liu Feng said that Zhang simply underestimates himself. Jin Yangshu asked Kelly what Liu Feng and Zhang Yu were doing, when our hero suggested that the guy imagined that the lock on the door is the person he hates the most. Kelly advised the girl not to think that he is just a backup option. This is a man who can work miracles. Zhang Yu represented the most hated person and tried to open the lock with his hands. Liu Feng asked the guy if he felt something. An image of Xiao Wei appeared in his mind, the face of the most hated person helping the guy destroy the castle to smithereens. The main character, Kelly, and Jin Yanshu froze in surprise when they saw the explosion Zhang Yu had managed to create. Zhang Yu was trembling all over. He couldn't believe that he had such strength. Jin was shocked that Liu Feng noticed with a single glance that the guy had such abilities. The happy guy thanked our hero for his advice, and Liu Feng realized that Zhang Yu was indeed a miracle worker. Liu Feng advised the guy not to look back at anyone again, and promised that he would meet someone much better than Xiao Wei. Zhang Yu realized that it wasn't him who had been wrong all this time, but the world, and Liu Feng, who had obtained such a beauty, had become a role model for him. A bewildered Liu Feng understood what it was like to lead people, but he resented Zhang Yu going in such a strange direction. The team led by our hero was ready to leave, and Liu Feng shouted that their next destination was the city center. Xiao Puff was complaining about how he hated going down into the dark. The guys didn't know yet that they were being followed by Wang Yin of the Light Dragon Gang. After descending the stairs, Liu Feng, Kelly, Jin Yanshu, Zhang Yu, and Xiao Puff found themselves in a dark hall. Liu Feng asked Kelly how they were going, and the girl looked at the metro map and said that they could take one of the branches directly to the city center. The main character was the first to jump onto the tracks, and then he had a strange feeling. Zhang Yu asked the leader what happened. Something was definitely wrong, because they hadn't encountered any zombies since coming down from the surface. On the other side of the subway, the Azure Bay Metro Station Clan Battle Squad was patrolling and complaining about being sent to do this boring business. The guy in the red hat said that some bastard had his eye on their boss, but got rejected, and now he's putting them in trouble. Suddenly, Boss Virus herself appeared, hit the guy, and yelled at him not to mention that pig in front of her. Otherwise, she would send him to hell. The Metro Clan leader asked what they were talking about. The scared, battered guy said that she wouldn't be able to let go of this jerk so easily. The guy asked her to at least think about her brothers if she didn't want to think about him, which caused him to get another slap in the face from the virus. Virus suggested that she focus on the task at hand, and was informed that people often go missing in this place, but no zombies were found here. The girl was interested in this and decided that something was hidden here, since the 12th squad disappeared after scouting this place. The guy in the red hat clung to Virus' legs, and said that the guy in the horse mask was much better than the pig that she couldn't forget, and was beaten up again. Virus screamed that she was completely uninterested in this guy. She was horrified when she noticed that her nose was bleeding. She once again hit the guy in the red hat and ordered him to go on patrol. To the second, she complained that she would take the life of the man in the horse mask if she saw him again. Virus's nose started to bleed again when she saw Liu Feng running in fear just a second later. At the same time, the research base was bustling with activity, and its owner was standing and talking to someone, discussing his dream. The health minister laughed as he quoted Chuang Tzu's book of Taoist theory and was asked what it was like to dream. Zheng Tianxiang's adjutant, an artificial intelligence named Zero, said that he didn't want to become a human. He was just interested. Tianxiang decided to get down to business and asked what he thought about Faceless's no longer communicating. Zero replied that they did find out that their enemy was some kind of hideout. Zero said that it was the people from the shelter who disrupted their operation to return Kelly and search for the Scarlet Empress, and did a lot of other bad things. Artificial intelligence showed the boss that the leader of the shelter is a certain Liu Feng, and Tianxiang praised him for an amazing job. Zero suggested that the boss team up the Metro Clan and the Salvation Army to take over the shelter. The probability of destroying Liu Feng is 94%, but the minister wanted 100% probability, so he allowed Valkyrie to be sent to find and take Liu Feng's life. Zero tried to warn the boss that Valkyrie was a prototype and shouldn't be used rashly, but Tianxiang replied that the main thing was the result. More importantly, this way Tianxiang would be able to get his fiancée back. He believed that it was time for her to return home. Not far from the Azure Bay metro station, gunfire was heard, and a masked boy from the Ghost Shark squad was calling for a motorcade. He shouted into the radio that they were being chased by a monster and needed backup. He shot at the mutant, but it was useless. The soldier desperately fought for his life, firing at the enemy. He screamed in fright, demanding that the monster did not approach. In the thick smoke, the masked guy saw black pincers that were rushing closer and closer to grab him. It turned out that it was Valkyrie. She coped with the goal of destroying a special forces unit. Now she had to find and eliminate our hero. Liu Feng and his team walked through the tunnel for a long time. Zhang Yu felt strange that it was so dark here, and they had already walked for a very long time. Jin Yangshu walked over to Liu Feng, took his arm, and started complaining about how scared she was. Even though it didn't look like it, she kept glancing at Kelly and thinking that by using her little tricks, she would eventually get our hero. The girl started complaining about Liu Feng touching him, even though his girlfriend was still nearby and watching. The bewildered guy asked what she was talking about. It turned out that Jin Yanshu wasn't being touched by Liu Feng. It was a mutant that the guys didn't notice because it was hanging from the ceiling. The main character calmly hugged the girl to him. She was shocked that Liu Feng once again saved her from death. The system alerted the guy that he had encountered pseudo-elites, water zombie worms, very complex monsters. She gave him a choice of task: escape or destroy these mutants. The reward was as much as 3,000 points. The main character decided to fight. First, he defended himself with a hammer from the zombie's claws, and then launched an explosive fist at the monster. Liu Feng said that it was too dark in here. You need to bring the monsters into the light and then destroy them. The guys ran forward through the tunnel, the mutants chasing them. They had to get to the entrance to the next station, where it was light. Liu Feng stopped abruptly and was very surprised when Virus and her team from the Metro Clan blocked his way. Virus reacted with hostility to the appearance of the guy. She immediately swung her hand, wanting to take his life. But our hero was not up to it, because mutants with long pincers were climbing on him from all sides. The guy ran forward. Along the way, he picked up the Virus in his arms and shouted at her to be careful. Liu Feng tripped on a rock and collapsed right on top of the girl. Her subordinates started shouting, demanding that he let go of their boss. Virus felt like she couldn't breathe because the guy accidentally squeezed her neck. She told him to squeeze her harder because she liked the feeling. The bewildered guy jumped up and apologized to the Virus. Everyone armed themselves and prepared to open fire on the approaching zombies. The Metro Clan leader shouted, ordering her subordinates to open fire on the mutants, and bullets started flying at the monsters. Firearms couldn't stop the mutants, so Wang Gin suddenly appeared and attacked one of the Metro Clan guys with a sword. Virus, the main character, and Kelly were stunned when they noticed the appearance of an armed stranger. Wang Jin only needed one punch to take the guy's life, and everyone surrounded the culprit watching him. The main character immediately joined the fight against the scoundrel. He swung his sword in a jump, but Wang Yin dodged in time. Virus screamed in horror as she watched her brothers die at the hands of mutants. They were defenseless against these monsters. Wang Yin laughed and said that this place will be the grave for our hero. Liu Feng guessed that he was from the Light Dragon gang. The guy warned that it was not easy to fight him, because he could merge 100% with the darkness, and Virus also aimed at Wang Yin. The Light Dragon mutant chuckled, advised them to be careful with their shadows, and began to disappear. Wang Yin looked up in fright as the ceiling collapsed and Valkyrie grabbed the guy with her pincers. Valkyrie analyzed the people inside and quickly discovered the main target. Liu Feng was a person with a high level of danger. After mercilessly destroying Wang Yin, Valkyrie found the target and announced that she was starting to destroy it. Valkyrie, hitting Liu Feng with her fist, made him fly into the wall. Our hero panicked, because his Kung Fu Master skill was not activated. Something was wrong. Something affected the work of the Kung Fu Master's skill. Liu Feng was left alone with an opponent without superpowers. Virus decided to help our hero and suggested to the horse's head that the rear claws of this creature are unusual. She shouted that the pincers could reactively accelerate, so the guy needed to be very careful. Then Liu Feng understood why his Kung Fu Master skill wasn't working. Virus also got into trouble when she tried to help our hero. The claws almost wounded her. She screamed in pain and fright. Kelly started shooting at Valkyrie with a crossbow. She told Zhang Yu to seal her mechanical arms. Grabbing the nail bat, he began to think frantically about the person he hated, and then threw the nails at Valkyrie. Sharp, rusty nails fell directly into the hands of Valkyrie. This pleased our hero. Now he called for help Xiaopuff. Xiaopuff immediately activated extermination mode, clung to the master's back, and gave him a strengthening exoskeleton. Liu Feng decided to use a nano-impact gauntlet against Valkyrie, and the robot began to roar loudly as it took damage. The guy only managed to break his arm. He decided that he needed to change tactics, asked the guys to cover him, and jumped up. The main character was surprised when the system announced that the nanotechnological weapon tentacles had been discovered, and he could adopt this technology. Liu Feng had no idea what they were talking about, but there was no time to think as he leaned his hand against Valkyrie's wall. The guy shouted to give the command to the system to adopt the technology. The girls covered their faces because there was a bright flash. Our hero was dumbfounded when he received nanomechanical tentacles of an A-level octopus, which allow him to master all martial arts. At this time, Zhang Yu was protecting the girls from the mutants who were also still running amok, and he was trying to hit them by controlling gravity. The kids shouted to the leader that they couldn't hold out any longer, so Liu Feng hurried to deal with Valkyrie. Kelly and the others tried to kill the monster, but one of the mutants approached Jin Yanshu, who screamed in fear. The girl already thought that she was going to die. She asked Kelly what it was like to have a boyfriend. After all, she never had one. But fortunately, Liu Feng saved her. Liu Feng, sitting on Valkyrie's back, began manipulating her so that she would help him destroy all the zombies around. The guy called Kelly and Zhang Yu to come to his aid, and the girl immediately began to create something out of metal. Zhang Yu threw the metal-crafted weapon to our hero using his gravity power, and Liu Feng caught it deftly. Liu Feng grabbed a sharp spear with both hands and furiously attacked the Valkyrie, finding a vulnerable spot. He tensed up when he saw that Valkyrie's arm was still working, but a moment later, someone saved Liu Feng. It was Virus who came to her senses and fought back against Valkyrie. Liu Feng thanked her and once again shouted and attacked the robot. The system informed the guy that for the first time he defeated the Valkyrie robot developed by the Scientific Institute, for which he received 100,000 points. The guys couldn't believe their eyes that Liu Feng managed to finish off the robot. Kelly asked if the guy was okay. Virus smiled, complaining that our hero was showing off again, and then received a message from headquarters that the deputy commander was already here. The second in command of the Metro clan, named Hua Bin, a tall, formidable man with a golden monocle, had actually arrived. The girl clicked her tongue in annoyance. Liu Feng wondered who the man was, and Hua Bin looked at Virus sternly. But then he broke into a smile and said that he had come to save the girl, and she said that there was no need to do that, because Liu Feng had already saved her. A disgruntled Hua Bin asked Virus who he was, and the girl hugged Liu Feng to her and claimed that he was her savior and boyfriend. Virus brought Liu Feng and the others to the branch of her clan, and she asked them to be careful because that deputy would be obstructing them. Hua Bin shouted indignantly, asking about Virus a boyfriend, and she hugged him even tighter and confirmed that they were really in a relationship. Through gritted teeth, an angry Hua Bin told the girl to repeat what she said, for which he received a slap in the face from her. Virus explained that she hit him because he thought he might molest her since he was the commander's younger brother. The man stood up, grunted, turned around and left. He was sure that Virus would soon bow down before him and beg for mercy. The girl demanded that the main character report why he came here. She held a whip in her hands, threatening the guy. Liu Feng confessed that he needed to go to the city center. The girl asked what she cared about this. The guy tried to think of something. Virus got angry when Liu Feng promised to help her get rid of that second in command if she helped him. Our hero asked Virus to just leave it to him, and no matter how many people he had, Jin Yanshu and Kelly thought that Liu Feng had come up with a brilliant plan. Virus had a smile on her face, liked Liu Feng's idea, and told her subordinates to take our hero and his teammates to rest. The guys went to the base of the Metro clan. The main character was bothered by a guy in a red hat from the Virus squad. He tried to find out how Liu Feng managed to deal with the boss, but our hero just pushed him away, so the young man led them to their rooms. The main character went to his room and breathed a sigh of relief because it was finally over. He was immediately knocked on the door. It turned out to be Jin Yanshu. In high spirits, she came in and offered to talk. The girl pushed the bewildered Liu Feng to the wall and confessed that she wanted to thank him for his care. Her plan failed when Kelly came into the room and said that she wanted to discuss Liu Feng's relationship with him. Kelly assumed that the guy had gone out to wash up, so she sat on the sofa and decided to wait for him here while Liu Feng and Jin Yanshu hid under it. Our hero was pale and sweating, knowing that he couldn't let Kelly see him, or there would be trouble. When he managed to get out from under the couch, he found that Kelly was already asleep. The guy began to crawl quietly on the floor, but the girl woke up. Kelly asked the guy to explain everything to her, because she suspects that he and Virus from the Metro clan are lovers. Jin Yangshu was terrified because she was forced to stay under the sofa, while Kelly and Liu Feng were sorting things out. 4 hours later, Valkyrie was lying on a metal table in the Metro clan morgue, and the pathologist had no idea what he was up against. The doctors did not have time to take this robot apart, when suddenly Valkyrie woke up and in an instant took the life of one of them. After getting rid of all the medics, Valkyrie, who knows how to resurrect and only gets stronger each time, once again set out to destroy Liu Feng. Soon, Virus walked proudly through her headquarters, past her subordinates, followed by her closest associates, as well as Kelly and Liu Feng. The girl asked Dabian why he called her, because her patrol task was perfectly completed. Everyone knew that the man hates being called that, but the boss even liked it. He said that it sounds good, but suggested that Virus call him brother. Liu Feng was outraged by the behavior of the impudent person. He cleared his throat and said that he had called her because an order had come to headquarters for a reward for the capture of Liu Feng and Kelly. 3 tons of food and weapons. The boss suggested that Virus join forces and grab them to share the reward equally. But the girl grabbed his lasso, shouting that he didn't dare touch her man. Virus pulled the second-in-command's lasso towards her, stepped on his face and laughed maliciously. She offered to pay him more if he wanted to catch Liu Feng, and the people from the clan pointed their guns at the girl so that she would let the commander go. Jin Yanshu whispered to Liu Feng that his girlfriend was really wild. Our hero warned that he would hit her with a stick if she continued to bother him. Everyone pointed their weapons at Liu Feng, who shouted at Kelly and Zhang Yu to try to free him together. People from the Metro clan opened fire on our hero. Nothing was visible, because the room was filled with thick dark smoke. The smoke was beginning to clear, and the armed men were trying to find their target. It turned out that Kelly and Zhang Yu created a shield. Liu Feng activated the transformation and increased its hardness to protect everyone from bullets. Under the main character's orders, Zhang Yu launched a counterattack, manipulating gravity to launch sharp shards at the opponents. Several more guys started shooting at our heroes again, when suddenly one of them was grabbed by a robotic claw. It was Liu Feng who received a new weapon from Valkyrie. Jumping up, he started beating everyone with his pincers. After the guy grabbed the pincers and their leader, the deputy commander, he advised him to surrender because his minions were destroyed. Hua Bin laughed and told the guy that the soldier preferred death to humiliation, so he wasn't going to give up. He claimed that their clan also had ideals and strength, so Virus hit him and asked the old man to speak up. Liu Feng asked the girl to stop because Hua Bin is still a man. The old man admitted that the last time he was beaten was when he was a child. Everyone was dumbfounded when it turned out that Hua Bin was delighted with the beating with the whip. He asked Virus to do it even harder. 3 hours later, Liu Feng and Virus got behind the wheel of a subway train and started speeding through the tunnel, heading towards the city center. Liu Feng was delighted. He didn't think that the Metro clan had a working train, but she proudly replied that owning a train was the symbol of the Metro clan branch leader. The guy remembered how the day before Hua Bin, on his knees, handed the girl the key to the train in exchange for her whipping him. The main character asked if the Metro clan would chase them if they used the train to get to the city center. Virus replied that there was no need to worry as long as they had a lot of food, weapons, and people. Because the main one in the clan is the one who is strong. Liu Feng contacted Li Xin and asked how they were doing there, and Kelly reported that they had already reached the city center. Li Xin reported that she was blocked by a wave of zombies, and something is wrong here because it seems that they are being controlled by someone. The situation got even worse when a Lord-level zombie named Vladika appeared in front of the girl after the explosion. She immediately realized that this was the huge zombie that was commanding the monsters during the attack on the convoy. The girl reported this to Commander Guo. Guo ordered to open fire on the monster. Li Xin was forced to cut off communication with Liu Feng, who never found out what happened. The guy noticed a strange sound and told the guys to go to the first car of the train and wait for him there. Virus came running and asked what had happened, and a wary Liu Feng shouted that it looked like there was someone on the roof. He was afraid for the girl when suddenly the ceiling of the train was broken by the monster's hand, which wounded the virus. The system announced that the Valkyrie had arrived, an immortal robot that only grows stronger with each resurrection. After seeing Virus' injury, he knew that he needed to give her the vaccine urgently, but the ultra-fast Valkyrie was hunting him right now. When Valkyrie managed to injure the guy, he closed his eyes and realized that the strength and speed of this monster had increased many times. The robot threw our hero with such force that he broke through the metal walls of the subway car with his body. Liu Feng shouted at Kelly not to come over, because Valkyrie had become even stronger. He ordered her to team up with Li Xin and Xiaopuff to separate the carriages. Finally, he told Kelly not to worry and promised that he would manage. Now he was left alone with an excellent robot hunter. Valkyrie grabbed and lifted our hero, standing on the cliff. Liu Feng complained about the robot's obsession and clenched his fist. He activated his mechanical gauntlet given to him by Kelly and swung to fight back, shouting that he couldn't escape. The guy managed to hit right on target so that the Valkyrie was taken aback. A bright flash blinded her head. The robot sparkled with lightning. When the smoke cleared and Liu Feng saw that Valkyrie's hand was grabbing his glove, he was shocked because he realized that this meant that the robot had already fought with him. He decided that he had to stop the robot, otherwise Kelly and the others would also die. The guy hit Valkyrie again. Liu Feng shouted for the Valkyries to die together and was dumbfounded when he noticed that Virus was holding him with his lasso. The Metro Clan leader shouted that the guy had hurt her feelings, so he should go back to her, and pulled him to her. Valkyrie managed to throw off the train. There was a loud explosion. The system awarded the guy for repelling the first robot attack with 4,000 points. Liu Feng was happy to see that the virus was intact. He thought that he would have to spend the reward to buy a vaccine for the girl. Something fell out from that Valkyrie. The system said that this is an experimental version of the medicine, but it is not completed, and you can spend 2,000 points for completion. The guy allowed the system to restore the medicine for 2,000 points, but suddenly the train derailed and began to fall. The main character hugged the virus. The train began to rush uncontrollably through the tunnel, destroying it. The wheels caught fire. There was a deafening explosion, and Liu Feng coughed and tried to see through the thick smoke what had happened. It turned out that they had accidentally landed right at their destination, right under the door of the Freyer Institute. The system gave the guy the task to get to the institute and find nanotechnology. First, he came across a staff break room. The main character grabbed the injured girl in his arms and decided to take her there to provide medical assistance. He went into the institute's staff break room and put the virus on the bed. He asked her not to worry, promising that he would give her an injection. The next day, Liu Feng woke up and decided to inject the girl with the usual vaccine, and then activated the system. He analyzed his stats and decided that he needed to craft several weapons and repair his armor, because the enemies were getting stronger. The guy noticed the police batons that were lying on the table next to him. He grabbed them and asked the system to activate the talent interface. To begin with, Liu Feng decided to increase his strength and intelligence to develop the talent of a scholar to the 8th level and a blacksmith to the 4th. Knowledge began to rapidly fill the guy's brain, and the system also gave him a new talent for increasing the strength and scientist levels. Liu Feng was shocked when the system suggested him which reward to choose. He liked the Kung Fu Qigong glove the most. Although he didn't know what it was, Kung Fu should not fail, so he chose the Qigong glove. His right hand was ready, now as mechanical as his left, and a dark glove covered it up to the elbow. Valkyrie did not die after the battle in the subway. The robot again rose from the dead and immediately set out to destroy Liu Feng. Virus fancied that Liu Feng infected himself with the zombie virus for her protection, and he asked her to take his life when he became a monster. The girl was very scared for the guy. She stretched out her hand and started shouting his name, her face covered in sweat. When Virus opened her eyes, what she saw in front of her was not the injured Liu Feng, but Xiao Puff, who kindly wished her a good morning. Virus was startled and screamed, asking who he was, and the robot confessed that he had heard what she and Liu Feng were doing last night. The girl demanded that the robot shut up. Suddenly, Liu Feng appeared and asked her to wait a little, because he had prepared a gift for her. She demanded to know why she hadn't become a zombie yet, because she was infected, and he smiled and explained that he had given her the vaccine. Virus was shocked that he gave her the vaccine for free, and Liu Feng gave her a gift in the form of transformed pair of strong swords. The guy promised that he would be able to give her even more, and invited the girl to join his shelter. She agreed, but demanded that they infiltrate the Metro Clan to capture it, and she became the queen of that organization. Liu Feng was able to immediately read her profile. It was not bad, and the system reported that the second floor of the shelter was already completed. The guy immediately told the system to build a research institute, a recreation room, a drilling machine, and a sewage system for 2,000 points, and then told the virus about the vaccine. The main character, dressed up in a new Kung Fu Qigong glove, took the underground elevator and began to go down. He was together with Xiao Puff and Virus, thinking that the girl's newly discovered ability was very frightening to him. Now that all of his equipment had been upgraded, he was tempted to run into some monster and destroy it. As soon as he reached the door, Protocol 321 was activated, a voice demanding that the intruders leave the private institute immediately. The main character leaned his palm against the door and urgently began to transform in order to get into the scientific institute. The identity was confirmed, and a voice greeted Master Yin and asked if he wanted to eat or take a bath. Liu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He was glad that he had the transformation, and Xiao Puff noticed that this system was similar to him. The guy was surprised to see the main hall of the Freyer Institute, and the virtual assistant greeted him. The main character went to the computer and wondered if this is the place where nanonuclear technologies are created. The system told the guy that nanonuclear technology is a nanorobot that can be used in completely different areas. Suddenly, there were two problems at once. Because of the leak, the institute will self-destruct in 2 hours, and strange zombies are on the way. Virus took the initiative to deal with the strange snow-white monsters by grabbing her new weapon. She used a mind-wounding whip, which, when embedded in the neck of an opponent, can destroy them. Its main feature in extreme sharpness, swinging the whip once, the girl managed to kill the mutant. After that, she tied a whip around the mutant's entire body in order to immobilize the zombie and take its life. Laughing viciously as she destroyed the mutant, Liu Feng knew better than to provoke this cruel woman in the future. But it wasn't that simple, as the zombies were once again reborn from the puddle of gray liquid and returned to their previous form. The system explained to the guy that there is a part of nanotechnology in the zombie's body that helps it to recover indefinitely. Liu Feng decided to use his new weapon, the Kung Fu Qigong Cannon, which turns into a flame charge. The main character blushed when the system made him say out loud the password to launch the weapon. It was 18 dragon palms. Liu Feng threw a flame charge towards the mutants. The fire was like the head of a fierce dragon with fangs. The peculiarity of the Qigong cannon was that each time the guy had to say different passwords, depending on the effect of the weapon. It was a little embarrassing to shout passwords every time, even though the weapon damage was decent. Now he was using absorption. The takeover was successful. The guy got almost 1.5% of the nanotechnology part, so he asked where the rest were. The system clearly pointed him to the door where the rest of the parts were stored. And Liu Feng burst into the next room with glee. He was startled when he saw an even larger hall with a bright core in the middle. But this room was also filled with zombies. Virus didn't understand why the guy spent so much effort searching for this thing. And our hero concluded that there was a virus leak here. And all these zombie scientists? Liu Feng turned around abruptly when he heard someone laughing. Someone recognized our hero and called him a demonic fist. It was Zhao Feng, who had also come here for nanotechnology, who was holding Bingbing and Huang Li hostage with bomb collars. Bingbing shouted at Liu Feng not to think about him, and Zhao Feng invited his assistants, the Crimson Demon and the long-haired boss, to come here. Everyone started whispering that they were those famous and reputable guys from the Metro clan. Zhao Feng admitted that he had spent a lot of resources to call them. The Crimson Demon threateningly asked our hero if he was the problem of their bro from the Light Dragon gang, and Liu Feng silently pointed at the virus. The guys opened their mouths wide in horror when they saw their boss. Virus looked at them and wondered if they really wanted to die so badly. They started gesturing to tell the girl that they didn't know Zhao Feng wanted to catch her, but in response, she told them to release the hostages, and then she would forgive them. Zhao Feng was sure that Liu Feng and Virus would voluntarily surrender now, and Huang Li shouted for our hero to be careful. The blonde guy hit her and told the idiot to shut up. He said that if he pressed the red button, the bombs on their necks would explode. Liu Feng started to panic. He asked Virus if those two from her clan didn't obey her. The girl replied that he didn't need to worry. Zhao Feng and his henchmen opened fire on the guys. Liu Feng called Xiao Puff to activate the unification. The main character teamed up with the robot and rushed forward using an octopus catapult. Shouting, he released all 4 pincers, which began to spin around at breakneck speed. At first, Zhao Feng said that he would take the hostages' lives, but then his expression changed abruptly and he shouted, "The Crimson Demon betrayed the one who hired him," and he slammed his club down on the back of the Light Dragon leader and laughed, explaining that his arm just slipped off. The long-haired boss took the remote control with the button from the blonde, and the Crimson Demon dragged the hostages out of Zhao Feng's hands. Panicking, Zhao Feng once again ordered his henchmen to shoot at the offenders, who obeyed him implicitly. The main character, protecting himself with a shield of rotating tentacles, shouted to the others to get out of here. The blonde was shocked that Liu Feng had deflected all the bullets. Liu Feng found the combination of a scientist's ability and technological tentacles simply amazing. Virus got the remote control for the bomb. Liu Feng smiled and told the gang leader that he wouldn't be able to blow up the hostages now. The latter laughed and replied that he wasn't that stupid. Zhao Feng said that without pressing the button, the bombs on Bingbing and Huang Li's necks would activate automatically in 2 minutes. Grinning wildly, the blonde man said that they would all regret underestimating him first, and then they would blow up. Liu Feng silently applied the transformation, and the explosion program was cancelled. Zhao Feng grimaced in horror and froze when he saw this. Bingbing and Huang Li were delighted with Liu Feng's abilities, but Zhao Feng was even worse off when the zombie mob caught up with them. The leader of the Light Dragon gang took out the legendary A-level Gusty Wind Sword, which he was rumored to use to destroy even C-level mutants. With a sinister smile, Zhao Feng said that our hero made him angry, so now he intends to deal with him personally. Before the gang boss could do anything, he received a crushing gauntlet strike from Liu Feng and flew into the wall. Zhao Feng's henchmen didn't even know how to react to their boss being beaten into a wall, and Liu Feng accusing the blonde of showing off. The leader of the Light Dragon gang clenched his teeth in anger, but found the strength to get up and go outside again. He grabbed his sword again and acknowledged that the opponent was strong, which meant he would use his special move. The blonde rushed forward, ready to use the Emperor's Storm Strike. His subordinates knew that it was a legendary move that he used to destroy a C-level mutant. The protagonist calmly ordered Xiao Puff to strengthen the gauntlet, held it out in front of him as a shield, and fended off Zhao Feng like a small fly. Everyone was shocked to see Zhao Feng flying backwards again and collapsing. The subordinates ran over to the boss, worried for him. The blonde burst blood vessels in his eyes with anger. he shouted at the top of his voice to our hero that he would regret what he had done. Zhao Feng, dumbfounded, looked at the giant robot that appeared in the hole in the wall. It was a Valkyrie. The main character did not understand when it would end. When he saw Valkyrie, the robot fixed the target and destroyed Zhao Feng first. Zhao Feng's subordinates looked at the robot that had taken the life of their boss with a single flick of its hand. Liu Feng thought about Valkyrie's overwhelming strength and the fact that she might already be at the Lord level. It infuriated him that she was chasing after him like a stalker. This time, the guy decided to use the atomic Tianshun palm of 6 types of yang against her. A bright flash flew into the robot. The Crimson Demon shouted that Liu Feng had won, and Virus was delighted with the great firepower of the guy's weapon. The main character looked at the enemy in bewilderment. When he lost his helmet, he saw the face of a girl with blue hair. Valkyrie was still alive. She hit our hero with her giant fist. He did not have time to defend himself. A huge Valkyrie shadow loomed over the guys. Liu Feng was shocked to realize that it wasn't a robot, but a woman. The mysterious woman with shining red eyes looked at the protagonist without a single emotion and chuckled. Liu Feng tensed up. This cybernetic giant woman looked menacing. She was more than 2 meters tall. The guy concluded that she was in a lot of pain right now, and probably the helmet was controlling her, which meant he could find a way to influence her in some way. After charging the gauntlet, Liu Feng charged forward, hoping to somehow relieve the pain of this woman who was clutching her head. Valkyrie did not let the guy let him near her. She stretched out her hand, wanting to grab the main character. The woman's blow missed. The guy managed to jump back in time and then turned his attention to her mutated arm. There was no time to wait. Liu Feng jumped forward again. This time he tried to sneak up on the woman from behind. The main character found the chip that was on her neck. He put his hand on it and began to transform. Valkyrie screamed in pain. Liu Feng said that soon the girl wouldn't have to listen to the Institute's orders, and then she looked at him as if her common sense had returned. The main character was distracted by a loud sound behind him. Stones flew in different directions. Someone else arrived at the Institute. It turned out to be Li Xin, the red-haired girl who was fighting with her worst enemy, who thought she was a traitor. Seeing Li Xin, Liu Feng caught her in time to prevent her from falling. The girl was surprised to see the guy here. Because of Li Xin, the transformation was interrupted halfway, so the guy couldn't disable the chip on Valkyrie's neck. The 4th squad leader, Mad Owl Yi, said that he came just in time. He wanted to deal with both Liu Feng, who interfered with the Valkyrie project, and the traitorous Li Xin. Li Xin said that the army was blocked by a monster on the road. Soon she and Kelly were ambushed, and she came here to distract the captain of the 4th squad. According to the rumor that Mad Owl had become famous for single-handedly destroying dozens of mutants, the man began to laugh viciously and demand that Li Xin kneel in front of him. Valkyrie clutched her head again due to the pain. Virus decided to step in and finally use her ability. She tied a chain around Valkyrie's neck, which caused her to fall into a state of emotional judgment, a memory from the past surfacing in her mind. Virus realized that she had freed Valkyrie, and when she regained consciousness, she collapsed to her knees and stopped struggling. But Mad Owl was determined to take revenge for the fact that Liu Feng and the other bastards dared to touch the property of the Research Institute. He didn't have time to do it because he died a second later when the Overlord, a Lord-level zombie capable of controlling other zombies, arrived here. A month after the apocalypse, the zombies quickly occupied the city and pushed back the government forces. The city was divided into 5 parts. Blood Empress, Nameless Forest, Monotheists, Lord and others have become the main predators of the city. One of them has now taken the life of a military man. Now right in front of our hero was one of the bosses of the city, nicknamed the Lord, an extremely strong mutant. Li Xin, who was looking at the monster with fear, realized that it was him who had ordered the zombies to chase after them. And now he had caught up with them here. Although Mad Owl was mortally wounded, he wasn't going to give up, the man shouted to not be underestimated. He boldly rushed forward, looking straight into the mouth of the terrible giant monster. But after a moment, he snarled heartrendingly. Even Liu Feng found it difficult to watch a mutant take down a man, even though it was his enemy. This is the first time our hero is facing a Lord-level zombie, so he asked Li Xin to cover for him. The guy decided to use a new weapon, plasma electric drills, which he made in the recreation room the day before. It was a special weapon that he had created to deter zombies, and the pincers helped him move through space. The main character used catapult tentacles to jump high up and reach the mutant's vulnerable spot. Liu Feng flew directly over the monster's head, drawing its attention, and readied his plasma batons. The guy swung wildly and hit the Lord-level zombie in the face with electric batons, but the mutant stopped him with his hand. He had to try again, and this time he hit him in the neck with 2 plasma electric pincers at the same time. The master's sharp claw was already inches away from our hero's face, but he saved himself in time by using the claws. Li Xin grabbed a submachine gun and opened fire on the giant mutant when the shelter director shouted her name. Bullet after bullet flew straight at the target. Li Xin shot accurately and non-stop. but the weapon couldn't stop a zombie of this level. Now the main character decided to use the plasma overload technique to once again attack the mutant with batons. Liu Feng crossed his arms in front of him. The entire area was colored in a bright blue light. The plasma batons were loaded again. With the power of the plasma, the guy tried to once again deal damage to the huge mutant, but it was still firmly on its feet. A bright flash blinded his eyes as the batons made contact with the monster's body, and it staggered back a little. Because of the thick smoke, the guy couldn't see if he had managed to take the monster's life. But when the smoke cleared, he understood everything. The blow did not affect the mutant in any way. The Valkyrie intervened and said that the Lord was her prey. She attacked his hand. Valkyrie claimed that she was the only one capable of destroying the master, and confessed that she was the one who restored the woman to her spirit. The Lord-level zombie launched a counterattack, hitting the Valkyrie so hard that the woman lost her balance. Valkyrie wasn't going to give up, gritting her teeth as she retaliated by hitting the mutant, this time managing to deal damage to it. Liu Feng still couldn't figure out what was going on, but suddenly the master's huge paw grabbed the Valkyrie's head. The woman was hit hard, but the monster didn't spare her. It once again swung its arm to attack her. In the battle, the mutant lord was the leader. He repeatedly threw blows, and Valkyrie so far simply took them. Liu Feng couldn't just stand by and watch this, otherwise they would all be finished. So he suggested that Li Xin and Virus save Valkyrie. The guy decided to distract the Overlord and told Xiao Puff to activate the enhanced nanowell, after which he hit the monster. Virus rushed forward to help our hero, because after the first blow, his glove was broken. It was bad. The mutant's claws were already going to grab him. Virus tried to help, but she was also attacked, and Valkyrie again joined the battle. Liu Feng was surprised to see that the woman was still alive. The Valkyrie tightly wrapped her arms around the monster's torso. The Lord didn't like it, and he tried to grab Valkyrie again so that she wouldn't hold him in her arms. Our hero realized that Xiao Puff used the cutting laser technique to save the woman, depriving the monster's arm. This strained Liu Feng, because after using the laser, Xiao Puff would have no charge left, and there was nothing else he could do. The mutant's right arm was still intact, and it was only enough for him to swing it to push Valkyrie and Liu Feng away from him. The guy began to urgently absorb nanotechnology. The mutant was coming right at him, but the guy could not move his hand at this moment. The main character remained unharmed because the master did not aim at him, but at the one who was standing next to him. It was a Valkyrie who had protected Liu Feng with her back and was severely injured due to the zombie's sharp pincers. The absorption of nanotechnology was only half completed, and Liu Feng was adjusting the system because he urgently needed to use a certain technique. At the most critical moment, a woman appeared at the Institute, which made even Vladika stop and freeze. It was the second coming of the Scarlet Empress, and both Liu Feng and the Sovereign looked at the woman in red in shock. After dealing with the Lord, the Empress approached our hero, and he received 3,000 points for destroying the Lord with someone's help. Liu Feng told the guys not to shoot, otherwise Aunt Li would kill them. He believed that the woman still recognized him, and the team should go to the north of the city as this base will soon explode. The Scarlet Empress started to wrap red pieces of cloth around the boy. But Liu Feng was still trying to convince them that everything was fine. After a moment, everything around the guy turned red, and he opened his eyes wide in shock, not understanding what was happening. Liu Feng found himself in a completely different space, more like Auntie Li's quarters, lying on a red canopied bed. He realized that he had hit the tallest building in the city center, and then Aunt Li caught up with him and knocked him down. The next day, the main character was still sleeping in the bed of the Scarlet Empress, who was lying next to him and looking at it. The woman got up and threw open the door, leaving the bedroom. Suddenly, someone started banging on the window, trying to knock it out. Liu Feng slowly opened his eyes and looked down. He couldn't see anything below him, only a bird's-eye view of the city. The main character screamed in fear, realizing that he was in the air. It turned out that it was the Valkyrie who kidnapped him. He gave Valkyrie a startled look and continued to scream as the girl, holding the guy in her arms like a bag, started to run, jumping over the roofs of the building like Spider-Man. Valkyrie soon reached a safe place for herself. The girl roughly threw Liu Feng, who was wrapped in a red sheet, to the floor, sat down under the wall, and sighed heavily. The main character noticed that the girl was seriously injured. He wanted to help her, but then he paid attention to where he was. The system reported that there were 60 sets of power armor in this place, which was good news, since it could be used to equip the storage troops. Liu Feng said that he had hit the jackpot because this type of power armor can withstand the attacks of small-caliber weapons. Remembering that Valkyrie was injured, the guy thought that maybe he could help the girl, and began to transform. Memories of the past flashed through Valkyrie's mind. How the military separated her from her brother. How Zhen worked on her mutation. And the most painful memory for her was that the Minister of Health used her brother to create a serum for her. When she woke up, Liu Feng told her that he had made a new outfit for her, and this suit wouldn't hold her back like the previous one. When Liu Feng told her that she was released, Valkyrie turned away and cried. The guy tried to tell her that he didn't do anything to her. He asked her not to move because the chip in her body hadn't fully transformed yet, and right now, it could only temporarily suppress Zheng Tianxiang's orders. Valkyrie hugged the guy and thanked him for saving her, even though he told her not to move. She couldn't stay, because she needed revenge. According to her, the chip will help the girl get into the research institute, and she will return to thank the guy when she gets revenge. Lo Feng asked Valkyrie in confusion. He didn't understand what she meant. The girl just turned around and left after saying goodbye to the guy. Suddenly, Sarah called the guy. He reported to her that he was already finished with business here. The girl was glad that she finally contacted the director. She reported that the others had already returned to the northern base, so she could rest easy, and Liu Feng was going to return through the teleport with the harvest. Finally, the main character, Li Xin, Kelly, the high priest, Zhang Yu, Xintong, and the others returned to the shelter via teleport. Long Xuan apologized to the director for his indiscretion. Because the enemy had infiltrated the base because of him, Liu Feng said that it wasn't a big deal. This time, our hero brought as many as 60 sets of power armor to replace the old one, and Sarah, Ta Qiang, and Long Xuan were amazed. At the medical center, the doctor bandaged an electrician who complained about Tianxiang, because of which the entire base was turned upside down. The doctor and electrician immediately ran out when they heard that the director had returned and was shocked when he saw the new uniforms of the guards. He asked if they were wearing the legendary new type of armor, and the doctor said that Liu Feng was an amazing person. The actresses also paid attention to the director's return. They saw that the security guard's equipment was reinforced again. Liu Feng, seeing the actresses, wanted to say hello to him, believing that he was their idol. The girls tried to understand what his gesture meant. The actresses again began to imagine that the main character had invited them to his house again, with this gesture, and they began to tremble with excitement. This trip was very fruitful for Liu Feng. He improved his skills, got promising people, gained nanotechnology, and much more. The guy had told Li Xin and Kelly to rest before the meeting tomorrow, and he was relieved when he finally returned to the private room. He asked the system how to raise the level of nanotechnology, and agreed when it offered to raise it for 10,000 points. The system notified that 2 stars asked to meet with him. The guy allowed to open the door. Actresses were standing on the threshold. The girls said that they thought that the day before he had shown them 2 fingers as a sign that they should come to him together, and also told them to put on costumes. Liu Feng, who knew that Kelly was coming soon, told the girls that they had misunderstood everything, so they needed to get out of here as soon as possible. Actresses again took his words wrong. They were outraged to learn that Kelly should join them. The girls suggested that the main character talk while they wait for Kelly, and pushed the dumbfounded guy right on the bed. Liu Feng decided that it was urgent to get the actresses out of here before Kelly arrived. But before he could, the girl knocked on the door. It turned out that it wasn't Kelly, but Li Xin, who was standing on the doorstep, and the girl asked Liu Feng why he couldn't forget about Kelly so much. She pushed past him and walked into the room, claiming that she had a matter that they needed to discuss urgently in private. The main character began to tremble in fear, because Li Xin sat down on the bed where the actresses were hiding. The girl asked what was wrong with him. Li Xin knocked on the door and invited him to sit down, asking if he was really that shy. At the northern base, Zero was forced to report to his creator, Zheng Tianxiang, that the mission had failed. At this time, the infected boy was lying on the couch. He asked his grandfather if he would recover. He replied that yes, but after the injection, the guy mutated. Suddenly, a guy with a scar on his face burst into the lab and told the boss that he had warned him that AI was trash, so the task should be assigned to the 3rd squad. The main character was still standing in front of Li Xin in fear. The girl assumed that the guy was just too shy to sit next to him. Liu Feng was terrified. He was well aware of the trouble he would have if they were discovered, and he couldn't let that happen. Li Xin blushed and looked dumbfounded when he suddenly hugged her and told her how beautiful she was today. The girl asked why he was suddenly acting like this, and then they both got scared when they noticed someone moving under the covers. Our hero decided to distract Li Xin by grabbing her face and telling her that he had a surprise for her. The girl replied that she would be looking forward to this surprise and admitted that she had come to talk about Kelly. Li Xin started to delay and didn't ask directly what she wanted to know, causing Liu Feng to break out in a sweat of fear. The red-haired goddess of death blushed and looked away. She confessed that she cherished the relationship between them very much. The dumbfounded protagonist thought that Li Xin wanted to confess his love to him. The girl abruptly grabbed his hand. Li Xin pulled him in and kissed him, and Liu Feng turned pale when he heard a knock on the door afterwards. The guy started hiding Li Xin under the blanket because Kelly came. The girl didn't understand what he was afraid of, because she just explained everything. The red-haired girl found that there were still people under the blanket. She assumed that they were our hero's mistresses. Li Xin thought that these 2 actresses were the surprise that the main character had just told her about. Liu Feng was startled when he heard some sounds coming from under the blanket. Fortunately, Kelly had just offered to play pilot games on the console. They sat down on the couch and started playing. And Kelly said she had some advice for the guy after the invasion of the shelter. Kelly suggested that there should always be at least one officer and one mutant on the base, and also create teams so that someone is here and someone goes on missions. The girl still heard that someone was in the bedroom. She opened the door and asked who was there. Liu Feng grabbed her legs trying to stop her. Jiang Yu and Jin Yangshu went to the canteen. The guy thought that he had gone to heaven after all. He had not eaten a hot meal for a month. Yuxuan asked Jin Yangshu if the situation outside was still bad. The girl didn't even know how to answer her. She said that now there are zombies running around everywhere, and they have evolved to such an extent that they can dodge bullets. Yuxuan became wary when 3 female teachers came to the cafeteria and started to get excited about their new residents. It was the first time Jin Yanshu heard the notification from the system that the base was going to be upgraded. She was thrilled about it. She scared Yuxuan so much that she broke the plate, saying that it was dangerous, because someone's relationship would break in if something was discovered. When Kelly entered the bedroom, she was wary, because it was obvious from the bed that someone had been lying there recently. The girl came closer and wondered if someone was sleeping here, while Li Xin and the actresses were hiding under the bed. The 3 girls were angry with Kelly when she grabbed our hero by the t-shirt, saying that she was an administrator, and Liu Feng's wishes were part of her duties. The girl lay down on the bed and beckoned with her finger, telling the main character that she had something else to report to him. Not far away at a car factory, Xiaolan and her brother were running for their lives, being chased by a sniper. The sniper fired a shot, causing the guy to fall to the ground. Xiaolan was afraid for him. Her brother told her to run and not turn around. The 2 of them were terrified when they realized that the enemy had caught up with them. The mob of bandits asked the guys when they had gathered. The bandits were at a loss as they laughed and said that this was a 2+1 action when Xin Tong appeared. In the vicinity of the shelter, Longshuan and Ta Qiang were patrolling, and the captain reported that it was safe. Longshuan couldn't get out of his mind about the recent event in the shelter, and he kept telling himself that he really had disgraced himself. Recalling his ability in that girl, he told Ta Qiang that they couldn't make the same mistake this time. Everyone should look out for the companions around them. The blonde man was startled when Ta Qiang noticed that Xin Tong was missing. He shouted for the guards to quickly look for the girl. Xin Tong then began to feel the head of the captured guy with her hands because it was shaved and smooth, which was unusual for her. One of the bandits called the girl to him, promising to feed her to the brim. The bald guy warned her that it was better to run away from here. The guy warned Xin Tong that this was the cannibal Salvation Army, whose followers eat people. The Salvation Army guy asked Xin Tong if she knew where Elle's hideout was, but as soon as he touched her, the girl crippled him. The blonde looked down at his hand, and when he finally realized what had happened, he started yelling in pain all over the street. Everyone opened their mouths in shock after seeing what this girl was capable of. The Salvation Army pointed their guns at Xin Tong. Xin Tong was moving too fast like a shadow, so the bullets didn't hit her. She was determined to deal with the cannibals. The girl grabbed the throat of the blonde man who dared to touch her, and he began to choke and tremble with fear. The other people from the Salvation Army were shouting at her to stop, but Xin Tong didn't listen to them. Her mind clouded with anger. With her red glowing web, Xin Tong managed to quickly kill all the Salvation Army soldiers without looking at them. After Longshuan and the others came over, the commander asked the girl to keep one of the Salvation Army alive. Longshuan explained that he had questions for these bandits, so Xin Tong shouldn't take all of their lives. At the northern base, the girl reported to Zheng Tianxiong that the Salvation Army signal had disappeared, and now the borders of Liu Feng's base were confirmed. Zheng Tianxiong said that the red-haired guy from the 3rd Squad would be responsible for the operation to determine the location of the main character. Zhang Xiaofeng was told to destroy the shelter, take Liu Feng's life, and bring Nanotech and Kelly back here. The guy from the 3rd Squad immediately wanted to move out with his subordinates. He couldn't wait to destroy the shelter, and his boss picked up a photo of Kelly. Smiling madly, Zheng Tianxiong looked at Kelly's picture and declared that this woman would always belong to him. The main character opened one eye and immediately got out of bed. He saw that Kelly was standing at the stove and preparing breakfast. The girl asked him to wait for a while she finished preparing breakfast. Liu Feng was horrified when he remembered that those 3 were still hiding under his bed. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that they were already gone, and realized what the point of having a girlfriend was when Kelly brought him a delicious breakfast. The upgrade of the nanonuclear technology system was completed. After hearing the alert, everyone rushed over to take a look. Nanonuclear technology appeared in the main hall, and new drawings became available. Everyone was delighted with the innovation. The security room at the main gate was also updated, and the system warned that the upgrade could lead to a general increase in development in the underground city. The power plant can also be upgraded, but you need to find more energy cores. Kelly admitted that each time the shelter update is like a miracle. The residents of the shelter realized that they had not mistaken the director. Ta Qiang thought that he was right in the City of Wonders. At this moment, everyone in the underground city was looking at the wizard who was standing on the balcony. Liu Feng, the creator of this miracle. Liu Feng was given a new mission to defeat Zheng Tiansheng, and he remembered that this person was his main enemy. Zheng Tiansheng is guilty of many things, and the most important thing for our hero is that this man wants to catch his little sister. The guy knew that many people didn't believe in his slogan about saving humanity, but he shouted from the balcony that humanity would win and they would survive. The words appealed to all the residents, and Liu Feng left, ordering Kelly to call a meeting of the shelter's management. As the blonde man passed by Long Xuan, he gave the director a thumbs up, which brought a smile to Liu Feng's face. As the operational meeting began, Liu Feng announced that he had gathered them all to discuss the impending danger, as they were being closely watched by Zheng Tianxun. At first, the director offered to conduct a consolidated report on the current situation in all departments. He said that now the shelter can produce new unmanned defensive weapons. According to him, these weapons can automatically recognize opponents and open fire, and the shelter can now accommodate 1,000 people. In addition, nanotechnology has brought new technologies, but they can't be unlocked yet. So I decided to give them to Kelly. Kelly said that it was time to expand, and she introduced a new talented employee to the team. It was Jin Yanshu, who waved to everyone, greeted them, and said that they would be colleagues now. Kelly explained that Yanshu used to be very passionate about human resources management, so now she will be in charge of recruitment. But Yanshu had her own plans for this position. She just wanted to get closer to the director to get Liu Feng. She knew that Li Xin and Sarah were the first residents of the base. There was also a group of military personnel here, and now Kelly wanted to drag Yanshu into this game. Yanshu deduced that their director wasn't that simple, and Liu Feng decided to change the subject and suggested that they discuss something else. Tatian reported that the efficiency of the upgraded underground city has been increased by 20%, but a new energy core needs to be found, and the third floor has already been built. 3 new facilities have been added: a research institute, a recreation room with slot machines, and a circulating sewer system. Liu Feng thanked him for his report when Ta Qiang said that it was necessary to hire people to the research institute as soon as possible. Long Xuan reported that they had rescued 2 children while on patrol, and they said the Salvation Army was searching for their hideout. Ta Qiang became angry at the Salvation Army when he heard that they had taken over a military base nearby and taken a large number of civilians hostage as food. Liu Feng told Ta Qiang to keep his emotions under control, and Kelly supported him, saying that it was Zheng Tiansheng's trap. The main character paled. He felt uncomfortable, not understanding how his team came up with all this, and what they were even talking about. The guy didn't like having to pretend to be a smart guy, but he continued to maintain the image of a wise leader. Sarah raised her hand and asked what they should do, and Liu Feng started to panic, but decided that he should switch hands and ask this question to Long Xuan. The captain said they couldn't wait, but they had to attack the Salvation Army first, take them out of that position, and destroy them. Liu Feng liked the captain's idea, and now he will divide the army into 3 groups: 1 to protect the shelter, 1 to complete tasks, and 1 to clear the territory. He stated that there was no need to wait for the recruitment of new 60 people. He was going to personally lead a group with Long Xuan to defeat the Salvation Army. After that, our hero went to the laboratory, where he completed the conversion, receiving the latest armor and 4 tentacles. The guy decided to upgrade the scientist and intelligence to make it easier to control the tentacles, and then turn them into weapons. The new residents of the shelter, a brother and sister, asked the teacher where they were going. The girl asked them to wait, and they got into the elevator. The bald boy got scared and started screaming when he got out of the elevator and saw a giant scary monster with sharp teeth. He was sweating and pale with fear, but it turned out that he was just imagining that Liu Feng was standing in front of him in his new uniform. The main character was happy that the new residents had arrived, so he introduced them to Dr. Qin and asked her to check their health status. Liu Feng said that he was going to build a school in the underground city and bring more children here after the raid on the northern base. Dr. Qin told the director that she could help him find a scientist at the north base, as they were needed for the lab. The boy fell to his knees in front of the headmaster and begged him to help him avenge his parents. The main character calmed the sobbing boy, patted him on the head, and asked him to be patient for a few days. Liu Feng promised him that he would personally send the bastards who took the life of the boy's parents to hell. This made the boy happy. He mentally turned to his parents and said that everything was fine. He believed the words of the director. Long Xuan showed Wumian what the lackeys of the institute did to people, and suggested that she take Liu Feng's side, because she should have military pride. The protagonist was overjoyed when Li Xin and Kelly came. The red-haired girl said that she heard that he was looking for them. Liu Feng stated that he wanted to reward the girls for their achievements, and he wanted to present each of them with a black box. The first gift was for Li Xin, a 10,000-point kinetic rifle that has kinetic energy technology in it. The guy spent 200 transformation points to improve it, and also gave Li Xin an extremely powerful revolver. Li Xin was happy to receive a new weapon. She said many thanks to the director. But he also had a gift, With Kelly's help, he made the girl a rocket backpack that allows her to fly, and Li Xin hugged him and thanked him again. Now it was Kelly's turn to give gifts, and Liu Feng revealed that he had spent as much as 10,000 points on it. Sarah distracted him by reporting that Chushan from the North Base wanted to contact him. Liu Feng didn't mind talking to him. Chushan thanked Liu Feng for helping them reduce their losses and said that Commander Guo wanted to talk to the guy. The main character looked at Chushan in fright when the guy said that the conversation with Captain Guo would be about Zheng Tianxiong. Soon, Liu Feng and his two loyal companions, as well as Xiao Puff, arrived at the northern base, the location of Regiment Commander Guo. Chushan led the guys. The captain said thank you to our hero for helping them save the lives of many soldiers, even though the last mission was a failure. After saluting the soldiers at the entrance, the captain and our heroes entered the barracks, and the regiment commander Guo was already waiting for them inside. Guo Wei extended his hand to Demonic Fist to say hello, and said that he had heard that the guy had put in a lot of effort during the operation in the city center. The commander patted our hero on the shoulder, called him young and promising, and admitted that he liked him. The soldiers were shocked to hear their commander laughing, and Guo glared at them, causing them to flinch in fear. Guo suggested that our heroes go to the meeting room and talk there. Liu Feng became alert when he noticed someone's presence, and then they tried to hit him. It was Guo Yicheng, the regiment commander's daughter, who said that she only wanted to see if Director Liu was as good as they say he is. Liu Feng didn't mind having a practice fight with her. Since Miss Guo wanted to see his skill, he activated the gauntlet and ducked down. The girl tried to attack him with her foot, but Liu Feng jumped up. However, Miss Guo was not going to give up. She was taken aback when our hero managed to sneak up behind her and grab her. He criticized the girl for too many weak points in the attack. Guo was flushed when Liu Feng approached her. She yelled at him to get his hands off her, and her father told her to stop, threatening her with the brig. The man apologized to Liu Feng for his daughter, explaining that he was just spoiling her too much, and then they went to the meeting room. The commander decided to explain a little to Liu that his daughter is also the director of the headquarters, and Xiao Li and Xiao Chen are the commanders of the infantry and tank battalion. Go asked our hero for help, but before that, he decided to show the guy the military forces at the northern base by clicking on the remote control. He broke the remote, clutching it in his hand, when the big TV screen showed not a report, but an adult movie. The man started cursing at Xiao Li for preparing such information, and Liu Feng began to doubt that it was worth cooperating with such an unreliable person. Miss Guo decided to represent the four forces of the northern base and stated that she suspected that Zheng Tianxiong of the Institute was engaged in conspiratorial activities. The commander confirmed that they discovered that the Research Institute was in trouble during the last mission, and they were doing something behind their backs. In order to understand their goals, a few days ago, the military captured their employee and found out that Zheng Tianxiong was looking for an institute. The main character immediately agreed to take on the task. The commander added that the vice president of the Mutant Association has useful information about Zheng Tianxiong. Liu Feng and the others got into military vehicles and drove to the poor areas of the northern base. The guy looked at what was happening from the window. He saw that things in these areas are still sad. There is hunger and devastation. Miss Guo said that because of Zheng Tianxiong and the officials who had taken most of the supplies, it was difficult to do anything about the situation. And then there was an explosion. The girl lost control, the car overturned, she got out of the car and concluded that someone dared to attack the military transport. She dashed off to lash out at the demonic serpent organization, his vicious spellcaster Ah Fen, and demolition man Ah Kuang, who had done it. Miss Guo hadn't even gotten close to them before they snapped their fingers and made her collapse to the ground. The bastards came closer to her. Ah Fen had already put out his paws to her, claiming that he loved bold women and had paid the price by losing his hands. The demonic snake charmer fell to his knees and started screaming in pain. He looked ahead to see who had done this to him. When he saw that they were two women, he shouted, calling them stupid women, and ordered his followers to open fire on them. Kelly immediately made a shield out of metal, using her abilities to defend herself, and Li Xin started testing her new kinetic rifle. Ah Fen trembled in anger and then ran forward, intending to pounce on Li Xin, who had killed his guys. He tried to hit her, but she jumped, then pulled out a revolver and took his life with a single shot. Kelly was startled, realizing she was in trouble, when one of the demonic snakes crept up behind her and grabbed her, threatening her with a gun. But it turned out that the man attacked only her clone created by her abilities, and Kelly herself crept up from behind and took revenge on the man. Kelly made the tentacles out of nanometal, which surprised Liu Feng, who hoped that in the future they would even be able to make an Iron Man suit. Out of the demonic snakes, there was only one male left alive. He started running with all his might, not wanting to die. But he was unlucky. This was because Vice President Kawase teleported here and took the life of the intruder with a single swing of her sword. Kawase Suena was famous even before the apocalypse. She was the head of a Japanese family and the leader of the Defiant Blade organization. Known for its secret murders, she once single-handedly took the lives of 124 members of the Shimaji family, then was saved by the president of the Mutant Association, and gained the ability Mist Shadow. The girl came to report to Liu Feng about the urgent situation. She received information that the enemies had gone to the shelter. Startled, Liu Feng shouted, asking if it was true, and Kawase suggested that he discuss it at the association's office. Kawase said that Zhang Xiaofeng of the 3rd Squad brought his men to the Salvation Army base. She told Liu Feng that Zhang Xiaofeng was a research institute mercenary, a blood executioner, and one of the strongest mutants in the country. Li Xin knew this lunatic, but she didn't know that he also became a mutant, according to her. He is a madman who does not disdain anything, and he used to arrange mass murders for his entertainment. For some reason, our hero felt that something was wrong here. He asked Kawase if there was any news about children from the vicinity of the clinic. Kawase found out and reported to the guy that according to her man, those children were recently taken away by a person from the research institute. The frightened guy asked the girl, "Really, those poor orphans were taken away?" He began to worry very much about the children. Liu Feng was going to rescue them immediately. Kawase promised him to use the internal connections to go there together. At the research institute, Uncle Fu, his granddaughter, and a crowd of children were running down the corridor in fright. Fu knew that the main gate was closed and they couldn't escape. The vice president was telling him to wait on the 3rd-floor balcony. Grandpa noticed the appearance of a person and stopped. He shouted in fright, asking who it was. His granddaughter recognized this strange boy as Xiaoming, and she told him that he was a friend from the street who had recently disappeared. One of the boys suggested that Xiaoming go with them, but it turned out that the boy had already turned into a mutated monster. Uncle Fu grabbed the boy to save him from the mutant, and a moment later they were stunned by a huge explosion. It was the main character who got rid of the mutant with tentacles. He was glad that the children were fine. Fu was dumbfounded to see an old acquaintance. Our hero also did not expect to see him here, and Kawase suggested that we leave immediately. Uncle Fu asked Liu Feng to be more careful with the mutant because the latest D10 virus was introduced into it. But it was not difficult for the guy to finally destroy the zombie with a nano shock glove. It was impossible to leave the institute because the commander of the 5th Squad, nicknamed Divine Light, and his deputy, Giant Rock, came. Uncle Fu was sweating in fear when he realized who they were. The burly man with a beard proudly introduced himself as the positive and negative commander of the 5th Squad. The old man suggested that Liu Feng run because there were sea-level fighters in front of them. One move from the deputy squad leader and they were all dead. The big man was against Uncle Fu running away because he is the property of the institute. In addition to the commanders, ordinary soldiers of the squad also appeared here. The guys, surrounded by the 5th Squad of the institute, froze, and a mysterious man in a purple suit came here. It was A-level sealer Wang Lei, who bowed to Kawase, saying that this was their first meeting, and asked if she liked the gift. Uncle Fu was shocked that Wang Lei was here because he was supposed to be on a mission. He guessed that he was deliberately given false information. The protagonist realized that this was all a trap designed to capture Kawase, and that they had clearly underestimated the research institute. Kawase decided to cover up for everyone to evacuate, and Giant Rock confessed that they were confronting the girl on the orders of the institute. The vice president has ordered our heroes to retreat while she holds them back, and Divine Light has ordered the 5th Squad to take the lives of those who came with Kawase as well. Sealer Wang Lei used his mutant powers to separate them, creating a black wall of sharp rocks. The main character started shouting at Kelly and Li Xin because they were separated. The goddess of death asked the director not to worry about them. Liu Feng was at a loss when the giant rock decided to pounce on him. Wanting to play with the guy, the big guy grabbed him by the collar. Divine Light explained that Kawase was too intimidating, so they should first get rid of her dregs so that she wouldn't have a chance to escape. With a malicious smile, Giant Rock told Liu Feng that Divine Light would quickly deal with everyone, and then Zhang Xiaofeng would join her. When it got dark, Long Xuan, Zhang Yu, and the other guards went to the Salvation Army camp, and the captain explained why they needed to be closely monitored. Ta Qiang, using binoculars, saw movement in the area of the Salvation Army camp, and reported to the captain that they had begun to act. Watching the Salvation Army from afar, the guys noticed how much equipment they had. They had cars and submachine guns. Long Xuan, after giving Ta Qiang instructions, prepared to ambush the west, while the others opened fire on the Salvation Army minions. The Salvation Army commander first ordered his soldiers to retreat to the west, but then it turned out that they were also waiting for an ambush there. Commander Long Xuan had everything going according to plan until he felt someone sneaking up behind him with a sword at the ready. He tried to shoot, but the bullet missed. The mysterious man in the dark suit was too fast. Long Xuan turned around and defended himself with his rifle. He shouted, asking the attacker who Taoki was. The woman, whose costume covered her entire body and face, jumped up high and readied her sword to attack Long Xuan. At first, she decided to throw a few shurikens at the blonde, but the throwing knives stopped a few centimeters away from the captain's face. He was saved by Zhang Yu, who told the captain that Ta Qiang was worried that Long Xuan was here alone. So he sent the guy here. Using his ability to manipulate gravity, Zhang Yu sent all of these shurikens back to their owner. Zhang Xiaofeng came to the rescue of the mysterious woman in time and protected her and himself with a shield. The appearance of the mutant Zhang Yu interested him. Where Ta Qiang was, there was also a fierce battle going on between the Salvation Army and Shelter L's army, the men firing at each other. The shaven-headed Salvation Army leader was forced to hide behind a car while Liu Feng's troops fired non-stop at the convoy. He was dumbfounded to see that none of Liu Feng's soldiers had died. He didn't understand what kind of heavy-duty armor they were wearing. Ta Qiang was startled when he heard an explosion behind him and a shout from one of his teammates, which sent them flying. It turned out to be a muscular man from the Salvation Army who was attacking Liu Feng's troops with a bazooka-shaped hand. Zhang Xiaofeng confessed to Long Xuan that their plan was for the Institute to hold off Liu Feng's main force while his squad destroyed their dungeon. Liu Feng collapsed on the floor after being attacked by the giant rock. And Liu Feng also told the guy about the two-way plan and how Zhang Xiaofeng was currently destroying their underground city. The bearded man accused Liu Feng of insulting their leader. And soon the guy would become a paragon like the kids in those green flasks. Our hero was horrified to hear that the Institute had exchanged bread for all these children. And he reminded us that Liu Feng's sister had also participated in the injection experiment. Liu Feng was enraged when the big man mentioned Xintong. He shouted to the man that he would deal with him. But Giant Rock grabbed his face with his hand. The man grabbed him to push him to the floor, and he did it with such force that the stones flew in different directions. Giant Rock didn't stop there. He used an armor-piercing killing kick to attack the guy once more. He clicked his tongue in exasperation and called Liu Feng trash. But our hero shouted at him with clenched teeth to repeat his words again. The bearded man became alert when he saw this look from our hero. He cleared his throat and clenched his fist tightly, preparing to fight back. The big guy noted that Liu Feng wasn't too bad. Meanwhile, he was charging up his Godslayer armor, 30% left. When it was charged, Giant Rock swung his fist to hit Liu Feng, and the attack was successful again, after the man used a fist blast and began to continuously strike. Then he thought about whether to stop. He paled in fear when it turned out that the main character was still alive. Moreover, he was squeezing the big man's fist with his tentacles. The main character loaded his nanoshock glove and swung it to fight back against a giant rock. The impact was so strong that the man with the beard flew across the hall and caused a deafening explosion, crashing into the wall. Liu Feng looked at him with disdain and asked if it was enough for him. But Giant Rock laughed and got to his feet. He recharged the Godslayer armor to 100% and said that now he will start fighting our hero in a serious way. Wang Lei heard that a battle had already begun in the neighborhood, and he started bragging that his obsidian wall was extremely strong, so Liu Feng and Kawase would only have to die in a cage. Luckily, Kelly came up with a plan while Wang Lei warned the girls that he would count to 5 and start shooting if they didn't give up. The blonde guy counted to 1, but none of the guys gave up, so he ordered the armed soldiers to open fire on them. Zhang Xiaofeng also suggested that Long Xuan and the others surrender to the Research Institute, and then he would spare them. Long Xuan asked Zhang Yu to cover him so that he could increase the distance because the enemy's abilities are unknown. Xiaofeng noticed this and told Shadow to apprehend that mutant. Zhang Yu used his abilities to attack the enemies. Zhang realized that Zhang Yu didn't have telekinesis, but an ability that could develop to the maximum level, so he needed to destroy the mutant before it was too late. Night Shadow sneaked up on the kid from behind and swung her katana to attack him without Zhang Yu even seeing her. The guy was at a loss. He did not understand how she managed to appear here so quickly. He assumed that she teleported. The mysterious girl was about to hit the guy with her sword, but suddenly someone shot at her weapon, protecting Zhang Yu. It was Long Xuan, who could cover his partner from a long distance, and he realized that Zhang Yu's teleportation radius was limited, and gravity was holding Xiaofeng back. The commander realized that he only needed to fire one shot to solve the problem, but then things didn't go according to his plan. Zhang Xiaofeng, who was holding a huge firearm, asked Zhang Yu if he thought his weapons were knives. At the Institute, Giant Rock was still rampaging, charging his armor to the maximum, while our hero calmly watched on. The bearded man, whose veins were already swollen, warned the guy that even his commander was running away from his signature blow. If so, our hero warned the enemy that he would also act seriously, and activated the nano swords of the Kung Fu master. Liu Feng threw his swords at the opponent, but it was useless. Giant Rock had already swung his fist to hit the guy. The Giant Rock was only injured when Liu Feng activated the Four Swords flow and used the Steel Dragon Strike. Behind the obsidian wall, Wang Lei ordered the soldiers to open fire. Kelly told Li Xin to crouch down and was going to protect them. Kelly used obsidian from Wang Lei's wall to create a protective dome that saved her, Li Xin, Uncle Fu, and the children. The girl was startled when Wang Lei laughed and told her that Zhang Xiaofeng was destroying their shelter right now. Kelly closed her eyes and prayed for Liu Feng to come. Wang Lei was laughing in glee, but then the wall collapsed. The main character, holding the head of the stricken giant rock, appeared and asked if this was their plan. Zhang Yu, seeing the explosion, was afraid for Long Xuan. Zhang Xiaofeng told the kid that his ability is that he can use any kind of weapon. Once again transforming his weapon, Xiaofeng opened fire on Zhang Yu, the guy with his hands outstretched, trying to stop all the bullets. At the same time, a black shadow also attacked him, and Zhang Yu's other hand was trying to protect himself by creating a gravitational field around him. Night Shadow was noticeably wary when she saw that her weapon couldn't overcome the force field created by the opponent. Xiaofeng admitted that Zhang Yu was very talented and his ability was cool, and he was sorry that he would have to take his life. Zhang Yu's strength was already running out. The blood vessels in his eyes were bursting, and the veins on his face were bulging. But he didn't want to give up. At the university, he was invisible. No one paid any attention to him, and the girls he liked treated him cruelly. Outside of university, everyone but him had relationships, and even when he got his aptitude, he was just a fallback. Zhang Yu collapsed to his knees. He lowered his head and accepted that his whole life was a failure. His force field was gone.